This is the payoff. Oh! This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
Guten Morgen, wie geht es Ihnen heute Morgen? Hello, good morning, and welcome to this beautiful facility in Salmsee in Austria for this, the A&E Open European Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we've got some great events taking place this morning. The schedule is going to pop up on the left-hand side of your screen in just a few moments, but take a little bit of time to just bring in this beautiful facility into your system. A fantastic facility that's hosted at least 2 European championships in the past and has held the World Water Ski Championship in 2007. And beautiful sunshine, a few clouds up in the sky, but nothing that we should be terribly concerned about as we zoom into this facility. With Linz, the city in the background, and in the foreground, Steyrig, the local village that's situated next to our facility. And here is the schedule: men's series 3-1 in the slalom elimination round. Then we'll go into the jump elimination, men's series 3-1 there, and then we've got the last event in our elimination round series. That will feature the women's series 2-1 in the tricks event. So not a ripple on the water at the moment, but that is going to change in the next few minutes. Beautiful weather, and I mean the temperature outside is maybe about 75 degrees, maybe a little bit cooler here and there, but I mean it is going to increase in temperature. Then you see the ramp, and then you see the elements of the slalom course, and it's and the reflection on the water is just absolutely pitch perfect out there as we zoom in towards the flags. And some great skiing on offer today. We've got 10 skiers in the men's series 3 slalom. Then we've got 8 skiers in the men's series 2, and we've got 13 in men's series 1. So even if we do get past Series 3 and 2, it's by no means certain who's made it through to the slalom final. We won't know that until we're at least 1 or 2 skiers deep into men's Series 1, as you can see the schedule on the left-hand side. So great to have you this morning. And some great action on offering, and on the 1s and the 2s, Vincent Stadelbauer at base control when we've got our camera crew ready to go. We got Leo Cederquist, and we've got Connor Pesek, along with Jeremy Scholl along the side of the facility as we take a closer look into the industrial heartland of Austria, right off the Danube River, that is Linz. And we'll gain a few more shots of the general area just to give you a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a taste of what it is to be here in the flesh. And So in the meantime, let's re-rack some slalom action from yesterday. But let's have a look at the women's slalom leaderboard as it occurred after yesterday's action. These are your slalom finalists. 10 finalists, 12 finalists on that list. And we're going to take a look at one of those finalists, first of all. And that is Bea Bertriziani on 11.25 meters. Nicely off the handle on into buoy number 1 and taking a little bit of a speed down course, generating some slack on the tail end of number 2. And things didn't exactly get much better for her off buoy number 3, but she knew what she had to do to make it through, and getting more than 5 buoys on the previous pass was the initial target. And here playing with house money, as it were, just some extra skiing and to try and get her a little bit further down the list when the women's slalom finals will take place tomorrow. Handle up high, as we saw on the original angle, and that is Bertriziani coming to us out of Roma in Italy. Our towboat making its way through the course at the moment, and we're just warming that thing up, and the Malibu Response TXI, and we're going to take a look at Manon Costard. Now, Manon Costard, she was the last skier out, being the top seed coming into this event, the current 4-time and defending champion in this event. Now, this is 12 meters. Now, she knew exactly what was needed for her to advance at the very least. And everything looked pretty good for the first 2/3 of the course. Edge changes looked good. Everything we know about Manon Costard was in place here. Round number 3. And taking a good hit there. But now let's have a look at number 4. Taking a bit of a hit there, but what actually happened there on buoy number 4 is she got a little bit of a twinge in the lower half of her back, and was unable to do much else beyond get round number 5 and number 6. And it was good enough to make the final when she just straight up skied towards the dock without attempting anything on 11.25 meters, which is why you'll see her four from first off the dock, the fourth skier from the start on the dock in the final. But we'll look forward to that final. We'll see if Manon Costard can recuperate in time. Paul Duplon-Freiberg is the current lead scorer in the men's slalom leaderboard after the completion of yesterday's Series 4. And let's have a look at his 11.25 meters. This is Paul Duplon-Freiberg. Now, the reason why he's in this competition at such an early stage is because he didn't register any scores from last season into the European rankings, because he was injured for much of last season. But we will see him a little bit later on in today's competition, and in Series 1. And the reason why he's in Series 1 is because he elects to jump at 1.80 meters, the maximum ramp height. So we put him in that series to facilitate that for him. That was Paul Duplon-Freiberg yesterday, getting through the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. But here we are. We're about to throw down here in the next few minutes. So grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. We've got some great skiing to come in Series 3 Slalom and in the men's competition. And once we return, we'll have that going on during the course of the 2025 Open European Championships right here from Salmsee in Austria. And we'll be back with that action right after this.
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen, das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
All right, our Malibu Response TXI roaring its way back towards the starting dock and getting ready to bring our first skier out onto the water. Our boat driver this morning is going to be Olivia Rambushak from Austria, and he'll be pulling these competitors in Slalom Men's Series 3. Ivan Zeletsov of Ukraine, followed by his fellow countryman Mikhail Mikhalchenko. Then we go to Czechia with Zdeněk Coleman Jr., then Alex Menzel from Germany, followed by Vincent Arhammer of Austria, then Oscar Domino of Denmark, Peter Oravec of Slovakia, Adrian Elias also from Slovakia, followed on by Luca Rachenwald of Austria and Freak Skoll from the Netherlands. 10 skiers on that list. It's going to be known by no means certain who makes it through to the 12 skier men's slalom final at this early stage. We won't know that until about 20 or so skiers on this list, spread across the 3 series, starting with Series 3, then going on to Series 2 and Series 1. So our first skier looking rather pensive at dockside, Ivan Zeletsov, who just scraped through to the men's tricking final yesterday. Our boat judge is going to be Elena Kunert. And there you see a little close-up of our camera assembly, which allows us to have a camera presence in the boat without adding any significant weight to the performance of said tournament towboat, which in this instance is the Malibu Response TXI with the four-bladed prop. So it looks like we have got the simulation pass. We do this to ensure that every single skier has the equal opportunity to perform at his or her highest level out there on the water. Got this boat fully mapped out with the zero-off system. And also we've got shore path in play as well, I believe. So, and there is our graphic there on zero-off whenever we start to get information upon the zero-off settings for each skier. You'll have a little bit more of an indication as to what each setting does with the letter and with the number. Number deals with intensity. Letter deals with reaction delay from the towboat. With C hitting you the soonest, and the letter A hitting you the latest. Everything appears to be in good shape. 50 seconds of drop time on each end, just to let you know. Alrighty, Roo, let's get some slalom into our system this morning. We've got Series 3 slalomers about to take to the water. All right there, so we're going to start off our day's proceedings with Ivan Zelentsov from Ukraine. Yes, he indicates that he is ready. So Ukraine bring on the first two skiers in this competition, the first of which is Ivan, 16 meters, 58 kilometers an hour. Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine, who skis at the Sentosa facility when he can, age 14. And gets the job done there. His personal best at 58 kilometers is 1.5 on 12 meters. We'll see if he can get close enough to that. So among his hobbies are sleeping and coding. I think one has to come before the other. European jump champion in the U14s for this season. So not looking too bad with his opener, just getting nicely and calmly set into the course. 16-meter opener. That is for Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine. Time right now is a little after 8 a.m. So for you hearty souls that are watching us at about 2 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United States, or even 1:05 a.m. in the central time zone in the United States, you are most certainly welcome to keep on watching the coverage. But if the Sandman comes into play, then you rest assured that the coverage that you're watching right now is immediately archived after the completion of the day's events, and you'll be able to watch it. Even during the live coverage, you'll be able to scrub back along the timeline and be able to catch up on what you've missed so far during the day's proceedings. And for those of you that have subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, you can participate in the live chat, and there's a timely reminder there. And you'll also be informed as the next time we go live, which after this competition is going to be the European Under-21 Championships taking place in Vienna. But here we are at Salmsee, just outside Steinreg, which is a little community just a little ways south of the main city of Linz, which we commute in and out of to make it to this facility. Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine. This is now 30 meters. It's not looking too bad here. Hasn't really slalomed that much at 58K, but he's crushing it. 6 buoys there on 13 meters, and he's getting close to his PB of 1.5. So he's on fire out there, and he tricked enough to make it through to the trick finals, I believe. Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine, his fellow Ukrainian compatriot, is about to take to water. That's Mikhailchenko. Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine, one of our earlier skiers in this slalom event. We did have a series for yesterday, and from that series, the lead is still present. The two at 10.75 meters from pole Duplon Freiburg. So good skiing there from Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine. We see Dima from Switzerland, Dima Thompson from Switzerland, one of our camera crew here for TWBC. Our other camera crew is Leo Cederquist and Connor Pesek, along with Jeremy Scholl along the shore side. Looking good, come on. Look at this. This is personal best territory here. Does he make a play on number 4? He's inside, but he gets 3 buoys there. 3 buoys at least, and that is going to give him a new personal best at 58K. 3 on 12 meters, so well done to that young 14-year-old from Sentosa, which is located in Dnipro in Ukraine. That is Ivan Zelentsov. Ivan Zelentsov on 12 meters. This is getting this far down the course on 12 meters, and at this boat speed is rather uncharted territory for him, but he's able to make it at least halfway down course. So Ivan Zelentsov looking a little bit disappointed there for some reason. Maybe he harbored higher aspirations. Maybe he had designs on running this pass, and that certainly was the case off buoy number 1. And coming off the handle a little bit early off number 2, which meant that the ski had a harder time to re-engage with the cross-course transition from 2 to 3. And he just got later and later as a result, so he gets 2 on 12 meters, and that is a new PB there. 3 buoys on 12, I beg your pardon, and that gives him a new PB. In the meantime, Mikolajchenko, this is another skier from Ukraine, another skier who trains over at the Sentosa facility when it's possible to do so. Obviously, the current conflict that's taking place right now makes life in that regard a little bit more challenging, but Mikolajchenko getting through the opening pass of 16 meters without too much in the way of problems. So Mikolajchenko, aged 14. His personal best at 58 kilometers an hour. Take a look at this, folks. 1 at 10.75 meters. And it's pretty easy to tell why, considering he's probably the tallest member of their team. He stands even taller than the likes of Danilo Filchenko. So among his hobbies, if you could ever call these hobbies, robotics, math, and tennis also participates. Well, I mean, this sport should be enough to take a good portion of your time as well. And he would also like to say hello to his brother Victor, who is watching from Ukraine. Also to his coach Olga and Yevgeny and Alexandria, who've helped train him for a good few weeks before this competition in Riceto in Italy. So a skier from Sentosa, which is located in Dnipro, and not too sure how active that facility is right now, given what's going on in geopolitical politics and how that works its way into the current conflict that's brewing over there in this at this juncture. He's currently ranked 51 in Europe right now. So one of our skiers just trying to get psychologically prepared. I think that might actually be Alexander Menzor, but he's going to be coming up on the water very, very soon. Let's have a look. Mikolajchenko. This is 13 meters. Seems to have a pretty good handle on that pass, but almost coming off the handle way too early into number 4, and the ski almost a little bit too far behind him, but he knew how to react effectively to that situation. And as he pulls up to the left-hand side of the boat, he will now get ready for 12 meters coming up next. So he's going to be approaching 12 meters for the next pass, going in one pass later than our previous competitor, also from Ukraine, Ivan Zelentsov. And for those of you folks that are already tuning in, and you've got more than one person tuning in to this coverage with you, then get on the global watch party that's going on. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and click on the menu item at the top, or even better, if you've got your smartphone, scan that QR code and get involved with the watch party that's currently taking place all over the world in conjunction with this event, the 2025 Europe and Africa Waterski Championships. Here we go. Entrance gates number 1. This is 12 meters. You should have a fairly good handle on this pass, but some things are a little unpredictable. But what is working in his favor is a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. So great skiing there. So Mikolajchenko, the 7-time European U14 champion in various events, 2025 overall European U17 champion and multiple champion of Ukraine, with records also being held for his age category in the U14s. So I'm sure that he will be a presence and a force to be reckoned with in the U21s, which will be coming up in about a little over a week's or so time. Also in Austria as well. Austria very fortunate to have two titled European titled events: the European Open, which is taking place right now, and the European U21 Championships, which will take place clean across the other side of the country in Vienna. This now is 11.25 meters for Mikhailovchenko. There's one getting broken over off number one. He's around number two. He's still there, trying to use his height more and more on that pass, and unfortunately ending up with 3 buoys there on 11.25 meters, which should put him in the top 3 at this time. 3 at 11.25 meters there for Mikhailovchenko. Didn't get the start necessary to have a full impact on that particular run, but I'm sure he'll take that score of halfway down 11.25 meters, and that keeps him in good shape in regards to the overall competition as well. Coming off the handle a little bit soon off number 3 as the pole and the momentum were trying to combine there to try and get him outside the buoy line effectively. Just gotten broken over off buoy number 1, and that set a whole cascade of things that he didn't want to put himself into having to do out there on the slalom course. So it's going to be a 3 buoy count for Mikhailovchenko. Zdeněk Coleman Jr. from Czechia. Looks like the rope is going to be on 16 meters. Certainly looked long enough to be that line length, and apparently it is. So Zdeněk Coleman Jr. getting the job done on the opener on 16 meters. So as we take a quick look at the current leaderboard, we've got Paul Duplon-Freibourg with 2 at 10.75 meters, and Mikhailovchenko with 3 at 11.25 meters is currently lying in second spot ahead of Vasily Mazurkovic. Those are your top 3 at this time. So here we go. We've got our next skier about to take to the water. It is going to be Alexander Menzel, representing Germany. We're almost halfway done with the Series 3 slalom. We got 2 more series to go. Zdeněk Coleman Jr. Oh, and a little bit of showmanship around buoy number 6. Not always advisable, but I mean, if you can do it and get away with it, then all well and good. And a skier with the kind of skill possessed by Zdeněk Coleman, who managed to make his way into the men's trick final yesterday. Okay, so 2 passes in, 16 and 14 under his belt. Not too much to speak about beyond that. But now comes in on 13 meters. This is where things are going to start to get a little bit more challenging here for Zdeněk Coleman Jr. Well, getting a little bit deep here on 30 meters, and things aren't exactly improving there for him. He gets round to 3 and a little late on number 4, and has to make do with that score of 3.5. 3.5 on 30 meters for Zdeněk Coleman Jr. Just losing his balance and composure a little bit into buoy number 1, and didn't do much to improve his situation off buoy number 2 to get back into the run. And even his attempt on his next onside turn of 3 didn't yield too much in terms of a positive outcome. So it is going to be 3.5, 3 1/2 for Zdeněk Coleman Jr. As we work away towards our next ski on the list, it should be Alexander Menzel. All right, so looking at Alexander Menzel on the starting dock wearing Bev 38. And as we see Oliver, our boat driver, making his way back towards the starting dock. It's a new driver, Oliver Rambasek from Austria. I don't know whether this is the first time that he's pulled the European Championships or not, or a European titled event, but we certainly welcome new drivers into the cadre of available officiating in that realm. So Oliver Rambasek again ready to pull our next competitor. That next competitor should be Alexander Menzel. Alexander Menzel has a PB of 1 on 12 meters. Let's see what he can do to push a score towards that level. And Alexander Menzel is actually a college student. He represents the Clemson water ski team at NCWSA level. And skied for the Clemson Tiger water ski team in the most recent edition of the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships. But he's right here at the European Water Ski Championships, right here in Salmsee in Austria. Alexander Menzel. Seems to have a pretty good eye in for 16 meters. Trying not to overski it, which he almost did there on his approach into number 4, leaving the ski a little bit too far behind. And 14.25 meters should be a little bit more of a comfortable run for him, considering that when that line does get to that kind of length, it means that the skier can swing out a little bit wider and allow the ski's natural turn to create angle and direction across the back of the boat. And using the speed and centripetal force more effectively to get round all 6 buoys, which is best achieved when the line is shorter than 16 meters. On 16 meters, it's more of a case of just trying to curb your enthusiasm in terms of trying to push hard and get more speed across the wakes, because you're going to have to shut it down very, very quickly. But we moved on for 16. This is now 14.25 meters. This is Alexander Menzel of Germany. Nicely done. Round 4, 5 coming up. There we go. Round number 6. And has a good handle there. So 16 and 14 run back-to-back for Alexander Menzel. Alexander Menzel is our 4th skier on this list. Out of the 10 skiers that we have in this series now, the reason why we split off the running order into various series is it allows the officials a little bit of flexibility where it comes where it pertains to having to rerun a section of competitors in the slalom competition if there is a situation that requires skiers to be rerun, and they split off into different series. It's only the series in which things such as inclement weather or boat issues or even issues in regards to slalom course, if they affect a particular series, it's a lot easier to rerun competitors within that certain series rather than rerunning the entire field of slalomers, and that's why we split off the entire field into different sections. And those sections are determined by the skiers' ranking. Obviously, the higher the ranking, the later you go. As we see Alexander Menzel get a little bit out of sorts there on his approach into number 5, and we'll get 4.5 buoys there on that pass. 4.5 on 30 meters. A spike in the boat there off his entrance into buoy number 1, and the boat won't react favorably towards the skier if that continues, but getting a little bit loose into number 2 and getting later and later down course. A little bit of a delay off number 4, managing to get outside number 5, and things didn't look too bad out to that point, but unfortunately unable to transfer enough weight onto the tip of his ski to get the angle necessary to make an effective turn and complete pass on 13 meters possible. So Alexander Menzel, it's going to be 4.5 on 13 meters. All right, at dockside we have got Vincent Ahama. We anticipated Vincent Ahama being next, but it looks like we're going to go straight on with Oscar Domino. So as Alexander Menzel works his way back towards the starting dock, we will introduce to you our next competitor from Denmark. It's going to be Oscar Domino, wearing bib number 21. All right then, moving on to skier number 6 on this list is actually skier number 5 because we have an absence from Vincent Ahama. We go on to our next skier in that instance, and it is going to be Oscar Domino, a skier who competed last week in the U21 World Water Ski Championships in Canada. Oh, and unfortunately getting round number 3, but unfortunately unable to get much of anything else beyond that point, and that was an opening pass, 14.25 meters. So what happened here? A remarkable set of circumstances. Round number 1 looked pretty good there. Round number 2. And I don't know what happened here. Everything looked to be in good shape there. I don't know, a little bit of a fin release coming into number 4. It's very, very weird. Kind of like one of those real freakish moments that happen once in a blue moon. There's number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 and number 2. Number 3 didn't look all that bad either. But he just succumbed to the boat's pull and unfortunately didn't have enough direction to make it outside of buoy number 4. So it's going to be 3 buoys total there for Oscar Domino. So our next competitor to take to the water is going to be Peter Oravec from Slovakia. So wearing bib 81, our next competitor is about to take to the slalom course. It is going to be Peter Oravec from Slovakia. One of a couple of Slovakian skiers on this list. The second one will be taken to the water immediately afterwards in the form of Adrian Elias. So starting on 16 meters, this is Peter Oravec. Peter Oravec, who comes to us from Slovakia, as I previously mentioned. His personal best is halfway down 12 meters. And that ski almost hitting him clean in the face there off buoy number 5 into number 6. And almost a flat ski there all the way to the buoy. 5th in the U17 European Championship in jump. About a couple of seasons ago. And Slovak national champion in the U21s. Enjoys alpine skiing and going to the gym. All right then, so getting ready for pass number 2. It's going to be 14.25 meters. Just bringing the ski across the course now. Looking strong off the first couple of buoys. Don't see too much of anything wrong, except maybe his propensity to come off the handle a little bit soon off the second wake, rather than trying to increase his angle at the tail end of each turn. That's kind of forcing his hand a little bit more than he would have liked, but he does manage to get round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. So Peter Oravec doing a grand job there off the first 2 passes. A little shaky with the second one, mind you, but let's see if he can dig down deep here onto 13 meters. His personal best is 3 on the pass to come afterwards, should he get there, which is 12 meters. This is Peter Oravec, the U21 national champion of Slovakia. Oh, and Peter Oravec getting down here. Look at him go there on number 4. Oh, and narrow on number 5 and taking a really vicious fall out there. Hopefully he's okay. Kind of like bounced off the water a little bit after coming up narrow on number 5. But let's see what brought him there to start off with. Not allowing the ski to really run wide and maybe keep better line tension on each side. Skiing more or less buoy to buoy if you want to simplify the process in which he was trying to get through this run, and unfortunately narrow on number 5, and that contact with that buoy sent him careening into the water. It is going to be 4 1/2 at 13 meters. So things didn't look all that bad at the first 2/3 of the run, but he just let himself get pulled down course and didn't have much of an effective response there as got into the area of number 5 way too narrow. So Peter Oravec with 4 1/2, 4 1/2 at 13 meters. And now we're coming down to our final 3 skiers in this men's Series 3 event. Adrian Elias will be leading off those final 3. So next skier to take to the water with a personal best of 2 at 11, it is going to be Adrian Elias. This is Adrian Elias. His personal best is 2 at 11.25 meters. 3rd place in tricks overall at the Youth Europeans 2 seasons ago. fourth place in tricks in the Junior Worlds back in last season, and third place overall in the Junior US Masters 2025. So he's definitely got the skills to be a fantastic overall competitor. Gets through the opening pass, which I believe is going to be 14.25 meters. Yes, indeed. Using the yellow loop to get things up and running. This is Adrian Elias. So dockside right now, just getting prepared, is going to be Luca Rachenwald of Austria. A few of our skiers along the shore side from the Danish delegation as they look on and see what Adrian Elias can do for Slovakia, our second skier out for that particular nation. And getting the job done there. That is 13 meters. Aggressively and purposefully run behind that Malibu Response TXI. Solid skiing thus far from Adrian Elias. So in good solid shape there off the first couple of runs, 14 and 13, giving himself a lot of room to work with on the beyond the buoy line of each turn. So more and more folks are coming in to watch the spectacle that is the Open European Championships for 2025 here at Salmsey. The name of the venue outside of Styreg, which is a little community just outside the main city of Linz. Looking good, looking in good shape here, and he gets through that 12-meter run and puts himself in a position where he can start to attack the skiers that are currently in possession of a place on the top three at this stage. He would need to run 11.25 meters next in order to get close to Paul Diplom Freiberg, who currently has the lead with 2 at 10.75 meters. But for the meantime, Adrian Elias doing a grand job there at 12 meters. A little bit down course off number 5, but he had enough in hand to make the pass at 12 meters possible. All right there, so here we go. Adrian Elias, his personal best is 2 on this pass, 11.25 meters, so he's in personal best territory. He's round 1, doesn't make a play around buoy number 2, so he gets 1 at the least for that effort. Adrian Elias with 1 at 11.25 meters. But to ski that close to a personal best in a tournament of this magnitude is no mean feat. 1 at 11.25 meters for our young 18-year-old skier from Slovakia. It is Adrian Elias. There's number 1. Gets a good, I'll say a decent hook up there. Not really fully committed to that turn on buoy number 1. It's made harder by the fact that he is right foot forward, so even though he got a decent gate shot towards number one, the number one buoy itself just didn't have enough of a confident approach to get much of anything out of that. So inside buoy number two, quite clearly, he gets one buoy for his effort, and that is 11.25 meters. The final score from Adrian Elias, one buoy at 11.25 meters. Our penultimate skier in Series 3 Slalom, a skier that has skied here on many, many occasions before. It's going to be Luca Ruckenwald. So our next skier on the water right now, his name is Luca Ruckenwald. Personal best of 4 at 11.25 meters, representing Austria. And Luca Ruckenwald is a pretty well-rounded overall skier with a heavy emphasis on the jump event, where his PB is 231 feet or 70.5 meters. The current University World Jump Champion for 2025. Ranked as one of the top 3 jumpers in the world as of last season on the Water Ski Pro Tour. Was the runner-up in the European Championships last season, 2 seasons ago in 2023 in the jump event. That took place in San Gervasio, Bresciano. Among his hobbies when he's not doing this are golf, surfing, and road cycling. I wonder what he'd be like in a velodrome. Anyway, as we ponder that, Luca Ruckenwald attempting 13 meters. Just trying to run this steady, run it the best way he knows how. And through 14 and 13 meters, that is Luca Ruckenwald. So looking in good shape so far, so good there for Luca Ruckenwald. Right, and as our final skier in this series, Freak School gets prepared. Skier that is on the water before him is still out there competing on 12 meters. This is Luca Ruckenwald. Luca Ruckenwald, a member of the Austrian team, who I'm sure are going to count on a good performance here for a good placement in the team competition. Luca Ruckenwald representing Österreich. So we'll continue to look in at Luca Ruckenwald now. He's gotten through the first 3 runs. The latest of them are 12 meters. A little bit of a delay off number 2 and almost again getting broken over into number 3. But for the most part, he's got this pass very much under control. lets the ski rotate round and gets the job done. That is Luca Rackenwald. One of our next skiers getting ready for his go out there. That is Alexis Kisaglu from the Principality of Monaco. A little Freudian slip there, I apologize. Here we go, Luca Rackenwald on 11.25 meters. His personal best is 4. He gets round number 2. Good to go round number 3. Can he make an impression on 4? Gets to the ski round number 4. S-turns, equals his PB. Good skiing there. And that should be enough to vault Luca Rackenwald with his 4 buoy count, 11.25 meters, into second place right now behind Paul Diplom-Freiburg. Currently in second place right now, Mikhailovchenko will relinquish that second place spot on the strength of what we're seeing here with Luca Rackenwald. He gets cleanly outside buoy number 4. Does he get for the wakes in time? Yes, he does. Just slips that ski just on the right-hand side of that boat guide. And that should result in a 4 buoy count for Luca Rackenwald. Handle coming up high and on the inside on buoy number 1. Actually, buoy number 3, I beg your pardon, but he manages to get around 3 and number 4 and on the correct side of the boat guides. And here we go with our one and only representative of the Netherlands. This is Freek School. Trains over at the Ruiplas, which is just outside of Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Trying to work his way through the opening pass, and that was 14.25 meters for a Freek School. So not looking in terribly bad shape out there on the slalom course, with 14.25 meters being the pass that he opens up with. Freek School, who is our last skier in Series 3. Here we go. This is Freek School. This is 13 meters now. Just trying to stay intense behind the boat and allowing him the opportunity to get some more angle as he exits each buoy. That is a Freek School from the Netherlands. So driving hard off buoy number 1 there, Freek School, in an effort to keep his pace, almost dropping his shoulders a little bit too much there, coming into buoy number 3, but managing to steady the ship and keep things going in the right direction. That is Freek School, courtesy of the Netherlands. His personal best is 4 at 11.25 meters. We'll see how far he can get down that pass, provided that he runs the next. So this is freak score. Looking good. And he gets around all 6 buoys on 12 meters. One of the better passes that we've seen so far in this series, on the very last competitor within the series. So freak score out of the Netherlands, age 35. His personal best is 4 at 11.25 meters. The national and Benelux are a champion. So as we continue to look around and find our next competitors, first of which on the starting dock wearing bib 16, Claudio Kostenberger. He'll be the first competitor out in Series 2 now. Here's in a pass attempt at a personal best here for freak score. He gets around, he tries to get a vicious handle on the end of buoy number 1, but unfortunately unable to fully grab onto the line, and just has to cut loose after scoring half a buoy at 11.25 meters. You could see what he was doing. He got a good approach at the buoy number 1 and tried to get off number 1 as early as he could to be in better shape for number 2, but unfortunately for freak score, that plan unfortunately unraveled itself at half a buoy on 11.25 meters. Taking that inside elbow slam and taking the big hit there. So we'll move on to our next series. We're done with series 3. We're now going to go into series 2. All right, then. So the men's slalom leaderboard, Paul Duplon-Freiberg still in the lead after 2 complete series, Series 4 and Series 3. Luka Rakovac in second spot with 4. Mikhailovchenko with 3. And Vasily Mazurkovic with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. Adrian Elias running off the top 5 with 1 at 11.25 meters. Now, we're going to go into Series 2, and we're going to open up with our competitor from Austria. It will be Claudio Kostenberger. So all right, looks like we're going to run the boat up and down, and whilst we do that, we're going to step aside, rejoin us in just a moment as we get ready for men's Series 2 slalom. We'll be back right after this.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt, der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
All right, then. Welcome back to continuing live coverage of this, the Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Selmsee. And here is the running order for Series 2. Okay, Claudio Kostenberger will be our lead-off skier in Series 2, followed by Alexis Kisoglu of the Principality of Monaco. Marek Malinek of Slovakia, followed by Leo Cederqvist of Sweden, Vince Dadelbauer of Switzerland, Jakobonia from Sweden, Matvey Shurgin representing the white flag in this competition, and Francesco Calderola from Italia. So 8 skiers in this Series 2. And whoever is in the lead past this series will be the bubble score, as it were, to determine who makes it through to the next round. As a matter of fact, it's not just a case of getting that lead score; it's holding that lead for at least 1 or 2 skiers past the start of Series 1. That will be the determining factor as to who makes it through to the 12 skier final first. Claudio Kostenberger, let's see what he has in store for us, wearing bib 16 and representing Austria. Okay, 14.25 meter start for Claudio Kostenberger. Here we go, folks. Claudio Kostenberger bringing himself into the slalom course. Looking strong here for the first 2/3 of the run. The last third seems to be pretty much under control as well. So there we go, Claudio Kostenberger in good form. So Claudio there all the way down on pass number 1. Claudio, who is a pharmacist by profession. His personal best is 3.5 at 10.75 meters. So among his hobbies, aside from water skiing, are alpine skiing and ice hockey. So he's pretty much a winter sports enthusiast beyond the scope of what you see here. So apparently, among the titles that he holds, is voted the most childish member of Team Austria, voted unanimously, and he achieves that dubious distinction for the last 19 or so years. Here comes Claudio Kostenberger. This is 13 meters. And despite some of his off-water antics, he's still an effective athlete out there for Team Austria, getting round all 6 buoys on 13. And joining me here in the announcing position is Zane Nicholson.
Yeah, Tony, we just saw Claudio crush the 13 meters. Looking strong out here, getting his legs up under him for the slalom event. And we take a look at the replay here.
And quite a tall athlete, which in a lot of cases is an advantage for slalom, but sometimes it means that you have to work harder in one or two other areas to make yourself effective.
Yeah, I mean, behind the boat, it's a lot easier to generate speed. Being a taller skier, you see he stands really tall on the ski, and that allows him to use his leverage and generate speed. But sometimes the ski might not snap and turn as well, so he's having to work to get the ski turn. Where you see our shorter skiers really can manipulate the nose of the ski and get it to turn. So that those are kind of the spots you'll see where you have an advantage as a taller skier.
It's basically like the comparison between a long wheelbase truck and a short wheelbase like Cinquecento, isn't it?
Exactly. All right, this is 12 meters.
Here we go, 12 meters. Round, a little bit of a downward course, a slide there off buoy number 1, but still actually making his presence felt on 12 meters. Not the easiest 12 meters but unfortunately there for Claudio Kostenberger, unable to get round all 6 buoys on 12 meters.
Yeah, Tony, and I kind of noticed this at 13. He was kind of unloading the ski a little bit fast. You see it hopping on him, especially going to the 135 side. Going to 2-4, it's a little bit better, but I was noticing it going this way. Let's see if it does it here. See how it kind of hops and bounces that extra time, and it was kind of causing him to not carry the ski all the way out like he does on 246. So he just started running with the boat and couldn't catch up after he got behind.
And he got behind early and often, unfortunately, there for Claudio Kostenberger, and has to make do with 5 buoys on the 12 meters, and that currently puts him in about a 7th spot at this time, just ahead of Dima Thompson, but fractionally behind Freak School, who scored half a buoy on 11.25 meters. So getting into trouble early, and he just couldn't really get that ski and the tip of that ski nosed round and generate angle across the wakes in time for the next buoy. But our next skier to take to the water, wearing bib number 63, representing the Principality of Monaco, it is going to be Alexis Kiseglu. So as we continue on with this competition, how have you enjoyed your stay here so far in Austria, Zane?
It's been great, Tony. The weather's been really nice, and the site's great. So it's been awesome for skiing. And then we've had a couple dinners. Went into Linz and had dinner 2 nights ago, and that was great. And got to take the train from Vienna to Linz from the airport since we had flown in from Canada. So that got to see a little bit of it on the train ride, and yeah, it's been fun. How about yourself, Tony? Have you done anything to make Austria a little more fun for you?
Nothing too much at the beginning. It was basically all hands to the tiller. As soon as we arrived from Canada, I mean, we took a really early flight to Chicago, and then on to and then from Chicago all the way to Munich.
So you've been here working, but this lake, it's awesome, kind of out here in the foothills. And
Yeah, it's a bit of a hidden gem, really. I mean, if you wouldn't know it was here unless you were purposely trying to find it, But I mean, it is a fantastic arena. It's hosted previously 2 European Championship events, a whole slew of other pro type events, and it hosted the Open World Championships way back in 2007.
Yeah, no, it seems like a pristine site, and we saw some really good slalom skiing yesterday from the ladies, and we had a big score from Pole, running 2 at 10.7 to be the leader of this event, and we saw the women's jump event. That was a awesome one to watch. Utah going over 50 meters, and yeah, so it seems like it's set up for great skiing.
Just taking a little bit of a delay right now as we get ready for our next skier, who should be Alexis Gisaglu. All right, so it looks like our technical delay has been resolved. We're about to bring our boat into the course. Our boat driver in this instance is Ricardo Botas. .25 meter start.
Vince, you crashed again.
So it looks like we got a little technical difficulty that we're trying to resolve, and while that takes place, we're going to step one side, and we'll be back right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Okay, returning back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2025 Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Sitting next to me, to my left and to the right of your screen, is Zane Nicholson. So far, so good. We've got our camera in the boat reinstated, and we're in a position to where we can continue on. And we've got Alexis Akisoglu getting ready to take to the water. Ricardo Botas at the opposite end of the lake, halfway through the simulation. So here we go. We're getting ready for Alexis Akisoglu. It's going to be his bib number is a 63. His personal best coming into this event is 3 on 11.25 meters. And Paul Duplan Freiberg is still very much in the lead in this event. The only skier to get through 11.25 meters thus far in the men's slalom event, and that took place yesterday in Series 4. So we might know within about the next 10 or so skiers whether he has made it through to the final, Zane.
Yeah, no, Paul came out and skied awesome yesterday and crushed his 11-meter pass, and he put out a huge score for the guys to chase, and nobody's been able to catch him, as of yet today.
And skiing very close to his personal best, as a matter of fact, at the same time, So he's an informed skier at this time, especially as we work our way towards the World Championships, which are going to take place within about the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I think he skied a little early because he didn't have any scores from last year because he was injured. So, kind of coming out in Series 4 and really laying down the hammer and putting it on one. But right now we have Alexis from Monaco coming in. This is 14 meters. Nice looking start here. Kind of tough for him. He was getting ready to ski, and then we had some technical difficulties. So good for him to be able to get his head right and looking nice and smooth here as he's making it through his opening pass.
And skis out of the Roquebrune Serra-Jean facility in southern France, the home of the Monégasque Water Ski Federation. And again, the job done with 14.25 meters and just trying not to overski this, and he was successful in that endeavor.
Yeah, no, stayed nice and balanced, and you really see not a lot of movement in the upper body, really using those hands to get the hips pulled forward up over the front foot, and nice ski style here, and looking smooth here on his first pass.
Looking strong, looking confident there right from the get-go, and staying focused, which probably wasn't the easiest thing to do considering what was going on at the dock side for the last few minutes, but managed to get everything working right there on the first pass of hopefully many. Representing Monaco, this is Alexis Akisoglu. Looking good. Keeping a good eye on this run here. Alexis Akisoglu with a 14 and 13 under his belt now. And there's very little to pick apart on that run. He seems to have a lot of confidence going into this event there, Zane.
Yeah, he looks really dialed. I thought that was really strong. Nice skiing out of him. As we see here, again, really still with the upper body, but really keeps his hands in, so it swings that ski out. He gets high up on the boat, and he smoked two ball right there. Now here, Tony, I think I saw him check up just a little bit, so people at home that are watching, you can see he brings, I can't see it from that angle, but he brings his handle into the inside hip, which causes the ski to kind of make a check, and it just, that check comes from where he's moving his hands across his body. So you'd like to see him as the line gets shorter, maybe, be conscious of that and bring his hands across his body, get everything where he wants to be right at the finish of the turn, so when the boat hooks up, the ski doesn't have to, let up its speed and it can finish through the turn.
And the boat concerned is the Malibu Response TXI, being driven by Ricardo Botas. Let's see what occurs here with Alexis Kissiglu. This is going to be 12 meters. His personal best is halfway down the pass to come afterwards, which is 11.25 meters. Tell you what, not looking bad at all there on 12 meters, aside from that number 5 as he gets just about makes it through for the remaining third of the course.
Yeah, I mean, again, I thought he looked good at the start, Tony, and then got a little bit, he broke over at the waist a little bit out of 2 ball. I thought 1 ball was awesome. Gates and 1 were great. And then here you see he breaks at the waist just a little bit to make the turn, so he didn't quite get his hands up, and he was a little bit, had his shoulders unlevel, so it caused him to kind of hunch over. And then here he pulled a little long to 4, didn't take a great angle that way, and that's what caused him to, not get great out of 4, was late out of 5 and rushed the turn, but was nice and strong over to 6, got around it, and so now he gets a chance for the 11 meters. Maybe we see a PB today. Maybe.
We've seen at least one or two skiers achieve that lofty distinction, including Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine, who scored 3 buoys on 12 meters as our very first skier of the morning. And I think Paul Duplon-Freiberg, who is actually our leader in this competition, was very close to a personal best as well. So here we go. Let's see what Alexis can do. Good stout pull out there to the left. Oh, nicely done around buoy number 1. Look, he's still there on number 2. And he gets around number 3, so he gets to within half a buoy of his personal best. But I suspect that he had designs on running the complete pass, and certainly had the start that would have enabled him to do it there, Zane.
Yeah, he had a really good gait, and I thought right here off of 1 did good, but you see how he crushed with the shoulders. He didn't wait and let the ski keep moving. He kind of went with his upper body, so it caused him to be a little fast at 2, so see him rush there, and then go into 3. He just didn't quite get enough angle going behind the boat, so he showed up a little late and had to rush the turn there and wasn't able to hang on to it. But I mean, I thought the start right here, Tony, was real good. You see, rope was a little bit loose, but he managed it, got the ski up under the rope, and then here at a 1, gets the hands to his outside hip, and then just kind of crushes with the upper body going to 2 ball.
But he makes it round 2 ball, and just the handle just getting up just a little bit too high there off number 3, and that sent him careening into the water. But the score produced was 2.5 at 11.25 meters. That should put him in the top 5 at this time. All right, then, here we go. This is Marek Malajnik of Slovakia, who has actually made it on to the World Championship Slalom Finals in at least one occasion, and produced a personal best to get that far. His personal best these days is halfway down, 10.75 meters for Marek Malajnik. And looking very, very confident out there as well on the pass number 1 of 13 meters.
Yeah, he does a one-handed gait, Tony, so a little bit different than what we've been seeing out of most of our skiers. But looking nice and strong, making his way through 13 meters. And, you see right here, really good into 4, gets that shoulder around, rotates his hips, and really strong skiing.
And there's there's a difference between some aspects of the one-handed gate shot. There are one-handed gate shots that are used to actually facilitate a tighter, better turn, more angle, and then there are some which help in terms of being more in control of line tension right off the turn. A slightly more conservative start, but able to arrive at number one with more control.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you don't see that one that where they go out real late and do a zero ball turn like they used to.
Like Marcus Brown,
yeah,
for example.
a lot of the, Marcus and Jamie Bashane back in the day used to do those. Now they're more of like a hybrid two-handed gate, but you go out there and you get a better turn when you rotate in with one hand is the idea behind it. So it's more like you're putting the aspects of two into your gate turn, and then you get kind of the benefits going to three ball.
Oh no, and he goes down off buoy number 5 on his way to number 6.
Oh, that is unfortunate, Tony. I thought he was looking so smooth here. See that again, that one-handed gate looking good. So he gets a good swing into one, nice and tight off of one. That was a textbook one ball from a lefty. Let's see what happens to him, Tony. Right there, you see he kind of gets the handle to the inside, so it causes him to have a little more speed because he checked up out of 3. And then here into 5, you see he gets off the handle really early, has to drop that shoulder, almost doesn't get outside 5 ball, and just gets a little too much load and can't hang on to it.
Down he goes around buoy number 5, and that results in an eventual score of 4.5 on 12 meters. And Marek Malinek certainly came in with a bold opening pass and tried to replicate that on 12 meters. But this event can be unpredictable at times. And illustrating that point is Marek Malinek with his score of 4.5 on 12 meters. Next competitor to go is Leo Cederquist, and he too has decided to go in with the bold option, a 13-meter opening pass. Leo Cederquist.
And Leo been helping out with TWBC a little bit there, Tony, so we've kind of gotten to see him ski quite a bit, and been skiing pretty well as of late. So hopefully he can put one together here and get a big score. We've seen him into 10-7 a few times this season, so he's definitely somebody that has a chance to challenge that lead.
Right you are, and 30 meters on that opening pass run successfully. Now Leo Cederquist, his personal best is 2 at 10.75 meters. The U21 Slalom national champion for this season, Leo Cederquist. His hobbies, he says he's a jack of all trades. It's not bad to have some overall ability in that regard.
Yeah, no, that's one of those people that you like to call when you have a problem if they know how to do a lot of things. So it's definitely a good quality to have.
All right, as we continue on, a reminder that if you want to get a grip on your competition, then check out Pro Gear by going to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. Check out their latest lines of gloves and other water ski related accessories. Skier on the dock getting ready to go is a Vincent Stadelbauer wearing bib 73, but preceding him out there on the water on 12 meters is Leo Cederquist. Leo, let's see what he can get done here. There's number 1. Nicely done off the handle. I like that approach there into number 2. But sometimes it can backfire on you if you come off the handle that early, but he's confident enough in doing that, so he gets the job done with 13 and 12 meters under his belt, and 11.25 meters beckons next.
Yeah, Tony, that was nice and strong skiing out of Leo. Thought one ball was really nice, and then you kind of pointed out it too. Watch, he swings, he takes the handle all the way out to the buoy line before he lets go. That was really nice, so that made that 2 ball absolutely slam. Now he got a little bit slow out of 5 ball, I believe. I thought 4 was really nice, and then here out of 5, you see him, he kind of checks his speed, make sure he gets through it, and you see him bring that handle to the inside, which causes the ski to check up, and you know, he managed his speed, so now he got through that pass, and now going to have you know, going to feel confident going into this next one and have a chance to take down the 11 meter.
Okay, and 11.25 meters, the first instance in where the handle actually comes up short of buoy width. The course width is 11.5 meters wide. The rope length is 11.25 meters in length. Here we go, Leo Cederquist. Entrance, buoy 1. Oh, takes a hard snap off buoy number 1. He's round number 2. He's still there, you know. He's taking a huge slam on number 3 and unable to get much of anything else beyond that point. So that's going to also put him somewhere in around about the top 5. It's getting rather crowded at the top with scores into 11.25 meters, but Leo Cederquist got a good approach off number 1, but it was a shame that the remainder in buoys of the pass weren't as good.
Yeah, and you just see he's when he turns 135 there, he's dropping that shoulder and trying to do everything with his upper body, and it causes that ski to just really rock through the turn, and then he's out of position when he loads up, and it caught him out at 1, and thought he did a pretty good job going to 2, but then going to 3, he had so much speed he couldn't manage it on the 3 ball. See how he snatched it to the inside there, Tony. And then here at 2, he took the handle out pretty far, so it kind of kept the line tight. He got a good turn, but then here, same thing from 1. Just goes with a lot of speed, tries to snatch the turn, and unable to get outside of that 4 ball.
All right, and the score being 3 buoys there at 11.25 meters for Leo Cederquist. And there is your current leaderboard, Paul Duplan-Freiberg with 2 at 10.75 meters, the only person up to this point to have run through 11.25 meters. We've got Luca Ruckenwald in second place with 4, and a whole smattering of others crowding around, either between 2.5 and 3.5 at 11.25 meters. Now, who is going to make the breakthrough here in Series 2? The kind of breakthrough that would maybe sustain a lead from that particular group and maybe enough to maybe keep that position all the way through until about 2 or 3 skiers deep in Series 1. We're just waiting for that breakthrough as we now get ready for our next competitor. Coming to us out of Geneva in Switzerland, this is going to be Vincent Stadelbauer wearing bib 73. Okay, a 14.25 meter start has been selected by Vincent Stadelbauer for his opener. Selecting the slightly softer option going forwards with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Now, he hasn't had an awful lot of opportunity over the last few weeks to practice, especially often, but we'll see what he can do with his opening pass to affect a positive score going forwards. This is Vincent Stadelbauer, and gets the job done with the opening pass of 14. Not looking too bad here with this shot. Oh,
Yeah,
getting broken over into buoy number 1, though.
Do you see that at the gate, Tony? I noticed that he kind of loaded up really hard, and then, I think he realized he was going to miss the gate, so let up and got a little broken forward. But, he's been busy, and then we had some technical difficulties, and he was running around right before his set. So, probably just had to get his mind back on water skiing and shake it off. And at the end of the pass, he looked pretty good. So, yeah, so, and I know he's been busy, traveled a bunch, was in Canada, and so good to get that one under his belt, and, now he'll be ready to work for the next pass.
Ricardo Botas at the helm of that Malibu towboat. All right, mashing the throttle down, and the zero off very quickly after that takes care of maintaining the proper average speed for this event for this skier. It's at 58 kilometers an hour. Keeping everything in check here. Trying to stay upright here on this pass of 30 meters, and gets it to go there. And but there are some aspects of his skiing that are quite noticeable.
Yeah, the timing is a little off. You can tell his gates. He's not super settled at the gate, and he's got a little more speed, I think, than he'd like when he turns in. So he turns in really hard, and it just kind of he does fine at the start, but then it starts catching him when he gets further down the course. He starts really running with the boat just because he's kind of running out of. He's running out of his swing, so still looking good, though. Got through that one, so now he's got the 12-meter. Going to have to run it, and then if he wants a chance to take down the 11, which is right now the money pass.
All right, 12 meters coming up next there for Vincent Stadelbauer on the strength of his opening 2 passes of 14 and 13 meters. 12 meters, the last instance that we see the rope length coming up with the handle on the outside of the buoy line. Extends beyond that point by half a meter. Here we go. This now is Vincent Stadelbauer, 12 meters. Let's see what he's got. He's got an Alpha 2 setting on the zero off. All riding up on the back of the ski, but still managing to get enough of it down in the water to get effective angle, and he gets round all 6 on 12 meters.
Tony, that was nice. That was a pretty good pass.
That was better than the first 2.
Yeah, I think he finally got his timing right a little bit better at the gate and
got his groove back.
Yeah.
On pulling out rather early for the gates, though.
Yeah, but he's been going too fast, so I think he knew he needed to slow down a little bit. And looking good here, you see, rocked back a little bit, but he kept moving. He didn't just pulling with his arms. He kind of moved and used the boat to pull himself up over on 3. And yeah, that was a strong pass out of Vincent.
Indeed, it was. Once he got into his groove off the first couple of buoys, he just needed to maintain, and that's exactly what he did. He got round all 6 buoys there on 12 meters. 11.25 meters, it beckons there for him as we see a few more of our skiers slowly get prepared for their runs. Next skier to come up is going to be Jakob Bonja from Sweden. He's there getting ready, but we'll see what Vincent can do with 11.25 meters, pulling out early once again, but that is to rectify the amount of speed that he brought in to the course on the previous runs. He gets, I believe he got that ski outside of buoy number 3, but unfortunately the S-turn didn't quite help him out.
Yeah, let's see. Again, he pulled out early, Tony, but his speed is better, so it helps him out here at 1. Got a decent 1 here, but you see right there he separates and lets go of the handle a little early for 2, so a little loose line out of 2. Let's see, throws the ski outside of 3, so he did get outside of it, it looked like to me, Tony, but then didn't take a S-turn or didn't manage the rope and unable to hang on to get the full 3. So
2.5 is
2.5
scored
there for him. So that's still good skiing, though. He looked a lot better as he moved through that set. And there again, you see the gate and really had everything right. The rope was pretty tight here off of 1. And right here, he gets off the rope a little early and just causes him to run with the boat and a little loose line. And that's what caught him out at 3-ball. But
that currently puts him in a 3-way tie for 5th right now with Alexis Kisaglu and Vasily Mazurkovic. All right, next competitor up is going to be Jakob Bonya, and he is going to go in on 30 meters. All right, let's see what he's got there. 30 meters, a pretty bold start. But you'll find that a lot of competitors, as we work our way towards the end of this list in Series 2 and indeed Series 1, you'll find that more and more of those competitors will start to utilize this option. Personal best of 3 at 10.25 meters, and that was produced way back in 2018. 3rd in the Open Europeans in 2018. And gold medalist in the U21 Europeans from 2018 all the way through to 2019.
Yeah, and I know Jakob's a really strong skier. I know he had a bit of an injury, so kind of kept him off the water for a little while and been getting back from that and looking really strong out here, making his way through his opening pass.
So working his way on 13 meters, just trying to get the heart rate up in a hurry. Just get his metabolism going in a way that would actually help him out during the course of this run in slalom. So from 13 to 12 meters. Here we go. Jakob Bonya looking in good rhythm out there and keeping everything on an even keel. I like the look of that pass, and I'm sure you do as well, Zane.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. He struggled a little bit on 135. 1-ball not so much, but you see at 3 kind of checks up, and then at 5 it kind of did something a little funny too. So right there was really nice, good gate, good start here. But watch right here, Tony. I think he kind of checks the ski up. You see right there, brings the handle in a little high, a little slow turn. And, then here at 5-ball, does something a little strange. Same thing, kind of brings the handle to the inside a little bit high.
Yeah, just coming off the handle.
Turn. Yeah.
Coming off the handle a little early into number 5, and the ski guard gone a little bit behind him as a result. So doing the same thing there. On top of that, kind of exacerbated the lateness off that turn from 5 into number 6. So we have got Jakob Bonya on the water. Pass number 3. This is an attempt at 11.25 meters, having run 13 and 12 for his opening 2 passes. Let's see what he's got on Alpha 2. Only one competitor thus far in this slalom event has run this pass. Jakob Bonya, round number 3. Good to go round number 4. A little loose off 4 into 5. And from 5 into number 6. And he is the second competitor to make it through that pass at 11.25 meters, and is now taking aim at Pole du Plan Freiburg score of 2.
Yeah, and the thing about it, Tony, is he can run this next pass. He's got plenty of scores into the 10.25, so Looking strong here. Made some adjustments from the 12-meter pass, and yeah, looking really good here. Never in question on this 11-meter pass, and you know, way smoother than his first couple that he did to warm up.
Yep, and just funny how that happens. A little loose off that number 4. Just gave up a little bit of that stack towards the boat, but he had enough in hand to get round number 5 and round number 6, and maybe he was checking up a little bit early rather than doing all of it on number 5. He started early by doing that on number 4, and it kind of eased things up for him on that particular run. So Jakob Bonje, he's now got a chance to take the lead, and the first time that the lead could possibly be challenged by any skier other than Paul Duplon-Freiberg. Here we go. Anything more than 2 will take the lead. There's number 1. There is number 2. Does he make it outside buoy number 3? I'm not too sure whether the ski managed to get it on the outside. I'm thinking he did, and because he was in a hurry to get that ski back in front of the next set of boat guides. But we'll get a more definitive view with this shot there, Zane.
Yeah, I think he got outside of 3. You see there, though, he got off the handle a little early into 1, so you know, kind of had to wait to turn the ski, and then right there tried to slam 2 ball and just didn't quite get the turn that he was looking for. But gets outside of 3 ball, gets a nice S turn, gets back before the boat guide. So he is your new leader, and that's a big score, you know, with 18 more skiers left to go or something like that, Tony.
We've actually got 13 in Series 1, 2 more to go in Series 2, so we got 15 to go. So we'll know within maybe about 3 or 4 skiers what is necessary to make it through to the next round of the competition. But so far as Jakob Bonje is concerned, he accomplished his mission by taking the lead, and now he has to wait to see what our remaining 2 skiers have in store for us, the remaining 2 skiers of Series 2. There is your leaderboard right there. Bonje in the lead. Paul Duplon-Freiberg with a 2 at 10.75 meters, currently in second spot now. All right, so skier about to take to the water. This is going to be Matvey Shugin. So Matvey Shugin skiing under the white flag. His personal best is 3 at 10.75 meters. So getting in deep on a couple of these turns, but still able to possess enough strength and enough self-awareness to be able to run the opening pass. I think that was 13 meters. It certainly looked every bit of that particular pass. We'll double check and make sure, but not looking bad there on pass number 1.
Yeah, Tony, I believe that was a 14-meter start, so not electing to do the same start that the last 2 skiers did, but looking nice and strong here, getting through the opening pass.
And starting to ease up a little bit off buoy number 3, but still able to maintain some semblance of rhythm as he got off 4 into 5 and got all 6 buoys on the opener. So good skiing there for Matvey Shugin. So waiting for his turn is Francesco Calderola from Italy, wearing bib 46, but wearing bib 61. Matvey Shugin skier skiing under the auspices of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation's Europe Tournament Council. And skiing through that pass, I believe that's going to be 13 meters. We'll get confirmation of that in just a moment. All right, so 13 it is. And an impressive looking second pass there's Zane.
Yeah, no, looking good. He pulled out a little bit hard down there at the gate, so that was one thing I did notice, and that kind of caught him out there at 2-ball. But then after that, looked really nice, kind of managed his speed, managed the rope a little bit better to the back half of the pass. And so that'll be something to watch out for this next pass for 12. Just doesn't want to give it that really hard yank out for the gates like he did there, and make it a little more of a progressive pull out, and that'll help him out on the 2-ball turn.
So Matvey Shagin, his personal best is about halfway down, 10.75 meters. So he's still a ways away from achieving a score of anywhere close to that distinction. As Louis Duplan-Freiberg right there, just going through his motions and trying to get himself mentally prepared for what he's going to have to conjure up with Slalom Series 1 coming up very, very soon. Looking good there, Matvey Shagin. 14-13, and now this is 12. And gets it done. Certainly impressed with what I've seen so far. The control, the angle, the leverage from one side of the course to the next. All seemingly under control here by Matvey Shagin there, Zane.
Yeah, no, he was looking good there. I thought that was a much stronger pass, and really had a good gate, and that got him a good start, and then kept him rolling all the way through it. So looking good. Now going to have to, got to get through this 11 meter if he wants to challenge the lead, and it's going to take basically a PB if he wants to take the lead outright, but could tie a PB and tie Jacob Bogny for the lead.
All right, so on the water there, Matvey Shagin with that effort on 12 meters, setting himself up for 11.25 meters. And as I say, his personal best is halfway down, halfway down 10.75 meters. So he is capable of running this. The question is he capable of doing it now? Matvey Shagin, there's one. Looking good for number 2, keeping good line tension on this pass. There's 3, there's 4, and it blows the tail on that ski. So it is going to be a 3.5 buoy score.
Yeah, and he got into a little bit of trouble at 2-ball, Tony. So thought he was pretty all right at the gate. You see him gets a good 1, but watch, he gets off the handle real early there into 2. So loose line, and now he's running with the boat to 3. And needed a really big turn out of 4 and just couldn't keep the fin in the water.
All right, so Matvey Shagin getting 3.5 for this effort there, Zane, and just tried a little bit too hard to get around that number 4 and start getting his leverage towards 5.
Yeah, and like I said, he kind of got off the handle early into 2, and it caused him to start running with the boat, and so then he had a lot of speed going into 4, and he, as a lefty, he just tried to really push that turn, and the ski didn't like it and blew the tail. So not able to get through the 11-meter pass, and not able to take the lead. So Jakob's still sitting there kind of. We've got 14 skiers left, so he's getting ready to know if he's in the final or not. put out a big score with 3 at 10.7. So we'll see what our next skier has in store for us.
And our last skier in Series 2, this is Italy's Francesco Calderola.
All right, 14-meter start for the Italian skier, and looking nice and strong, really early and wide for the buoys, and this is a great skiing for an opening pass here from Francesco.
And Francesco has a personal best of 5.5 at 10.75 meters, so he's definitely quite a capable skier, and one would surmise with that kind of ranking scorer coming into this event that in order to actually be a skier in Series 1, you would effectively have run 11.25 meters in the past. 10.75 meters in the past, and posted up a score at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, or at least have a very, very high 10.75. So we'll see. He's definitely capable and looked really strong there on the opening pass.
Yes, he did. And we're waiting on our first skier to take to water out of Series 1. That is going to be Damir Filaretov. We have 13 skiers in Series 1, don't forget it. We only take the top 12 through to the men's slalom final. So even if the lead is taken with our very first skier on the off the starting dock in Series 1, it's by no means conclusive quite yet as to whether that lead will be enough to send the skier through to the final. Here we go, Francesco Calderola. This is 13 meters, driving hard from one side of the course to the next, age 21.
Yeah, one thing I like out of this skier, Tony, is he lets the ski finish the turn all the way before he starts to load, so he's really using zero off to his advantage and making it nice and easy on the driver to know where he's at all times, and really strong, and hopefully he can keep that flowing all the way through this set.
So looking good here for the majority of this pass. Francesco Calderola. In the Open European Championships, just in case you want some kind of basis for reference as to what it took to make it through to the 12 skier final. You needed a score of at least 3.5 at 11.25 meters, and there was a multiple way runoff to determine who that final person or persons would be to compete in the top 12. But I suspect that the cut line is probably going to be, it is going to be substantially higher, I would imagine. Francesco Calderola. There's number 1. Looking strong here. Round 4, round 5, and number 6. He was in complete control of that pass. He had designs on running it right from the get-go.
Yeah, no, he's really attacking the course. Looked really strong. Came up a little short at one of the buoys. I believe it was 4-ball, but didn't let it bother him, and really good here at the gate. Really strong gate, and then you see him. He goes into attack mode off of 1, and he's got himself set, to run that pass. Basically off of 1 and 2 there.
Getting the job done with the first 3 passes, 14, 13, and 12. 11.25 meters beckons next there for Francesco Calderola. Francesco Calderola last season ended up in 20th spot and scoring 1.5 at 11.25 meters to give him that position. Let's see what he's capable of doing right here, right now.
You do this? Yeah, top side. Real quick, before you get back on the computer. We're having an issue with recording. It says
Here we go, Francisco Calderola. This is 11.25 meters. Gets himself into a good start there. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Still continuing to ski. Round buoy number 4. Gets 4 buoys there. That should put him in the top 3 or 4 right now. So we round off the men's Series 2 competition with that score from Francisco Calderola.
Yeah, Tony, he got a little bit too much there out of 1, and it caused him to have a bunch of speed going to 2 and swung his feet a little too early, and that kind of caught him out. So that's what kind of got him there. But has still strong skiing. I think that puts him in a tie with Luca Rockenwald at 4 at 11.
Yep, currently in a 2-way tie with Luca Rockenwald currently for 3rd spot right now. That is Francisco Calderola. So as we get ready to enter the Slalom Series 1, our lead skier is Jakob Bonja with 3 at 10.75 meters. So Francisco Calderola with a 4 buoy count, and there you see him there with a 2-way tie for 3rd with Luca Rockenwald, and still in the lead, Jakob Bonja. All right, we're going to take a quick time out while the boat is being refueled, and when we return, it'll be continuing coverage of the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championship coming to you live from Selmsee, just outside Linz in Austria. We'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
All right, then. Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and just getting another mouthful of that Linzer cake into his system is Zane Nicholson. So, first taste of Linzer.
That was delicious, Tony. I'm glad you shared that with me.
All right, then. So we got the Open Men's Slalom overall leaderboard. We've got Jacobanya with 3 at 10.75 meters. He currently has the lead. Paul Duplon Freiberg currently in second with 2 at 10.75 meters. Luca Ruckenwald in a two-way tie for third with Francisco Calderola with 4 at 11.25 meters. As we now introduce our skiers in Series 1, starting off with Damir Flaratov and then Daniela Filchenko, Alexander Schiel. We've got Louis Dupont Freiberg, Charlie Emmett, Victor Schultz, Martins Moritz Engelhardt, Martin Bartowski, Matteo Lazzeri, and the rest of the list is there. And we'll conclude the men's running order with Thomas de Gasperi, our number 1 seeded skier. Here we go. Damir Flaratov, 14.25 meters opening pass.
Yeah, and we saw Damir last weekend at the Under-21 World Championships in Canada, and he skied into, or kind of squeaked into the preliminary, in the preliminary round, squeaked into the final. He was the bubble scorer, and then, we saw him get through the 11-meter pass in the final. So definitely one of these guys that's fully capable of taking down 11 meters and being able to, challenge the lead.
Okay, not too bad on pass number 1. He's got less than 20 seconds starting from now on the transition time at the other end of the course. Not looking bad for the most part on the pass number 1, but it's early doors yet for Damir Flaratov, who will be challenging for that coveted overall title as the event progresses. His fellow Ukrainian teammates there are the Daniela Filchenko on the starting dock. Here is Damir Flaratov. 13 meters coming back. And getting the job done there with a 6 buoy count on 13 meters as he sets himself down at the northern end of the course and gets ready for the next run. That is Damir Flaratov, and pretty impressive stuff out there for the former athlete from the University of Louisiana at Monroe.
Yeah, I believe he's got one more year there at school, and
oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he'll be there with the Warhawks this season, and yeah, looking strong out here. And he's really good at the trick event, Tony, and you notice these trickers are really good and they're really active with their hips, so he really gets the ski to turn, snaps it around, and using that to his advantage and looking really nice and smooth on that second pass.
Right, you are. And just seems to have an ease about him on that slalom course as one of our skiers appears to be getting worked on by our French delegation. All right then, folks, here we go. Malibu towboat making its way into the course. Damir Filaretov. This is going to be the 12-meter attempt with the blue loop. Looking good, looking strong for the most part, and even has time for one or two bobbles and still run that pass early on 12.
Yeah, Tony, and I talked about this just a few skiers ago about turning too hard and you're getting a little bit too much and it catching you out on the other side. But he slammed 2-ball and got this really big turn, but then you see the ski, it swings out really early into 3, and the ski really didn't quite want to turn at 3-ball. But that's something that happened, as you see here. Got a pretty good start here, but watch his 2-ball. He gets so much angle right off the backside of it, and then it catches him out over at 3-ball. You see here he's nice and good, but here he's got to give up to the boat, and he starts to run. And you see it was slow, and it didn't quite finish the turn. So hopefully, here when he gets here to this 11 meters, you want to see him not go quite so hard and, still get the same start, but maybe not slam 2-ball quite as hard and then be able to have a little bit better play at 3-ball.
All right, as we check in on Vincent Stadelbauer and base control here on TWBC as we continue to look at other spots along our venue there. We see Danila Filchenko. He's just pacing up and down, getting ready for his go as our skier, also from Ukraine, 11.25 meters. A little bit of a suspect start there, but still able to get as far as number 3, and he's not going to be happy with that, I don't think.
No, that's probably not the score he was looking for there, Tony. Really didn't quite get the gate and one that he wanted, to get down that pass, and then it kind of went to survival mode and got outside 3, and maybe now he's going to have to sit and hope that maybe that log jam at 3, if we have some other skiers go down early. He might have a chance for a runoff, but it's not looking good there for his finals chances.
All right, and what this score essentially means is that the bubble score now is in effect. That means that the top score from for Jakob Bonnier with 3 at 10.75 meters has to be exceeded at this stage in order to make it through to the men's slalom final. It may not end up taking a score of more than 3 and 3 to do it, but at this early stage of the game, if the remaining 12 skiers have designs of making it through to next round, then they have to ski more than 3 at 10.75 meters at the absolute minimum at this juncture. So, with Damir Filaretov making his way back to the shore with a 3 at 11.25 meters. Now, that task that I just alluded to is now been put on the shoulders of our next skier. This is Danila Filchenko. In good, in all kinds of shape there off buoy number 4. He would not have liked that part.
Yeah, you almost cursed him there, Tony. He was looking really smooth, and then at 4-ball kind of dropped the shoulders and almost went down. That would have been really bad for his overall campaign, but managed to stay over the ski, get through it. Now he'll have a sigh of relief and hopefully try to bounce back from that dicey 4-ball.
So, folks from our local TV are arriving on site. They'll do some reporting here for the local TV station. Probably with ORF, the All right, we see Danilo Filchenko get through on pass number 1. It's probably not the easiest run that he's had right off the dock. All right, here comes Danilo Filchenko. 30 meters, and hopefully he'll get past this run a little easier than he did on 14.25 meters. Maybe trying to run it a little too easy on the opener, but there you go, 13 meters. I think he's starting to find his groove a little bit there, Zane.
Yeah, no, definitely. That pass looked a lot better. I thought the 14-meter pass looked really good. He kind of got caught out at 4, and that was kind of a little bit of a mistake. And you're probably right. It's probably just trying to take everything easy, and then came up a little short at 4 ball. But this pass, he attacked the gate, looked really strong going through there, and got a nice start. And you just see it looks really good. He's really good with taking the hands all the way out to the buoy line, so he has good rope control. And, looking nice and strong through this 13-meter pass.
Right, Danilo Filchenko, who's medaled at a World Games level in the last cycle of the World Games that took place in Birmingham, Alabama, about 4 years ago. Let's see what Danilo can do here and now. 11.25 meters will be his target next, assuming that he runs the 6-buoy count at 12 meters. And I tell you what, he is not looking comfortable out there going from that direction for some reason.
Yeah, he struggled with that pass, and I don't know. I think maybe he's struggling with his gates from the dock end, and just never looked settled on that one. But at least he got through it. So now he can take it from the end where he was skiing a little more confident, and we'll see if we can get him through this 11-meter pass.
Okay, so we've got Danilo Filchenko on the water. He was late off buoy number 1, but he still managed to get enough angle and enough push ahead of number 2. Now number 3, where things started to get unraveled.
He almost blew the tail there, Tony. He started to push on it, and the tail started to blow on him, and then he had to rock back, and that's kind of what you saw there. That's what really kind of made it icy. But you were right. He was late out of 1 ball, so I think he's struggling with his gates from this end. Might not just have his pull-out timing dialed. It's a little different on both ends. So good job to make it through that. And now, he's really going to need to get, his timing right here for the, his 11-meter gate.
All right, then. So let's continue on with 11.25 meters with Ricardo Botas at the helm of that towboat. He needs to essentially run this pass to put himself in a position to where he can maybe make it through to the next round. Oh, my word. And he gets round number 3, exactly the same score as Damir Filaretov, with 3 at 11.25 meters. And that therefore means that Jakub Bonia is through to the next round.
Yeah, and I thought when he ran 3, I was like, that'll definitely get him in. It's a big score. I know there's a bunch of good skiers here in this event that can ski more than that, but I thought that 3 would be, pretty good enough to get him in. And as you see Danilo here on his replay, just didn't quite. He got off the handle a little early into 1, so a little loose line off of 1, and then carries a lot of speed into 2 and just wasn't able to get through this pass. So that'll be 3 and ties Damir. So that'll be big for the overall, overall campaign. So right now, the bubble score, Tony, is 2. Any piece of 3 ball at 10-7 puts you into the final. If you get less than that, we'll have to start moving, down the list. But 2 1/4 is the bubble score right now. That's what you need to solidify your spot into the final.
All right then, folks, and our next skier to take to the water, third person off the dock in men's Series 1. It is from Austria, Alexander Schiel. And he's decided to go in on 13 meters. This is home site. Let's see what he can get done here with a 13-meter start. Alexander Schiel, who has a personal best of 3 at 10.75 meters, needs 2/3 of that score to advance. So right here, right from the get-go, the current runner-up of the U21 European Championships from a more recent reiteration of that championship. So he's won his fair share of titles, and he's also a member of Louisiana's Raging Cajun water ski team. So applying his trade on both sides of the Atlantic, as we see him get quite effective on the opening pass.
Yeah, and I really dig those shorts, Tony. Got the American flag shorts, so
he likes those.
Representing another country here while he's skiing. Got another flag out here, but yeah, looking nice and strong on his 13-meter pass, and that's what we want. And hometown boy, so. He's very used to the site and comfortable and setting himself up to ski well.
So just trying to get prepared there for his go out there on the water. That is Tim Tornquist.
And Tim's been skiing real good as of late. He just set a new Swedish national record with 5 at 10.25, so big skiing out of him a couple weeks ago in Sweden, and I'm looking forward to getting Timmy T out there on the water.
On the water right now is Alex Schiel from Austria. This is on Alpha 2 on the 0 off. He seems to have a very good handle on this.
Yeah, he skis a little bit down course, but manages the line really well, and he seems comfortable doing that. So looking really strong. That was textbook 12-meter pass, and now he's got a good rhythm going in. Has to run the 11-meter pass, and knows he needs to get a piece of 3-ball at 10.75.
And some wonderful drone flying here for this alternate angle with the instant replay. Just remarkable how that drone is able to keep up with the towboat there, Zane.
Yeah, no, this is a super sweet shot. Get to see him working, looking nice and smooth. The boat looking phenomenal going down the lake, and this is just superb skiing from Alex.
Almost getting in a little bit too close there to the 135 side, but managing to fly his way out of that predicament there. Connor Pesek, our drone pilot. We got Dima Thompson with the boat side, a camera view, and Jeremy Shaw along the shore side with that view. Here we go. Entrance number 1. And number 2, this is 11.25 meters. Look at this. And he's someone who skis here on the regular, and he knows every nook and cranny there. That is a 6 buoy count for Alexander Schiel at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, and he was a little bit slow at the gate, so you saw him kind of start running out of steam towards the end of the pass, but kind of like I alluded to in the 12-meter pass, he was comfortable with taking things down course, didn't really push too much or try to get anything back more than what he needed, and that pass was a nice, good-looking 11-meter pass, and now sets himself up to punch his ticket into the final.
And just a reminder that the cut line in this championship around about this time last season, the cut line was only 3.5 at 11.25 meters. So we've already exceeded that with what it's going to take this season to make it through to the 12 skier final. Just to give you a kind of comparison with that. We see on the starting dock another contender in the overall battle, the current European overall champion, Louis Duplan-Fribourg, who also won the title the year before as well. So here we go now. This is Alexander Schiel. Needs a piece of 3 to be guaranteed a spot through to the final, and now he's going to have to wait to see if his score of half a buoy at 10.75 meter would be enough to see him through.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer there, Tony. A little bit slow at the gate again, but was really didn't need this big of a turn here, and you just see he got off the handle a little early because he was slow at the gate, and then brought the handle up high, and now he's going to have to sit and wait, and that puts pole in.
Yes.
So he's into the final,
and the cut score becomes that half.
Yeah, so now that moves the cut line down. So anybody that gets a full 1 at 10.7 is into the finals. So that'll be something you might see for the next couple skiers. They'll kind of check up at 1, make sure they get the full 1, and then the game beyond. So a little bit of a letdown there for Alex, but he'll have to sit and wait, and we'll see if he can squeak his way into the final.
So whilst Paul Duplan-Fribourg has made it through to the men's slalom final, we get to see his brother attempt to do the same. This is Louis Duplan-Fribourg, representing France. The two-time European men's overall champion and the current IWWF World Overall Champion to boot. 30-meter start. And also a skier who regularly plies his trade on the World Overall Tour as well. And manages to get round all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 13 meters. So that is Louis Duplan-Fribourg. Just has a real ease about his slaloming style and gets that pass to go. Just not terribly overpowering on the pass number 1, but he's getting some good counter rotation as he makes his edge change in towards the particular buoy. Left foot forward skier, which means he can just whip that ski round with confidence on 135. Louis Duplan-Fribourg, who has a personal best of 4 at 10.75 meters. We see on the slalom dock wearing bib 35, that is Charlie Emmett, our next skier to go after Louis Duplan-Fribourg. Needing a score of more than half on 10.75 meters in order to advance. And looking good for that right now, at least if the first 2 passes are anything like a litmus test to maybe determine the future going forward there for a particular skier, as we see Sébastien Caen from the French team. He's the either the manager or the team coach, and he has been for several seasons now. A good steady pair of hands at the helm there. And not looking too bad out there on the slalom course is Louis Duplan-Fribourg, who's run through 13 and now 12 among the titles, as I've mentioned, European overall and jump champion in 2024. World overall champion for 2023. And he's looking for a decent score here to put him in the driver's seat in the men's overall competition. Here we go. This is 11.25 meters. Certainly making an impact here. And he gets around all six, so now he's put himself in an excellent position in order to advance through to the men's slalom final. All he has to do is to get round buoy number 1 on the next pass, and that will seal the deal for him. But he would naturally want to try and get a little further down that pass to really increase his seeding going into the men's slalom final. But Louis Duplan-Freiberg showing us some good stuff out there on the water with 11.25 meters. A skier who originally comes to us from Juan-Lapin, which is on the south coast of France, along the famous French Riviera, which has its place embedded within water ski history, one of the first sites ever used for the tournament World Championships way back in the 1940s. So a little bit of historical perspective to add into the mix here with Louis Duplan-Freiberg. Gets round buoy number 1. He's in the final. He's round number 2. He's ahead of his brother. He gets round number 3, but it is under review. So that is Louis Duplan-Freiberg. He at least gets 2, but we're going to see if he made it round the 3rd before making a determination as to where he's currently on the leaderboard. So if he gets 2, he ties his brother. If he gets that 3, he'll tie the lead. So let's have a look at this again from the most definitive shot that we can find. There's number 1. Just by getting to the wake, he's through to the next round. So he's round buoy number 2 now. Let's have a look and see. Oh, very, very close, and I think that ski ended up being on the inside. So despite his best efforts, Louis Duplan-Freiberg and Paul Duplan-Freiberg, nothing to separate those two. A 2 buoy count by my estimation, but we're going to get the signal from our officials in a moment. We're looking at it from the boat view as well, and I believe he completely smoked number 2. Number 3, I would say, and my apologies there, but looks like there is absolutely nothing to separate those two. So we've already put skiers through to the next round of the competition. Jakob Bonnier, Paul Duplan-Freiberg, Louis Duplan-Freiberg, and Alex Schiel. So we have 8 more skiers to go. The first of those 8 has just left the dock and making his way towards the slalom course. This is Charlie Emmett. 14.25 meter start. Working his way through the... normally starts on 13 meters, but deciding today to go in on 14. Slightly more conservative option, but I'm sure he has his reasons for going that route. As we see one of our top-seeded slalomers make his way back towards the shore, that's Sasha Deska. And we'll see how things are shape up for him going forwards. Charlie Emmett, a little bit scrunched with his shoulders with the entrance gates, but still able to get an effective turn off number one. His left foot forward and a little bit stiff with his knees going into the turn, and just trying to persuade more of the ski to take on the work, rather than do anything with the tail end of the turn by bending his knees and assisting in that endeavor. So there we go. That is Charlie Emmett on pass number one. That was 14 and now getting ready for 13 meters. So the skiers that we know that have made it through to the final, with 8 competitors remaining. Are the Duplan brothers and Jakob Bonja, as well as Alex Schiel, hoping to join that august list of competitors in the slalom event. Is Charlie Emmett. So looking good, Charlie Emmett on the second pass. That was 13 meters, a pass that he typically runs. And didn't have any problems doing it this time around here at the European Championships here at Salmsee, which isn't too far away from the main city that is Linz in Oberösterreich, in Upper Austria. We see Alex Schiel there, who scored a half a buoy at 10.75 meters. 9 skiers to go, incidentally, including Charlie Emmett. Trying to stay with the pass and not do anything outlandish on 12 meters, and manages to get through that run. So just trying to pace himself and not get too overwrought by the occasion. That is Charlie Emmett. All right, not looking too bad. A little bit narrow into number 6 there. So he's gone through 14 and 13 and now 12 meters. That is Charlie Emmett. We see just taking a relaxed approach to his slaloming, and that is Brando Caruso, who is a European men's slalom champion, co-tied with Thomas de Gasperi last season over in Bordeaux. So a must-run pass coming up here for Charlie Emmett on 11.25 meters. He's getting down course off number 2, and oh my word, he gets round number 3 into the wakes. So that means that Alex Schiel is through to the next round of the competition. Alexander Schiel with his score of half at 10.75 meters, joining Jakob Bonnier and Paul and Louis Deplon-Freiburg on the strength of what we've just seen from Charlie Emmett. He gets round number 1 on 11.25 minutes. He has the start, but even though he has a pretty good angle, still getting stretched into buoy number 2. And I'm not even too sure. I'm not even too sure whether he made it round number 3. I'm hearing that he did. But 3 buoys at 11.25 meters. He managed to get the ski to the wake in time for the next set of boat guides. So now that means that Alexander Schiele for Austria has made it through to the men's slalom final. We have 8 skiers remaining. Coming in on 13 meters for his opening pass. This is going to be Victor Schultz. .13-meter start, and looking in very much under control there, Victor Schultz. So whilst Zane Nicholson checks up and looks at his team skier from Denmark, Victor Schultz, doing the fine job there. So Victor Schultz opening up with 13 meters, I believe. He'll come back in on 12. So we look out towards the dock and check in on who's slated to go next. It will be Moritz Engelhardt of Austria. Oh, getting broken over into number 4, but managing to claw everything back and still be able to run that pass. That is Victor Schultz from Denmark. Getting into horrible shape off number 3. And that could have been curtains for him right there had he had not been heads up with what was going on there. So looking at this run there from Victor Schultz. Oh, look at that. Just managing to recover from that ski being behind him at the tail end of buoy number 3. And just managing to get round number 4 and keep the effort alive. And representing Denmark, this is Victor Schultz, who as far back as 2010 won the bronze medal in the World Junior Slalom Championship. But that's a long time ago, and let's see what Victor Schultz can do on 11.25 meters. Oh, on the back of the tail of the ski, gets round buoy number 4 to the wake, and that could potentially force a runoff for one of the remaining spots going through to the next round of the competition. That could force a runoff between himself, Francesco Calderola, and one other skier, I believe. Luca Rockenwald, as a matter of fact. So there we go. That is Victor Schultz. His score of 4, as I mentioned, is equal to the scores of Francesco Calderola and Luca Rockenwald. Three skiers, 1 spot potentially open as a result of this effort here from Victor Schultz Sorensen. All right, moving right along. Our next competitor to take to the water next is going to be Moritz Engelhardt. Skiers that we know that have skied themselves into a finals contention is Alexander Schill, Louis and Paul Duplan-Freiburg, and Jakob Bonnier. Seven skiers remain, and there is the potential of a 3-way runoff looming large. But we won't know if that will be invoked until we know that if there is 1 or more skiers lower than 4 at 11.25 meters. We see there 1 or 2 athletes getting ready. There's Matteo Luzzeri from Team Italia. But our next competitor to go representing Austria is going to be Moritz Engelhardt. All right, coming in on his opening pass, which I believe is going to be on 13 meters. This now is Moritz Engelhardt from Austria. Looking dialed in on pass number 1, that's Moritz Engelhardt. Don't see too much wrong with that opening effort there as he works his way down towards the southern end of the lake. So as we look at this instant replay once again, let's focus on some of the technical elements as to his effort out there. Just very, very loose with the line as he makes his approach into number 2, and then uses the fact that he's left foot forward to really stay ahead of the course by allowing that ski to fully rotate under the line and then getting behind it in a really effective fashion. That is Moritz Engelhardt. And now getting ready for the next pass. It is going to be 12 meters coming up next for Moritz. The cut line now is anything more than 4 at 11.25 meters. That would ensure any other skier that performs it from here on out a spot through to next round. A score of 4 would put you into the runoff situation. Currently between 3 skiers at this point in the proceedings: Luca Rockenwald, Francesco Calderola, and Victor Schultz Sorensen. And it is that score from Victor Schultz Sorensen of 4 that really sets the runoff possibility into being. So Moritz Engelhardt has gone through a 13 and 12 11.25 meters looms large for him now. So 11.25 meters now for Moritz Engelhardt. So coming to us now from Austria, Moritz Engelhardt. Skier that has competed in a number of championships, European Open and European U21 championships not too long ago. Moritz Engelhardt, 11.25 meters, gets number 3 to go. He's good to go round number 4. If he gets a piece of 5, he's through. If he gets round number 6, he'll have a shot at bringing his seeding value up a little bit higher. So there we go. That is Moritz Engelhardt. He is through to the next round of the competition on the strength of that pass. So looking in good shape all the way through here. An easy start and let the ski run its course. Looking strong, and that freeway runoff is still very much in play between those 3 competitors. All right, here we go, folks, working our way down. 10.75 meters. Jakob Bonje still has the lead on 3 with this pass. There's 1. There's number 2. All getting out of sorts there off number 2 towards number 3, but he'll be happy with that. Happy enough that that score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters is good enough to see him become a participant in the men's slalom final. But let's have a look at this one last time with the instant replay. Good extension around buoy number 1. Brought the handle down, but came off the handle just a little bit too early, and that brought him into the water very, very quickly. So that is a score of 1 1/2 buoys at 10.75 meters. So with that, our next competitor about to take to the water and representing Slovakia with bib number 77, it is going to be Martin Bartowski. Electing to go with 13 meters. Looking strong out there, Martin Bartowski, who tends to base himself out of the United States these days and gets the job done on pass number 1 on 13 meters. Martin Bartowski, who I believe has placed himself on the podium on at least 1 or 2 occasions in the history of the European Men's Slalom Championship. Looking in good shape there on that ski and getting everything that he wanted out of that pass, including the 6 buoy count. So Matteo just trying to get some blood flowing into his metabolism there and getting ready to go for his run. Martin Bartowski, on the other hand, is in course right now, and let's see what he continues to do out there. I don't see too much wrong with that one. That is Martin Bartowski as he pulls in to shorten. The line will be shortened from 12 to 11.25 meters, and I'm sure that he knows what the cut line is right now. It's gonna be a score of in excess of 4 to guarantee a spot, and anything more than 4 guarantees. Anything tied with 4 goes into a runoff situation, potentially. Currently, the runoff that we anticipate having would involve Luca Rackenwald, Francesco Calderola, and Victor Schultz-Sorensen. 3 competitors all battling for a 1 finals spot as it stands right now. All right, so needing 4 1/4 in 4 and anything else above it to advance. This is Martin Bartowski, 11.25 meters. Yep, he gets it. Oh no, look at that. That is going to be 4 1/2, and that will be just enough to put him through to the next round by one of the slimmest of margins. 4 1/2 for Martin Bartowski, and I don't know what happened, what caused that tail to blow out around buoy number 5. So what we do know about Martin Bartowski is that he is through to the next round of the competition, but he will be one of the first competitors off the dock in the men's slalom final, judging by what he's produced right here and now. Don't forget, we got plenty of other events taking place today. We've got the jumping event in the top 2 series, and we've got the women's tricks event in the top 2 series as well. So we've got a lot of great skiing, a lot of great action to take place right here in Salmsee, the venue of the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships. Just brought the handle in quickly and too high up on his body. So Martin Bartowski, he's through, but would have wanted a little bit more than that. So that slots him behind Alexander Schiel and Moritz Engelhardt there with 4th and 3rd respectively. Paul Duplan-Freiberg and Louis Duplan-Freiberg have already guaranteed their spots through to next round. So we've got 6 competitors through to the next round of the competition, guaranteed. We have 5 skiers remaining. 30-meter start for our next competitor, who comes to us from San Gervasio in Lombardy in Italy. This is Matteo Luzzeri. .30-meter start for Matteo Luzzeri, who for over 10 years has helped organize the San Gervasio Pro-Am slalom competition at his home site of Jolly Ski. But he's a competitive slalom skier himself. So looking good for the most part there for Matteo Luzzeri. Needing a score of more than 4.5 to advance. More than 4 to advance, I would say. 4.25, 4.5, doesn't matter. And anything more than that is lagniappe. So here we go, folks. This is Matteo Luzzeri. There's number 1 on 12 meters. Looking strong here, keeping the flow going from one side to the next. And keeping a good firm hand upon what he's doing out there. That is Matteo Luzzeri with the opening 2 passes cleared of 13 meters and 12. He did especially well with the 12-meter run. So just looking at this once again from Matteo Luzzeri, he should have a really good handle on 12 meters for pass number 2. Now getting ready for pass number 3. 11.25 meters, needing more than 4 to advance. Less than it eliminates 4. If he gets 4, he ties and goes into the runoff. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Here he goes around number 4. Nervous times here for Matteo Luzzeri, but he'll be happy now. He's gotten round all 6 buoys. Matteo Luzzeri earns the little tick that I put beside his name to suggest that he has made it through to the next round of the competition, having run 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. So great skiing there from Matteo Luzzeri all the way through on that pass. That was 11.25 meters. So wearing the bib number 50, that is Matteo Luzzeri. As we look around and And check out some interviews from other skiers who are interviewing for local TV right now. I believe that was Moritz Engelhardt that has managed to, who's put himself in that runoff situation, and he won't know whether he's either fighting for 1 or 2 spots. Here comes 10.75 meters, a little bit down course here. Here comes Matteo Luzzeri. There's number 2. Here he is for number 3 and number 4. Gets round number 4 to the wakes, and there you go. That is 4 at 10.75 meters. Your new lead score in this men's slalom elimination round, Series 1. So Matteo Luzzeri, with that lead score, with 4 competitors remaining, guarantees that he's not only through to the men's slalom final, but he will be starting at the bottom half of the order in the men's slalom finals list whenever that event takes place, which is tomorrow. Finals day is tomorrow, and we will have skiing from dawn to dusk, with some great athleticism thrown in for good measure. And one of those athletes is going to be Matteo Luzzeri, who has just slalomed his way into the lead. All right, now moving on, our next competitor representing Sweden. This is Tim Törnqvist, a 13-meter start. Slicing and dicing away on the opening pass of 13 meters. So smooth from one side of the course to the next, and it is there's fantastic perspective of seeing it through the drone camera whenever it flies at a significant height above the slalom course, with the boat and the skier very much in shot. Here comes Tim Törnqvist. His opening pass of 13 meters. Merely a warm-up there for him. Okay, so we've got on the water at this time skier looking to place himself through to the men's slalom final. That is Tim Törnqvist. Here we go, folks. This is 12 meters for Tim Törnqvist, trying to stay ahead of the pass as much as he can. There's 5 and number 6, just absolutely slicing and dicing it away, and the best way that he knows how, that is Tim Törnqvist. He's now going to attempt 11.25 meters. So already through to the slalom final, the following names as far as I can see: Paul Duplon-Freiberg, who slalomed about a day or so ago and held the lead for a good amount of time until Jakob Bonnier came through, and with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters, and in the process adding his name to the finals list as well. So Jakob Bonnier, Paul Duplon-Freiberg, and Louis Duplon-Freiberg, along with Alex Schiel, Moritz Engelhardt, Martin Bartowski, and Matteo Luzzeri. they're all through to the next round. Here we go, coming in on pass number 3. This is 11.25 meters. He's good to go. Round number 3 and number 4 and 11.25 meters. Has to play this one carefully here. He's round 5, gets round number 6, and he's done enough to make himself a participant in the men's slalom final here at the Open European Championships 2025. Coming to you live from Salmsey. That is Tim Tornquist. So chasing down the lead now. He knows that he's got enough in the bag to make it through to the men's slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. The question is, does he slalom quite soon off the dock, or does he continue to slalom now to place himself a little bit lower on the running order? So the Malibu Response TXI roars into life, and behind that boat is Tim Tornquist. Entrance gates number 1, gets that one to go. There's number 2, keeping the ski running. The ski's turning well. Aside from number 3, is good to go round number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, Tim Tornquist at 10.75 meters runs the pass. First time we've seen 10.75 meters run by Tim Tornquist. So now that moves him to within 3 or 4 spots away from starting last off the dock now. Won't start any earlier than 4 from last off the dock now for Tim Tornquist, having taken the lead and just absolutely obliterated this pass on 10.75 meters. So Tim Tornquist doing a grand job out there, and as I'm rejoined here with Zane Nicholson, you can't help but be impressed with that.
Dude, he just slammed that 10.7. That was awesome. First guy to take it down, and Tim has been on fire. I kind of talked about it a little earlier, and I was sitting there watching from the end of the lake, walking back over here, and yeah, I just had a really good gate. Speed was up and right, and solid skiing from him here. And you know, like I said, he just broke the Swedish national record of 5 at 10.2, so can get way down this pass. Looked like he got a pretty good gate here. Look, good one, Tony.
Round number 1. Oh, he's still there, you know, off number 2. Keeping it going, round number 3. Does he make a play on number 4?
Let's go, Tim. That looked like a full 4. That is huge.
Yes.
I told you, Tim has been skiing on fire. Just ran 4 or 5 at 10.2, and then there he just ran 4 at 10.2 and put out a huge score for these last few skiers.
Wonderful skiing there, and if Tim Tornquist can hold this lead past the next 3 competitors, the last 3 competitors. Oh, rejected boat path here. Okay, so this is quite a unique instance, at least so far as this event being, this type of thing being covered on TWBC. There is a rejected boat path. It's rejected on the basis of cumulative. Okay, two ball and 4 boo. Both sides there were too far outside of the center line, which means that that for Tim Tornquist, he has a mandatory re-ride with a protected score of 1 buoy.
Yeah, that's a bummer, Tony. That was great skiing out of Tim. So now got to come back down here, got to reset, and he has 1 protected, but yeah,
he has the potential of running higher.
Exactly, and it's better that it happens right now after he's in the final, and not to happen in the final. But that was great skiing. Now, if Tim can just get down here, reset, he just like you said, crushed a 10.7. He seems all right, so he'll come back in. He's been skiing so well. I think he can come in and. Yeah, so I mean, he's getting this mandatory re-ride, so he's got a protected of 1, so he's going to be able to really attack this pass, Tony. Going to be able to get try to really see the gate again, get a good start. It doesn't really matter if he grabs a little too much, but he cannot do more than 4. That is kind of how this works. So because it was rejected, he got what his score, but it was rejected, so he comes back. So the best he can do here is 4. But if he gets to attack the gate, get a good look at it one more time before the finals on Saturday.
Okay, the officials are explaining the situation. He has 1 protected, but can score no more than 4. So this I think is the first time we've ever seen this instance.
Yeah, that is. I'm trying to remember. I watch all the broadcasts, and I've been at a lot of them. I don't think I remember this either, Tony.
All right, so let's see what Tim Tornquist can do.
All right, come on, Tim. He, like I said, just had a massive score. Let's see if we can replicate it here, get 4 again, and really put a stamp on it. But he's been on fire this season and looking great so far. Let's see what he's got here as we bring him into the course.
All right, here he comes, 10.25 meters. Re-ride due to rejected boat path. Minimum score that he can produce is this buoy, number 1. Now he can start. Oh, and I don't think he got outside buoy number 2 there, so that minimum score of 1 may end up being it there for Tim Tornquist. But it is enough. It's more than enough for him to see him through to the final. And he does still have the lead with that score of 1 buoy at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and a bit frustrated with himself. He had another really good gate, good 1, and just got off the handle a little bit too quick and didn't get all the way outside of 2. So, he's kind of a little peeved because he ran 4, and then he comes back in, and you just see him right there. Gets off the handle a little too early, swings the feet a little too quick. So, going to have a score of 1, which is still a huge, respectable score. And, Tim been looking great and great skiing out of him.
All right, so it's game on. So far as Tim Tornquist are throwing down the gauntlet against the likes of Brando Caruso and Thomas de Gasperi, both the defending European men's slalom champions. But before them, we have Sasha Deskin, who is our 3rd skier from last out on the water in the men's slalom elimination round series. Boat making its way back to the dock, and as he comes into shore, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for your new leader with 1 at 10.25 meters. That is Tim Tornquist.
Yeah, and you could tell he's a bit disappointed after the re-ride, but great skiing out of him. He's looking strong and completely in form, and setting himself up to be one of the top seeds in tomorrow's final.
All right then, folks, here we go. Next competitor up, Sasha Deska.
All right, Sasha Deskoon's the mountain man out of France, coming in 13 meters. He is he is so strong, Tony. You know, we see him on the Pro Tour all the time, and just one of the strongest skiers out there, and looking really good here on this opening pass.
Sasha Deska, who comes to us out of Lourdes in France, which is in the foothills of the Pyrenees. Personal best, it says here, 1 at 9.75 meters. But I tell you what, is over the last few seasons, it's not been without its challenges, slalom skiing for Sasha Deska, and especially with the amount of injuries he picks up from time to time, including a huge injury to his ankle that he sustained during the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco.
Yeah, no, he kind of broke his boot and injured his ankle and had to take some time off. So it's good to see him back and healthy and out here skiing. And like I said, he looks like he's in form. So it looks like he's had a little bit of time on the water and is feeling nice and you know, 100% back from that injury.
So there we see our penultimate skier on dockside, Brando Caruso, who tied last season with Thomas de Gasperi for the men's slalom championship at the European Open. Here we go, Sasha Deska. There's 1, there's 2, this is 12 meters. Very, very dynamic athlete. But he's had to tone that down a little bit in recent seasons because of the injuries that he's picked up.
Yeah, but he turns the ski real well, Tony, and then, you know, he doesn't really try to hammer the pull. He kind of waits on the pull of the boat and then gets a good swing out. So, you know, that's textbook skiing from Sasha, and he's looking really good. But, I mean, you are right. He's very dynamic in the way that he turns the ski, but as he's kind of stepped back for the last couple of years, you're seeing he's getting the zero off to work more for him, and it's making his passes easier to run.
What is his zero offset? So Sasha Deska, who normally runs with Alpha 2, and that also seems to echo the settings for a lot of other skiers as well. They all seem to gravitate towards that particular setting, which means it's a delayed pickup from the buoy, but a middle setting so far as intensity is concerned. Here we go. Needing more than 4 to advance, which should basically be a chip shot for him with this line length and his capability of running not only this, but at least a couple of other passes beyond this. There you go. Just toying with that pass, wasn't he?
And Tony, you couldn't tell a difference between 13, 12, or 11 between all 3 of those passes. Sasha looks nice and dialed, and all 3 of those look like a nice walk in the park. So he's set himself up nice and well for this 10-7, and if he can, you know, make it look anything like that, it's going to be a textbook 10-7.
So just looking at this again, just poetry in motion out there from Sasha Deska. A little bit behind the boat there on number 5, but he's more than had enough room. I'm getting messages from a whole bunch of people on the live chat, and from far and wide, even as far away as South Africa. So getting a good enthusiastic audience. We've got Matty Gonzalez also tuning in as well. I'm sure he had plenty to say after last weekend. Let's have a look and see. We got Sasha Deska on 10.75 meters. There's number 1 and number 2. Barreling into buoy number 3. Slack line into number 4. He's still there. Look at this. Round number 4, round number 5. Oh, and he drops it.
Yeah, and just a little slow off 1 and 3, and kept getting good turns on 2, 4, 6, but kept kind of running down course because of the 1, 3, 5 side, and unable to get through it, but punching his ticket into the final. But I know he'll be a bit unhappy with that. Would like to get a few more buoys, get a look at 10.25.
All right, that vaults him into second place right now. So he's still going to be towards the end of the order in the men's slalom final, but he will not be last off the dock, because the person with that honor right now is Tim Tornquist with his score of 1 at 10.25 meters. Certainly being able to start a little bit later in the men's slalom running order is it's vital to give the skiers the knowledge of what they need in order to take the win come tomorrow. Just look at this from Sasha Deska. Just looks like he just sets the line at the right spots, then falls away from the line and gets it to go across course there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just see it again. Was a little slow out of 1, had a little loose line, and then got over to 2. Really made a good play on 2, and again loose line and slow into 3, and just unable to get it all together. But right now we are moving along with Brando Caruso from Italy. And this is 13-meter start. So again, the lead is 1 at 10.25, held by Tim Tornquist. And Brando's going to come out here and see if he can put his name at the top of the list.
All right, here we go. This is Brando. This is 13 meters, and that is a tremendous opening pass. His personal best is 4 buoys at 10.25 meters. Aged in his late 20s, but enjoys traveling and reading, and doesn't look like he does much else aside from this.
All right, we see Thomas DeGasperi there just taking a nap on the start dock, kind of getting dialed in and relaxing and waiting for Brando to get through his run. But this is 12 meters, big 1 ball there out of Brando. Looking a little more in attack mode here on the second pass. The first one was a little timid, but nice, smooth second pass. 12 meters, still basically a warm up for Brando Caruso.
Nicely done. First couple of passes, 13 and 12. So just bringing the handle in and just setting his angle, and rather smooth looking second pass there, wouldn't you agree, Zane?
Yeah, no, that was nice and smooth and really, getting everything dialed in for these next couple passes. And he's got his mind. I definitely has his mindset on getting down that 10.25 and putting out a big score for our last skier, Thomas DeGasperi.
So glad to have our audience involved with the TWBC live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast, a player, or no matter what device that you happen to be watching on. Be a part of the conversation. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be able to be on the live chat and also be informed as to the next time we go live. Here we go. This is Brando Caruso. This is 11.25 meters.
Yeah, and needs a piece of 5 ball to punch his ticket in. And
a little bit shaky there on number 4, but he knows he's got it.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, he was just making sure that he got around 4, didn't do anything crazy, got a pull to 5 because he knew he had to get a piece of 5 to get in, and then he was going to run it. Now he's out of safe mode. Now he knows he's into the final, and he's going to really attack this pass and try to set himself up to get a look at the 10.25.
So great athleticism there from Brando Caruso, the defending co-men's champion in the slalom event from last season. Got into a runoff situation between himself and our final skier to take to the water, Thomas de Gasperi. A tied situation that was not resolved after 3 attempts, so they decided to just accept the tie and accept the co-European title in men's slalom.
There's several of the Italian skiers on the bank waiting to see Brando go out here for his 10.7 and then waiting for Thomas de Gasperi to get on the water.
Okay, so only one skier thus far has run this upcoming pass of 10.75 meters. This now is Brando Caruso. There's one. Nails that one. There's number 2, bringing the ski hard round. Left foot forward skier, which means he can turn the heck out of number 3. And good to go round 4 and 5. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up there for Brando Caruso getting through 10.75 meters. He was on it right from the get-go there, Zane.
Yeah, no, Brando looking good. And, Brando's always running 10.7. He's always at the pro events and looking nice and strong through that pass. And now going to get a look here at the gate and see if he can't get him a good start and put out a huge score for Thomas.
Right, you are, and just rolls in for the entrance gates and just gets free of the rope here. Allows himself to just drive that ski off the buoy. 10.25 meters called by our officials for the next pass, and in the meantime, we're watching the previous one. 10.75 meters in fantastic shape there. So there we go, Jeremy along the shore side, and he's living his best life out there. Bear making sure that their phone is safely on the deck before cheering on Brando Caruso after that 10.75 meter run. Here we go, coming in. 10 point. Oh, and blows the tail in the most dramatic way you can think of there into buoy number 1 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and he's not very happy about that one. You can tell he was trying to get down that one and kind of playing with house money right now into the final. So you get to look at the gate and see how hard you can go, knowing for tomorrow's final. So half it at 10.25. That'll keep Tim Tornquist in the lead, and that'll guarantee him no worse than the third seed in the final tomorrow.
Yes, meaning that Tim Tornquist at worst would be the penultimate skier to leave the dock in the men's slalom final.
Yeah, that would. I mean, so he's definitely, guaranteed himself as one of the top 2 skiers, and now we'll have to see what Thomas has on the dock. But Thomas, Mr. Consistent, just about good for at least 3 at 10.25 every time he skis. So that's going to be, a tough task for Tim to hold that one all the way through.
All right, so by the virtue that Brando Caruso was able to make it through to the final, that means that the runoff is active. And being that is the case, I would certainly urge the chief officials to start making preparations for the number draw to determine who will take to the water first, who will take to the water second, and who will take to the water third in the three-way runoff to determine the 12th and final spot going through to the men's slalom final. That is going to happen between Luca Rockenwald, Francisco Calderola, and Victor Schultz Sorensen. So we've got some free skiing after.
That's the best.
Yeah, best skiing is the free skiing.
Yeah, the free skiing. So get to see a little bit of extra skiing here in this men's slalom final, and I'm looking forward to getting to see a runoff.
And I tell you what, there's a skier right on the starting dock who appreciates a little bit of free skiing with the lake that he has as big as it is.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thomas has got a beautiful site there in Italy, and it's a great place. I've never been there, but I've seen the pictures and everything, and it just looks like a phenomenal setup.
You've done it. Have you done a bit of free skiing in your past?
I grew up on a public lake, so yeah, I did. Free skiing was kind of something that I did back in the day, and I still think it's very beneficial. You can work on things.
How many turns could you do in a row?
I know at photo shoots we'd go out to the big public lakes. You'd do 40 turns, and they'd just drive with the chase boat and try to do as many as you could, and
without stopping.
Without stopping. That was when I was a lot younger, Tony, in much better shape.
Don't ask me about free skiing. I used to do quite a bit of that in Abu Dhabi, when in my formative years, and I could probably turn about that many, but that was a long time ago.
Well, I'd like to see you out on the skis, Tony. We'll have to get together after the tournament season's over, and me and you go take a good ski rip.
Maybe.
All right, but right now we've got Thomas DeGasperi out there taking a rip on his good water ski. This is 13 meters, skiing for Team Italy. A little broken over out of one ball there, Tony. That was a little uncharacteristic from Thomas.
Yep, you're right there. All right there, so continuing on, we've got Thomas DeGasperi in his first pass. Just not a particularly good start for the skier who's won 10 titles. He actually asked me, and I do have witnesses to this deal that Thomas DeGasperi asked me about a few days after the European Championships last season, and is going to ask me, are you going to refer to me as the 10.5-time European champion or the 11-time champion?
And Tony, so what did you decide you're gonna call it?
I didn't say so at the time, but I'll go with 11.
Okay, so you're a nice man. What a lovely one. I think 10.5 sounds pretty good, because that's still impressive to have that many wins. But right now, here you go. You got Thomas DeGasperi. This is 12 meters, and this one's a much better looking start than he had at the 13, and looking way more dialed on this second pass.
Looking great there. All right there, Thomas de Gasperi, 2 passes into the deal, 13 and 12 meters, skiing behind that Malibu response at TXI. So as we look at Thomas de Gasperi going through that pass, that second run of 12 meters, let me tell you that we have the results of the draw. We'll let you know what they are after we get done with T-Gas.
All right, so he's got to get a piece of 5-ball to make it in. It's no easy task. I know we call him consistent and think he's going to get through it, but he's still got to get through 11 meters here. Big turn off at 2-ball, Tony. Going to get around 3.
Look at him go.
Needs this turn 4, and there you go. He is into the final. A little slow there out of 5-ball there, but makes his way through it, and now going to get to have a chance to challenge the lead. He's got to run this next one if he wants to take it away from Tim Tornquist.
And still in the frame for possibly winning his 12th European men's slalom title. He's still very much in the frame for that. And the Italians, as enthusiastic as they are, getting behind Thomas de Gasperi with that complete run at 11.25 meters. And he is the 11th skier to make it through to the slalom final, guaranteed. Now the 12th participant in the men's slalom final will be determined via a runoff between Luca Rackenwald, Francisco Calderola, and Victor Schultz-Sorensen. So, and looking forward to that, and also looking forward to Thomas de Gasperi having a good go at 10.75 meters. There we see our Italian delegates there, our Italian crowd now being joined by Brando Caruso. Let's have a look and see what we've got here from Thomas de Gasperi.
A little slow start out of 1, Tony. I'm going to need a big 2. Got it right there. So now he's back on top of this pass. That was
look at this.
Much better out of 3.
10.75 meters. He is all over this run. Look at him going from one side to the next. There we go. That is our 3rd competitor to get through 10.75 meters.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, a little slow off of 1, but then goes and lays the hammer down at 2, and then that was an easy pass going from there. So great skiing out of Thomas, and looking really dialed in, and now going to have a chance to look at this gate here. And we've had a couple skiers that have gotten a half and 1, but he's going to be looking to get way down this pass and kind of show everybody it's going to be hard to beat him tomorrow.
And using that hybrid one-handed gate shot there, as Zane, you mentioned that a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. Now there are several types of one-handed gate shot. There's the full-on version that was
the West Coast style.
The West Coast style, and then you've got a version of that which tends to have put a premium on line control into buoy number 1. But his is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, his is a hybrid. He's doing like a 2-handed gate. He kind of just, I think he's using that letting that arm get away. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I think he's using it. It just kind of helps him get his hips around, frees his hips up a little bit, and allows him to rotate the ski a little bit better. So then he just feels a little bit more connected going into 1 ball. But yeah, so he stays really tall, is really stacked, and uses his height to his advantage behind the boat, and that's why he's able to make up a lot of ground real quick just by the way he pulls behind the boat.
All right, here we go. We've got Thomas de Gasperi getting ready now for 10.25 meters. His personal best is 5.5.
Let's see if we can get him through it today, Tony. That would be so sick. So let's see what we got here. Off the handle a little early into one, but still good ball there.
There's one, there's two. Can he make it outside buoy number 3? Yes, he can. Does he S-turn? Oh, I'm not too sure that he's made it to the boat guides.
And what did I say, Tony? Mr. Consistent. We can expect him to get his ski outside of 3-ball just about every time he skis. And, great skiing from Thomas and going to punch his ticket into the final. He's going to be the top seed, and he'll know what he has to run tomorrow after everybody else skis, what it'll take to take the win. All right, well, Tony, I'm going to step away for this runoff. I've got a skier into that last runoff, so I will catch it back in with you later.
No doubt, but let's take a quick look here at Thomas de Gasperi with his final pass attempt there. There's one, there's number 2. Just gone a little bit bogged down off number 2. Now, did he make it outside number 3? Yes, he did. Now, the boat guides. No, that's going to be 2.5. Didn't quite make it ahead of the boat guides in time. So it's going to be 2.5 there for him at 10.25 meters. My bad there. 2.5 at 10.25 meters. We're having a look at this once again from the boat view. And just unable to get that ski outside. He got the ski outside of number 3, but not back to behind the boat on time. Big place between Victor Sorensen, Francisco Calderola, and Luca Ruff. There is that leaderboard with 2.5 at 10.25 meters is Thomas de Gasperi, Tim Tornquist with 1, Brando Caruso with half. Sasha Deska with 5. And so as Thomas de Gasperi motors his way back to the starting dock, he is still on track for another men's slalom European title. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader after the Elimination Round Series, Thomas de Gasperi. All right, we're now going to go into the runoff for one spot going through to the final. The 12th and final spot will be occupied by one of the following 3 competitors. Our first competitor out will be Francisco Calderola. Then we'll follow on with Victor Schultz Sorensen. And finally, it will be Luca Rackenwald. One skier from Series 3, one skier from Series 2, and the skier in the middle, Victor Schultz Sorensen, coming to us from Series 1. And also worth mentioning that amongst our finalists, Paul Duplon Freiberg actually came into this final from Series 4. That was yesterday. So remarkable stuff there. So we've had skiers from all over the show here. Most of our finalists would come from Series 1. Naturally, that contains the best seeded skiers in this tournament.
I moved the receiver so it's not in between the boat receiver and the dock. So maybe that'll help.
Okay, so we've got our 3 runoff combatants here. Now, probably being in Series 4 is a bit of an anomaly for Paul Duplon Freiberg, considering that the only reason that he was there that early on in the competition is because he didn't record any scores last season due to injury. Otherwise, he would have probably skied in Series 1 had it not been for that. Now, But that's an aside. That's just a little bit of statistics there as we work our way through to the slalom runoff. We see on the starting dock Beta Gali, and standing next to her is Francisco Calderola. All right, just getting prepared for the runoff situation now, because each of our skiers recorded a score of 4 at 11.25 meters. Each of the competitors will come off the dock with 12 meters as the opening pass. Now the boat's going to be run up and down to simulate the passes to come afterwards. Just continuing to get prepared here, just wanting to the officials making sure that they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, everything's in place. Okay, on the schedule so far as our next events are concerned, we've got the jumping event, and then we're going for the men, and then we've got the women's tricks event to round off our schedule for today. So we're treating you good folks there, watching in from all corners of the earth. Even a little bit of chiding back and forth on the live chat, which you're more than welcome to be a participant in by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. That will give you access to the live chat, and also you'll be informed as the next time we go live. And another piece of our interactivity with this competition concerns the watch party, the global watch party that's taking place right now. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com. And check out the watch party of you watching us, watching you. All right there. So the runoff begins now. 3 competitors, 1 spot through to the next round of the competition. We'll see Francisco Calderola hit the water first. Then Victor Schultz Sorensen will be our second competitor out. And last but by no means least, Luca Rockenwald. Italy versus Denmark versus Austria. $12-meter start. The person who's been off the water the second longest is on the water now. Francisco Calderola, 12 meters. There's one. What can he do here? Number 2 brings the ski nicely round off number 3 on number 2 and number 3. As early as you like there into number 4. And right off the starting dock there, that's a 12-meter start for Francisco Calderola from Italia. So great skiing there from Francisco Calderola. First pass right off the dock, 12 meters. Just wonderful angle there, and just absolutely got connected on that. And this 12-meter pass looking like one of the better ones that we've seen in this competition. Even among our high echelon skiers that we've seen ski towards the tail end of our list in Series 1. So Francisco Calderola coming to us out of Series 2. He was the last skier to go in that series before we went on to the 13 skiers that constituted the Series 1 section of the men's slalom competition. So Francisco Calderola, I don't see much enthusiasm from the Italians somehow. They need to get behind their skier. Let's see if they do so right now. Francisco Calderola, this is 11.25 meters. This is going to set the bar. That's number 1. This is number 2. Oh, look at this, folks. There's number 2. Round number 3. Round 5. Oh no! And he was so close there to making it round buoy number 6. He knows that as well. But with 4.5 at 11.25 meters, Francisco Calderola. So great skiing there from him, and he was just absolutely on fire for the first 2/3 of this course. Starting with buoy number 1, where he got tremendous angle. Then number 2, uncharacteristically fantastic angle. Binny was on the opposite foot. Handle coming up but out the back, but he was able to control his speed and control his width. And then into buoy number 4, brought the handle in just a little bit too eager there to get on the good foot and go across course. But there we go. That is 4.5 at 11.25 meters for Francisco Calderola. Oh, and just jumped on the tip of the ski and was just sent careening over the tip of the ski. So now that is the score that our next competitor has to beat in order to stay in contention for that 1 spot through to the final. 12-meter start for Victor Schultz Sorensen. There's 1. There's number 2. This is 12 meters. All getting in deep off there around buoy number 4, and he will be breathing a sigh of relief for getting through 12 meters. Certainly not smooth by any stretch of the imagination, but it is effective, and he does get round buoy number 6 on that particular run. So there, two Ernst Nielsen and Zane Nicholson from Team Denmark looking on and seeing what Victor Schultz Sorensen has by way of a response. The response has been good so far. Not stylistically good by any stretch of the imagination, but good so far as being able to make it round all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 12 meters. Big old dunk there off number 4 into number 5. And then just rears up and just tries his best to secure the 6 buoy count on that pass. Now it comes down to crunch time. He's got to get more than 4.5. More than 4.5. And that will keep him in contention. That would essentially knock out Francisco Calderola. This is 3 for 1. 3 competitors competing for 1 spot. Here he comes. This is Victor Schultz Sorensen. There's 1. There's number 2. He's still there. He's still on track. There's a little bit down course off number 3. He's good for number 4. He's round number 4. 5, and that eliminates Francisco Calderola, and Victor Schultz Sorensen will continue to ski to build up a bigger lead, a bigger target for Luca Rockenwald to chase. And so Victor Schultz Sorensen has now taken the lead away from Francisco Calderola. Commiserations on Francisco Calderola being that close and being denied, unfortunately, a spot into the men's slalom final. In his place, steps in Victor Schultz Sorensen. And now he's going to continue to ski because he wants to build up that lead and try and fend off a challenge from Luca Rockenwald. Here he comes. Victor Schultz Sorensen. This is now 10.75 meters. There's 1. Gets number 1. Round number 2, he's still there. Round number 2, round number 3, continuing to go, and I don't think he's going to make it out. I think he'll make it outside buoy number 4. So it looks like it's a 4 buoy total, and probably one of his best scores that he's produced in quite a while. That is 4 buoys at 10.75 meters in the runoff situation. Do bear in mind, folks, that the scores that you've seen here in the runoff are only applicable to the runoff itself. They will not be transferred over as being a superior scorer, even though the likes of Victor Schultz Sorensen has just produced probably one of his better scores in at least 3 or 4 or 5 seasons. And he's pleased about that notion, but that'll be tempered by the fact that officially, his best score is 4 at 11.25 meters, and what you're seeing here is just in the form of a tiebreak. Victor Schultz Sorensen for Denmark, getting round number 3 and round number 4 as well. All right, so let's give it up, please, for Victor Schultz Sorensen. He skis to the shore and completes his run. May not be the best idea to throw a pair of gloves at a dog. You might need those later. All right, so Victor Schultz Sorensen, he makes his way out of the lake. So now, Luca Rockenwald coming to us out of Series 3. He was our penultimate skier in that series. I don't think that he would have even considered the notion of slaloming in this competition because Luca Rockenwald, in order to prevail here, has got to ski 6 buoys more than his personal best. And that personal best is the 4 buoys that he produced in the Elimination Round Series. There's number 1 on 12 meters. There's number 2. Trying to chase down Victor Schultz Sorensen in probably one of the classic runoffs, and still has enough time for a little showmanship here. He's probably laughing his you know what off just at the very thought that a skier here who's essentially a jumper for all intents and purposes. He's jumped 231 feet as a personal best, one of the very few competitors to ever jump over 70 meters in his career. But here he is in a slalom runoff, having gotten here by completing an equal score to his personal best, and now needing to not only exceed that personal best, but do it by a count of 6 buoys. And then even if he manages to do that, he can't claim that as a new personal best because it's a runoff score. So as we see our Italians making their way back to base camp here, and Victor Schultz Sorensen looking over his shoulder to see if Luca Rockenwald can make an impact here on 11.25 meters. A good stout pull out for the gate. Luca Rockenwald, the person who's had to wait the longest to be in this situation. He's still there, you know. He's round buoy number 3. Look at him go round number... Oh, and he blows the tail on buoy number 4, and he goes careening into the water. There we go, Luca Rockenwald. He scores a 3.5 there. He slaps the water in annoyance there. But that means that advancing through to the men's slalom final is Victor Schultz Sorensen of Denmark with his score of 4 at 10.75 meters. And give it up also for Luca Rockenwald, who had a real uphill task ahead of him. His personal best is coming into this event was 4 on this line length at 11.25 meters and was so close to getting the good hook up on number 4 that would have sent him to 5 and set a virtual personal best for him. But I'm sure that 3.5 in the runoff and 4 in the regulation skiing, I'm sure he would have taken that any time. Would have taken that any day and twice on Sunday. So we're looking at the tail end of this performance here from Luca Rockenwald, and just pressed on the tip of the ski a little bit too early, and down he went. So 3.5 there for Luca Rockenwald in that runoff situation. So, all right, let's count up from the bottom towards the top. Victor Schultz Sorensen has made it through to the slalom final, and ahead of him, Martin Bartowski, Alex Schiel, Moritz Engelhardt, Louis Dupont-Freiberg, Paul Dupont-Freiberg. There's going to be a coin flip, no doubt, to determine which one of those two will end up starting first in the men's slalom final. 6th place, Jakob Bonja. 5th place, Matteo Luzzeri. 4th place, Sasha Deskin. 3rd place, Brando Caruso. And 2nd place so far at the moment is Tim Tornquist, and with a score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters is Thomas de Gasperi. And look who just happens to show up and grab a microphone there. Thomas de Gasperi, who is looking for his 12th European title. And I tell you what, let's let's have a look at the number one turn on 14.25 meters. This was a bit of a wake-up call for you, sir.
That was 13 meters, yeah.
13-meter start, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I don't know. I had a little bit of back issues this week. I ski here on Monday, and it was 12 degrees. It was very cold, and my back locked up a little bit. But fortunately, thanks to my doctor and my physio here, they put me back in shape. So I was a little, stiff and concerned that was not going to work. But no, it felt great after the first pass, so no issues on my back. So kind of went to switch mode and attack mode.
Okay, so having some back issues going in, I'm sure that you've got physios on the Italian team that are gonna work on you a little bit tonight. So how's that gonna play out?
No, actually, Monday and Tuesday I was very crooked. Like my hips goes out of alignment whenever I get hurt. But I got some injection directly into my muscles on my back, and that takes the pressures off and release the spine. And I was able to get straight in line and go out and ski. So I feel great today. So I'm gonna get a good massage. Yeah, my gait at 41, I was a little slow, and I was trying to get maybe a little wider, and I didn't get the width that I wanted. So kind of slow out of 1 and then crank 2, and yeah, I was happy to run 39 and mostly happy that my back held up pretty good. So tomorrow it will be another day, and I got to ski and feel how everything fell out there, the boat and everything else, and the lake. So driver felt great, so everything's good.
All right then. So you had this controversial situation last year where you tied with Brando Caruso for the European title, and you did actually ask me, and I mean I wasn't kidding with anyone here, that you did ask me about a few days later whether this is 10.5 titles or 11 titles, and I prefer to be generous to give you that 11th. I mean, in this situation right here, it's incredible that you've had this kind of longevity in the sport for one, and being able to be at the high echelons for another. So what's going to be the plan tomorrow? What's going to be your plan of attack?
Attack.
Just like Tony Stark, huh?
Yeah. What's my plan? Attack. Well, you have to, Yeah, last year was, I think it never happened in our sport that, whatever happened last year, but it came down to not being safe because we did so many runoffs and they stopped us, and that's not going to happen this year. Even if we tie, we're going to keep going until there's going to be a winner.
Keep going until the bitter end.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
All right, then. Okay, so best of luck to you, Thomas de Gasperi. You're the number one seed going through to the final. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the men's slalom elimination round series. When we come back after a few minutes, we will go into the men's jump elimination series as we continue on with our coverage of the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Salmsee in Austria. And when we return, we will have the jumping competition coming to you next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate.
And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um. Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt, der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
löse meine Sorgen.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking in the overdrive. Go on your mark. Get ready, set, go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dalen Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Okay, welcome back to continuing in live coverage of this, the 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lyford, and I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company as we continue on to the jump event in Series 1 and Series 2 for men, and then we'll go into the tricking competition with Series 2 and Series 1 in women's tricks. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard after slalom. These are the competitors that will be in the men's slalom final. Victor Schultz Sorensen, Martin Bartowski, Alexander Schiel, Moritz Engelhardt, Louis Duplan Freiberg, Paul Duplan Freiberg. Then we got Jacob Bonnier, Matteo Lazzetri, Sasha Desko. And the top three will consist of Brando Caruso, Tim Tornquist, and your number one seed and many-time European champion, Thomas de Gasperi. All right, getting ready for jump. Our first competitor out, and the only competitor electing to go with the ramp height of 1.50 m for this elimination round series. It's going to be Daniel Dobringer. Then when we change the ramp height to 1.65 meters high, then we'll we will go on to Vasily Mazurkovic, then Mikhail Mikhailovchenko, then Dima Thompson, Ivan Zeletsov from Ukraine, Alexander Menzel, Peter Orovik, Oscar Domino, Adrian Elias, Atu Vata, and Vincent Ahama. Although I do have to say I haven't seen either of those two last competitors since the start of the competition so far. So we'll keep an eye on the situation there and see what transpires. Now in the jump event, we have 12 skiers making it through to the final. And we have 10 skiers in Open Men's Series 1. 2 of those jumpers will be at 1.65 meters high. The remaining 8 will be at 1.80 meters. So fair to say that in the men's competition, we'll take the top 2 jumpers out of Series 2 and add that potentially to the 10 jumpers that we got in Series 1, under the assumption that those 10 are among the top 12 scores going through to the next round. So looking rather pensive and getting ready to jump, the legendary jumper from Austria, Daniel Dobringer. We'll give you some more information about him very, very soon. Our driver Oliver Rapasak from Austria, getting ready to go. We've got our boat ready, I believe. It's all fueled up and ready to go. We've got our cameras. We've got everything situated for the most part. Just crossing the T's, dotting the I's. All right, for those of you that are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome. The men's jump elimination round series is about to get underway. 12 jumpers make it through to the jumping final. Malibu Response TXI making its way down towards the southern end of this two-lake facility at Salmsey. And our facility itself, if you're looking for us on a map, if you navigate to Linz in Austria, it's a little ways south of that in the little commune of Steyregg. This venue has hosted many a major tournament over the years, national championships all over there. 2 times it's hosted the Open Europeans, and at one time it hosted the World Championships, dating all the way back to 2007. So after performing its simulation pass, the skier will now be instructed to put his bindings on and get ready to compete in the jump event, and equipped with a full-on speed suit. Our first skier to take to the water in this jump event, our lead-off skier, is going to be Austria's Daniel Dobringer. All right, let's get ready to rock. Our first jumper to hit the water very, very soon. As soon as that line tightens up, we've got some jumping on the way. And that jumper concerned is a many-time representative of Austria over the years, and age 57, our jumper on the water is Daniel Dobringer. Elected to go with the 5-foot-high ramp. Currently 12th ranked jumper in the open division in the European rankings in plus 35, 45, and 55. He's been ranked first in all of those appropriate age categories that he's been eligible for over the last few seasons. Plus 35 world champion, plus 45 world champion. And no doubt when he has the opportunity to become eligible in the plus 55, then he'll probably take the world title there as well. 10-time national jump champion of Austria, 4-time runner-up in the European Open Jump Championships. That dates back into the 1990s. And European Tour champion in jump way back in 1991. He is jumping at 5 foot. He looks like he's going to do the full double cut here. Jumping at 57K, which is max speed for jumping. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the jump course, this is his first attempt. This is Daniel Dobringer. Late approach. Ah, look at that. Beauty of a jump there. And good solid effort as he rides out that first attempt and gets a score on the board. Daniel Dobringer. We await the distance and look at the instant replays in the meantime. Up nice and wide on the towboat. The towboat maxed out in terms of its top allowable speed. Certainly has his sight lines and everything tuned in for this particular venue. Distance coming through any moment now for Daniel Dobringer. It is 53.4 meters. .4 meters. That's an absolutely amazing jump off that 5-foot-high ramp. Just absolutely delivered a truckload of speed into the bottom of the jump, and again a good rise off the 5-foot-high ramp height. Once we're done with Daniel Dobringer, we're going to raise the ramp height to 1.65 meters high and see who else has what it takes to make an impact here, literally. Here we go. Here comes Daniel Dobringer, nice and wide on the side of that Malibu Response TXI towboat. Here he comes. Oh, look at that. That's even further. That's closer to about 180 feet or 55 meters. Yeah, he is excited about that, and I'm sure that that the Austrian fans are too. Daniel Dobringer of Austria just showing us what he's truly capable of. His best jump off a 5-foot-high ramp to date is a 57.7 meter attempt. And this, it looks extremely close to that. The distance coming through, is that correct? Is that 58.4? That's 192 feet. 58.4 meters, a new personal best for Daniel Dobringer on that ramp height and boat speed. So, and for Daniel Dobringer, it only gets better because the first jump actually recorded a slow boat speed, which means that unless he outjumps it with the third and last attempt, then he has a potential re-jump on jump number 1. So yeah, just to clarify on that first jump there for Daniel Dobringer, he'll get a re-ride regardless because of the slow boat time on jump number 1. So a lot of moving parts are building up the tapestry that is jumping courtesy of Daniel Dobringer. He's going to come in for his third official jump next. 58.4 meters on the second jump. I am not kidding you. That is a new personal best for Daniel Dobringer by a considerable amount, by about 0.7 of a meter. He certainly knows how to use that 5-foot-high ramp, and I'm sure that that he can. So it looks like the jump that we've got for Daniel Dobringer, and look, I'm not. So it looks like he is declining the option to take jump number 3 or the re-jump. So he is going to make do with 58.4 meters. But ladies and gentlemen, new personal best for that ramp height and that boat speed, Daniel Dobringer with 58.4 meters. 58.4 meters. That might even end up being a national jump record for that ramp height and age category. So he's happy, 58.4, and who wouldn't be? And Daniel Dobringer has a firm grip on his competition out there because he's wearing the Pro Gear gloves. And you can find out more about Pro Gear by going to skiprogear.com. All right, so electing not to take the re-jump or the re-ride on jump number 1, he's going to stay put with 58.4 meters. So in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break because the ramp height is being raised from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters, and when we return, we will have the remaining jumpers in Men's Series 2 next.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn and 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and that's large.
He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the men's jumper elimination round series here at the European Water Ski Championships. Coming to you live from Salmsee in Austria, in the region of Oberösterreich. Daniel Dobringer currently in the lead with 58.4. We'll get a word or two with him in just a little bit. But in the meantime, Vasily Mazurkovic getting ready to jump. His personal best jump is 51.7, and I tell you what, that target there set by Daniel Dobringer on a ramp height that's a few centimeters shorter in terms of height is definitely going to be a viable target going through. Vasily Mazurkovic, many-time European cable water ski champion. And you'll find that the jumping behind the boat is certainly a heck of a lot different to jumping with cable. All right, so Vasily Mazurkovic skiing under the white flag of the IWWF in this competition, the European Open Water Ski Championships. Vasily Mazurkovic age 21, competing in the Open Men's competition, naturally being in the Open Championships, and looking to try and outstrip his existing personal best, 51.7 meters, to even stay on the same planet as Daniel Dobringer, who just jumped 58.4 meters off the 5-foot high ramp, or 1.50 meter ramp height. Now the ramp height has been jacked up to 1.65 meters high, 15 centimeters more height at the lip of the ramp. Here comes Vasily Mazurkovic. A little bit of a slack line off the turn. Oh, look at this, though. That jump is in excess of 50 meters. How deep into that region he gets is going to be determined by what we see as the distance coming through very, very soon. But I tell you what, not an especially a safe turn, mind you. Took a big hard hit there with the slack. Then accelerated more off the second weight because he lifted that left ski up a little higher. So the distance coming through, I can scarcely believe my ears. It is a 56-meter opening jump, and it outstrips his personal best by over 4 meters. So great jumping so far. The first two competitors registering PBs. And I wonder if he has anything left in the tank to get close, or at least closer to Daniel Dobringer, who jumped 58.4 meters on the lower ramp height. We've got 2 jumps to find out the answer to that question. Setting himself up 2 feet wide of split, with W being the 0 offsetting, so some pretty aggressive stuff there in that regard. Being away from the jump for one, and having the higher let-in setting for this one, and a good-looking jump there. Now, is that going to be close to 56 meters? Could it outstrip that distance? He certainly had a wide posture with his skis coming off the top of the jump. The turn was a lot better. Certainly the line was a lot tighter. And almost losing that left ski upon the landing, though. All right, so the jump distance coming through, it's going to be less. It's going to be a 53.5. 53.5 again. 53.5. His best jump distance, and a new PB is 56 meters exactly. Now, still out in the lead is Daniel Dobringer with 58.4 meters. And hopefully you can hear me, but I would certainly appreciate a word or two here on the announcing stand if that's okay with you, sir. Definitely like to find out more about the circumstances behind that 58.4 meter jump, and it's an extraordinary distance considering the ramp height that was used to get that far. Here we go, Vasily Mazurkovic. 57K, letter W. Oh, look at that aggressive stance off the turn. Up and over, and a brilliant looking third and last jump there. Vasily Mazurkovic. That I know is going to be further than the second. The question is it going to be further than the first? Just absolutely pounding that jump full force. Distance coming in, oh, exactly the same as the first, 184 feet or 56 meters. 56.0 meters, 184. So 2 out of those 3 jumps over the 180-foot range, and exactly the same distance. I would call that consistency for Salim Mazurkovic. But still out in the lead with a jump of 58.4 meters is Daniel Dobringer. And Daniel Dobringer is coming into the announcing point right now. If you can put those headphones on and hit that left-hand button there, just once. So, Daniel Dobringer, it's been a while since I've seen you compete. I mean, extending all the way into the 90s, but how on earth did you jump 58.4 meters off a 5-foot-high ramp? It's just bonkers.
Yeah, I guess I've got good coaches, a great boat, a great site, and very motivated to be in the Austrian team, and it just happened.
Now, in the height of our sport way back in the 1990s, everyone heard about you, Daniel Dobringer, here in Britain and in Austria and other places in Europe. And we've kind of lost touch a little bit in that interim period as we see a 58.4 meter jump. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, the setup, like Franzi Oberleiter, my coach, just told me to bring it down a little bit on the countercut, and that's what I did. And I just kicked it. You see, the rope was nice and tight. I had a nice line drive, and I thought, okay, now just get over the skis and kick the shit out of it. Sorry for the language.
It's okay. It probably translates to something different in Europe, as I'm sure that there are a number of German words that translate to something different, even though they might mean something rather vulgar in the English-speaking world. But anyway, we've got coming in Mikhail Michalchenko now. How much are you're age 57? This guy is 14. I mean, what can you tell this guy?
Nice style, nice line drive. I think he's going on 51. Or it looked pretty slow.
Yeah,
to me. And
so at 57 years of age, I mean, 14 years of age is a spring chicken compared to you, but I mean, how brutal is it to continue jumping at that ripe old age of 57?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm since 5 years I'm not jumping on 5.5 anymore. I'm only jumping 5 foot, just to take a little bit care of my body. Even so, on long jumps, it's still pretty hard, but that's one of the reasons. So jumping 5 foot helps a lot, and to train in winter. I'm playing basketball. I'm working out. And just being relaxed. My whole life I've been doing a lot of sports, different sports, and that helps a lot probably.
Excellent stuff there. So what I wanted to kind of try and fill the gaps between from the time that we last spoke to each other and now. I mean, because in that time, I mean, you got into the corporate world, you worked for Red Bull, and now you're running your own business, you know. So kind of give us a sense of how your water skiing has kind of progressed in that time period.
Well, the thing is, actually on my high peak in 2000, I got the offer to work for Ralf Schumacher, for the Formula 1 driver. I'm a sports scientist, so and I took this chance, and then I was out of water skiing like for 5 or 6 years. And maybe in that period, like it's between 32 and 37 years, I was old, or 38 years of old, I didn't do any jumping. Maybe that helped also for my body to recover from the 180 jumping. And that was also good now for now. So it helped a lot.
Okay, looking at Mikhail Michalchenko go through the motions there on jump number 2. We'll get the original first jump distance in a moment, and also get the second jump distance coming through. But I mean, it's some remarkable stuff. I mean, you've lived a pretty good life up to this point. You know, being involved with the high echelons of another sport, being Formula 1. And, you know, just taking a hiatus from the sport and coming back and still being competitive. That's the thing. I mean, a lot of people take a hiatus from the sport and never get close to being at the high echelons. But, I mean, you're fortunate enough to have made that happen for yourself, sir.
Yeah, I'm a really lucky guy. I've got a good job and a perfect family, a dog now since 10 months. Maybe that helps. And no, it's life is good, and we got a perfect setup also with coaching, like with Franzi and all the other teammates, all the Austrian teammates. We're pushing each other, and no one is selfish. Like at least around the people I'm skiing with, and it's just fun to be on the water.
Indeed, and let's have a look at Mikolajchenko. He jumped 49.3 on the first, 44 meters on the second, so he's still got quite a ways to go to even get level with you. And I mean,
yeah, but it's tough with 51. It's he's drifting back a lot, and he's not carrying a lot of speed. Even on 51, he's drifting back a lot, and it's tough to go far. But he's got a nice style. A little bit on his heels, but
he's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, he's got
literally.
He's got time, as you can see when I was jumping today. So,
all right then. So I better leave you be. You still got your speed suit on, and you're about to get dried off. So Daniel Dobringer, you've got a jump of 58.4 meters, and you could potentially be in the jump final if that lead holds the way true past this series.
That's what I'm looking forward now, to wait and I can watch the other skiers relaxed, and they saw that it's perfect conditions out there, and I hope everyone is jumping their PB, and whatever happens, happens, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Nicely done. Well, congratulations so far, Daniel Dobringer. Best of luck going forwards, and look forward to seeing you maybe in the men's jump final.
Thank you so much, Tony.
All right, then, that was Daniel Dobringer, and we see that last jump there, courtesy of Mikolajchenko, 44.2 meters on the final jump. His best jump is 48.3. So the best jump there for Mikolajchenko. In amongst all of that conversation that I had going down memory lane with Daniel Dobringer, Mikolajchenko has just jumped a personal best of 49.3 meters. Outstripped his personal best by nearly 4 whole meters. So basically, if the tail of the tape runs correctly, Daniel Dobringer, Vitaly Mazurkovic, and Mikolajchenko have all jumped personal best at this point. No. All right, then. So our next skier to go is going to be Dima Thompson from Switzerland. Jumping at 54 kilometers now, and he's going to take a rather sedate approach on jump number 1. Looking good. Jump number 1 for Dima Thompson. Just turning and making sure that he is... whoa, look at this. Whoa, 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 whoa. He almost landed that jump and rode it out, but unfortunately, his positioning off the top of the jump left a little bit to be desired. He was very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and when the switch got activated and the boat speed's acceleration path increased and stepped up, he just didn't have enough to hold his position. From about that point onwards, the handle started to get away from him, and the ski's momentum made him swing in the air. So there we go. That is Dima Thompson from Switzerland, and he's got 2 jumps remaining. So far as a personal best for Dima Thompson, 50.3 meters is it there for him. Current Swiss national overall champion. And his mum just happens to be an IWWF International Water Ski Hall of Famer in the form of Elena Thompson. And if you are indeed watching Elena, big shout out to you, and hopefully get to talk to you again in the future. So getting a whole bunch of support there for our previous Ukrainian jumper. That is Mikhailchenko. New personal best for him. New personal best for Daniel Dobrenger at that ram height. And new personal best for Vasily Mazurkovic as well. Now let's see if we can keep that streak running there, because Dima Thompson has a personal best of 50.3 meters. Fell to land jump number 1. Let's see what this young'un has got for us. One of our crew here at TWBC. Oh, getting all kinds of twisted in the air and in the landing as well. So he's unable to put out on a distance there with his opening 2 jumps. Now the flight didn't look all that bad. It's just the landing that's really upsetting him a little bit. Looking here at Dima Thompson, straight up. Whoa, and did you see that left arm going across his body as he came into land? I mean, he was just unbalanced in the air, let alone unbalanced in the water. So he's going to get ready for his 3rd and last jump, and he is up against the wall here because he doesn't have any kind of score to speak of. Jumpers to come next. We got Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine, followed by Germany's Alexander Menzel, then Peter Oravec from Slovakia, Oscar Domino of Denmark, Adrian Elias from Slovakia, Artu Varta from Finland, and Vincent Ahama from Austria. Although I do have to say once again, I haven't seen either of those last 2 competitors here on site, which could affect the balance of our competitors making it through to the next round of the competition. With 2 lesser competitors in Series 2, it certainly makes the process of getting into a lead position, or at least the first 2 positions, that much easier in respect to making it through to the men's jump final. Here we go. This is Dima Thompson. Pressure situation here. Full double cut. Coming into the jump. Nicely done. Does it? Oh, no! And he's down for the 3rd consecutive time. He's having an absolute nightmare of a jump session here, Dima Thompson. Keeping that handle nailed there to his left knee as he comes up the jump, and it was already sliding back as he came off the ramp surface. And just was in all kinds of problems all the way through that set in the landing phase. So let's have a look here. This is going to be the most going to be the most revealing look here for Dima Thompson, coming off the jump there, sliding out, which wouldn't have been all that bad had he have kept that second hand on the handle for a little bit longer, and just losing his mid-air balance. And unfortunately for Dima Thompson, falling on 3 attempts, which means that the potential of making it through to jump final with our remaining few skiers has definitely taken an uptick. All right, moving forward, our next competitor representing Ukraine is Ivan Zelentsov from Ukraine. All right, here is a skier with some form coming into this event. In 2025, he was able to set a new personal best of 49.9 meters, just a skosh under 50 meters. This man is on a mission, folks, not only to make it through to the jump final, but to set a personal best along the way. So European jump champion in the U14s back in 2023. And he was also European jump champion 2 seasons later in 2025. Would be ordinarily skiing at the Sentosa facility in Ukraine had it not been for the continuing geopolitical situation that exists in that country. Okay, 51K for Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine. 51K, letter S. Driving on home, out towards the right-hand side of that towboat. Getting a good glide. Let's see how light he is with the turn. Dropping in, bam! Good-looking jump there, and that could be a high, and the jump in the high 40s, maybe into the 50-meter range. But he came into the jump very, very early indeed, and almost had to back off to actually get onto the ramp surface. The jump distance will be revealed shortly. Lifting that left ski right from the turn all the way through the jump there, increasing his speed and lessening his drag. So the jump distance, 44.4 meters. 44.4 meters. So he still has a little ways to go. The height and the posture off the top of the jump is it's very, very good indeed. He just needs to put in a dose more speed there to take full advantage of the first 2 elements. All right, let's go again. We've got Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine. He's got 2 more attempts, this being the first of them for Ivan. Dropping in hard off the turn. Oh, look at that better looking jump there. That one has the distance associated with it. That one is a better looking jump, and I would suspect that one is going to be very, very close to about a 47 or 48 meter jump. Tremendous effort. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time, Ivan has jumped over the 50-meter mark with 50.7 meters. .7 meters, and he's still got 1 jump remaining. So Ivan Zelentsov from Dnipro in Ukraine. He's jumped himself into 3rd spot right now. All right, he's got 1 more attempt to go. Can he go in excess of 50 meters once again? A new personal best is in his possession right now. He's having an absolutely cracking event. He's made at least one event final in the tricks. Here he comes, jump number 3. A good-looking jump, well constructed, but I'm not too sure whether that jump distance is going to be over 50 meters once again. But ladies and gentlemen, as he skis into the dock, in the possession of a brand new personal best and in excess of 50 meters, 50.7 meters on jump number 2. Good speed off the turn, driving all the way through and over his skis. And just watching it again from an alternate angle, and this is really, really telling here. Off the second wake and driving into the bottom of the jump. Jump distance 48.9 meters. Even that is a respectable jump there for Ivan Zelentsov. Now we move on to Germany for the next competitor. That competitor is Alexander Menzel, wearing bib number 38. So Alexander Menzel, let me tell you about his personal best. It's 43.5 meters. Member of the Clemson water ski team, age 25. So for those of you that have just joined us in the jump event, you are in the midst of some greatness here in the jumping competition. 57-year-old competitor Daniel Dobringer of Austria jumped off the 5-foot-high ramp height, 1 meter 50, landed 58.4 meters. That's about 192 feet. Visali Mazurkovic, new personal best for him, 56 meters. Mikhailovchenko, personal best for him, 48.3 meters. And for the first time going over 50 meters, and a new personal best for Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine with 50.7, which is about a 166-foot jump. And Alexander Menzel doing a fine job with the opener. So Alexander Menzel getting the job done on jump number 1. It is a jump of 43.1, which is only 0.4 of a meter shy of his own personal best, 43.1. All right, for those of you that are back here and checking in on the water ski jumping event, you are most certainly welcome. This is the 2025 Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships coming to you from Salmsee, right outside of the industrial city of Linz. Here is Alexander Menzel coming into this event with a personal best of 43.5 meters. Drives in off the turn, up and over. That might actually be further than his PB if everything holds up. So the jump distance should be coming through soon, and it is going to be a new personal best for him. It's 45.5 meters. 45.5 meters. We're going absolutely nuts here right now with these jump distances. 45.5 meters, a new personal best for Alexander Menzel. And every single one of our competitors, save for one, has produced a jump distance that has been either equal or in excess of their current personal best. And Alexander Menzel coming across the second week into the jump wasn't even edging that much off the second week. Just waited for the jump and then just kicked the snot out of it. So Daniel Dobringer still in the lead with a 58.4 meter jump. We've still got 5 more competitors to go in men's Series 2 jumping event. Here comes Alex Menzel. Jumping with 57 kilometers now with the letter O and the boat path are split. Dug his way into that one, and that jump may be a little bit further than the 45.5 meter jump that he jumped previously. But a good solid effort there, a new personal best on jump number 2 with 45.5 meters to boot. So we're waiting on the jump distance. It's going to be 44.3 meters, 44.3. So his jump of 45.5 meters is the distance that stands for him. But splendid effort all the way through. All right, moving on from Alexander Menzel. Our next competitor is Peter Oravec. All right, so what can I tell you about Slovakia's Peter Oravec? Well, he's aged 18. He's currently 28th in Europe in slalom, 20th in Europe in tricks, and 20th in Europe in jump. His personal best in the jump event is, I believe, a 47-meter jump. But so far, this venue and this event has been a happy feeding ground for those wanting to achieve more distance in the jump event. As I mentioned just before, all but one of our competitors that we've seen so far has gone in excess of their recorded personal best right here at Salmsey. All right, let's see what we've got here. This is Peter Oravec, who, beyond the scope of this sport, enjoys alpine skiing and going to the gym, up and over. A decent-looking opening jump, but is it going to be more than 47 meters? I'm not sure whether it is, taking a rather subtle three-quarter cut to get things going. We're waiting on the distance. It should be revealed in just a moment or so. I would expect this jump to be in excess of about a 46-meter attempt. Collects his skis there, and it's a 46.1, 46.1. 46.1 on the opener there for Peter Oravec. All right, our jump display there for all to see. 46.1, the distance indicated for our skier along the shore side adjacent to the ramp. Okay, eyes up and over towards Peter Oravec. He's going to go with a three-quarter cut once again. He jumped 46.1 on the previous attempt, which is within a meter of his existing personal best of 47 meters. Here he comes. Oh, nicely placed over his feet and lands in and gets a good second jump there. Distance should be good. Flight and the technique were definitely on a par with anyone who consistently produces high echelon distances. All right, the distance coming through. It is another personal best. It's 47.9, 47.9. .9, another PB. When does it ever stop? All right, one last attempt. Can he get over the 48-meter barrier? Here we go, folks. One last attempt for Peter Oravec. Coming in, driving off the turn, and our first pass of the day. Actually, a second one because Daniel Dobringer didn't elect to take his third and last jump, which will count as a refusal. And Peter Oravec, jump number 3. But he'll be satisfied, no doubt, with a new PB of 47.9 meters as we work our way down to our final 4 competitors in this Men's Jump Series 2 Elimination Round Series. Next up, representing Denmark and wearing the bib 81, it should be Oscar Domino. But it looks like our next competitor, it is Oscar Domino wearing bib 21. Just to verify, because our previous competitor was wearing bib number 81, and that was Peter Oravec, but go on to our next competitor. All right, here we go, folks. We've got Oscar Domino from Denmark. So what can I tell you about Oscar Domino? His personal best is a 54.6 meter jump. So 1 gold in the U21 slalom and jump at the Scandinavian U21 Water Ski Championships. Age 19, coming to us out of Denmark. This is Oscar Domino. Here we go, Oscar Domino coming in on jump number 1 with the max boat speed of 57 kilometers an hour. Up and alongside that Malibu Response TXI towboat. Dropping in, going in hard. Oh no, and he's out! But thankfully he got over the front of the skis in full rotation before he hit the water. So nothing that could have potentially hurt him where it comes to knees and ankles and what have you. So he landed on the upper part of his back, and hopefully that is going to be the extent of his troubles there with in regards to jump number 1. Just hit the jump and just absolutely just collapsed. So we're looking at this once again. He just hit the jump and he just like, oh my word, he just like imploded like a tiramisu. Oh my word. So we'll have a look at this again from a different angle. But he appears to be okay for the most part. And he might even be able to use a little bit of time out here to get his jump skis on now. Let's have a look. And I tell you what, though, I do have to give him credit for this. He was going out the front, and he was I mean, it was quite clear that he did. But he did have enough presence mid-air to basically tuck up and just go for the full front flip. But unfortunately, that is about where the good news ends for him, because it looks like his equipment may have suffered some irreparable damage that would cause him, unfortunately, unable to continue jumping. Unless someone was generous enough to lend him their jump gear and maybe give him an opportunity to continue on. The boat is making its way to the starting dock. Now, if he's up for this, he's only got a few minutes to decide whether he wants to continue jumping on borrowed equipment. But I'm sure that the generosity of certain athletes around this facility will extend to maybe lending him their equipment and going back out there again to hit the ramp 2 more times. Well, one of the skis is it's been passed over. I'm not too sure about the other one. And looks like he's moving around rather slowly, so there's no speedy movement upon the dock, which means he's probably going to just not put himself in a position to carry on. But that's Oscar Domino from Denmark. All right, looks like the bindings are coming off, which may suggest that they might be going on to another pair of jump skis if someone's generous enough to lend him a pair. He's only got a few minutes to make this repair complete if he decides to go that way. That's Oscar Domino taking a huge, huge fall on the first jump. I don't know if they're going to allow Oscar Domino to maybe continue on with his remaining 2 jumps after the next skier has taken to the water or not. But I mean, there certainly appears to be some screwdriver-related activity to 1 or 2 of those jump skis that were Oscar Domino's. But in the meantime, Adrian Elias will be our next competitor to take to the water. All right, then. So it looks like the extent of the equipment failure with jumping is related to the jump fin and the assembly that's around the jump fin. Much of that jump that area of the jump ski is almost completely destroyed. So he's certainly not going to hit the jump with anything close to that being present, and that might have been looking at the instant replay here. Obviously, a lot of emotion in relation to that equipment, and so unfortunately, duct tape won't cure that, and Oscar Domino. What a shame! That jump set could have had a lot of potential attached to it, but there you go, a cracked jump ski at the back, along with a almost completely destroyed jump fin at the tip end of that. All right, then. So Oscar Domino, unfortunately, unable to carry on to his remaining 2 jumps, which means we'll carry on to our next skier. This will be Adrian Elias. All rising up before hitting the jump there, which could have put him into a bit of a precarious situation, but he lands and rides that jump out. Adrian Elias, who has a personal best of 49.3 meters, if I'm reading this correctly. 3rd place in tricks overall in the Youth Europeans in 2023. 4th place in tricks in the Junior Worlds last season. And 3rd place overall in the Junior US Masters this year. So 45.3 meters, 45.3 meters, which puts him below his personal best to the tune of about 4 meters. So 45.3 on the opener. Let's see what he can do with the remaining 2 jumps. All right, let's rock here. This now is Adrian Elias coming in on jump number 2 of 3. Turns, drives in, takes a big old upper body shunt there as he hits the jump there at full speed. But a decent looking effort there nonetheless from Adrian Elias, and I suspect that jump is going to be further. The question is, how much further is it going to be? Looks good there with Adrian Elias on jump number 2, and I suspect this jump could be very, very close to a personal best in, if not over that distance that he came into this competition with. What is the distance going to be? 45.3 on jump number 1. All right, oh my word, and this is the first time he's been over 50 meters. It's 51.1 meters for Adrian Elias. We're going absolutely bonkers out here with personal best distances left, right, and center. $51.1 meters. That's about 168 or 69 feet. All right then, folks. Driving in towards the jump behind that Malibu Response TXI, dropping in hard, up and over a little bit on the back of his right ski and leaving the jump. But he came in with a lot more speed, and he'll return to the dock. He'll be a happy camper. He's got a PB, and that might actually be enough by itself to see him through to the next round of the competition. So 46.9 meters on jump number 3, 46.5 meters, I would say. Which is a pretty good jump on its own in comparison to his PB, but his new PB now is 51.1. So, from what I understand through the communication that I received, our next competitor representing Finland is going to be Atu Vata. So Atu Vata from Finland. His personal best, wow, 57.4 meters. The U21 finished national record in jump. But he's going to have to outstrip that personal best to take down Daniel Dobringer, who, after 9 or 10 jumpers, is still out in the lead. And Daniel Dobringer, off a 5-foot-high ramp at 1.50 meters, there you go, look at that on the leaderboard, rolling back the years. I remember back in the day that Daniel Dobringer was jumping that kind of distances on 75-inch jump skis in the early 1990s. And he's still jumping that now on longer jump skis and on a smaller ramp height, even though he's kept the boat speed up at 57K. Here we go. This is Atu Vata. Almost spiking the switch too much there into its glide. Here he comes, jump number 1. Oh, look at this! That jump has got to be close to 60 meters. If it's anything over 57.4, it'll be a new personal best, but never mind that. Very, very close to the 60-meter mark. So coming in on jump number 1, we're going to get the distance through very, very soon. 55.5 meters. Oh, 53.7, I beg your pardon. 53.7, my apologies there. But that jump looked like it had a whole bunch of distance attached to it, and I'm not sure why it's only 53.7, but he does have a couple more jumps to rectify that. And I think we just managed to find out why he only jumped 53.7, only jumped 53.7. It was as soon as he came off the second wake, the edges started to roll towards the boat, and I think he might have started off his set with a jump that was just way too early in terms of timing. So he changed. It was softened up his edge, changed his direction towards the jump in order to at least land one and get a score on the board, which has been easier said than done for a couple of our competitors that we've seen over the last series or so. Here we go, Atu Vata. Very, very late on that one and did well to connect. Atu Vata. So we're going to get the distance on jump number 2. I don't think it's going to be even as far as jump number 1, 52.9 or 174, 52.9 meters. Now, as has been proven by a few of our jumpers, in fact, nearly all of our jumpers save but 2 thus far, this site is capable of producing some absolutely gloriously far jumps there. He definitely got a better edge into the jump there, but just delayed the kick, and unfortunately when you do that, you restrict the amount of distance you ultimately fly for. And there we see the leaderboard. Up on top is Daniel Dobringer with 8 competitors to go after Vincent Ahama. It is probably safe to say that Daniel Dobringer will be jumping in the men's jump final, and he'll be first off the dock because of his lower ramp height. Here comes Atu Vata. Coming in, jump number 3. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and kind of messed up his kick there, and lower body crush all the way throughout that jump. So that all but confirms that Daniel Dobringer's through to the jumping final. So well done to him, Daniel Dobringer. Just kind of split on the jump there and unable to get some proper adhesion onto the jump to lift off the top portion of the ramp surface. We're going to take an alternate view here. The edge was there, but just the kick left most of it on the ramp behind him. So that's Atu Vata. We're going to get the third and last jump distance. So as Atu Vata makes his way down towards the jump final, we're going to take an alternate view here. The edge was there, but just the kick left most of it on the ramp behind him. So that's Atu Vata. We're going to get the third and last jump distance. So as Atu Vata makes his way down towards the the recovery area. It is a jump of 48.6, 48.6. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard to confirm that Daniel Dobring of Austria is through to the jump final, jumping 192 feet or 58.4. Vasily Mazurkovic in second spot, also with a new personal best of 56 meters exactly. Atu Vata, with his jump of 53.7 meters, is on the outside looking in, but he may find out within about the first couple of jumpers that he could well have done enough to make it through. Adrian Elias with 51.1 meters. Ivan Zelentsov of Ukraine with a new personal best himself with 50.7. Mikhailchenko with a personal best 2 with 49.3. Peter Orovek with a 47.9. And Alexander Menzel with 45.5 meters for his best jump distance. When we return after this break, we will have Series 1 men's jumping, followed by Series 2 and 1 tricks. All that to come right here at the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships. And we'll be back right after this.
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet.
All right, the boat making its way back to the dock, and here is your current leaderboard in men's jump. Daniel Dobringer in the lead on 192 feet or 58.4 meters. Vasily Mazurkovic in second spot right now. His jump of 56 meters. All Bernashurin in the lead is through to the final alongside of Daniel Dobringer. Atu Vata now has the bubble score. His bubble score is 53.7 meters, which is 176 feet. And here are your final jumpers in this elimination round series. Alex Schill will be our leadoff jumper, followed by Demir Filaretov, Francisco Calderoda, Paul Duplon-Freiburg, Stepan Špak, Danilo Filchenko, Tim Tornquist, Igor Morozov, Louis Duplon-Freiburg, and Luca Rackenwald. Skier on the water at this time. Our leadoff jumper in the men's Series 1, Alex Schill. All right, and as Alex Schill makes his way down to the south end of the lake, been joined here by Zane Nicholson. So how you been, sir?
We just had a little bit of a heartbreak from the Danish team, so been taking care of that, and our skier is okay. Unfortunately, his ski equipment is not, and had to deal with that. So, but I'm excited to watch this Series 1 event of jump. Looking forward to getting everybody out on the water.
All right, so Alex Schill is on the water at this time. His personal best jump of 59.4 meters. Runner-up in the European U21 Championships in overall. Among his most recent accomplishments, U14 runner-up in the European Championships. A little further back, and here he comes. Oh, look at this. Does he ride that jump out? Not quite. He's got to arrest that quickly, because that could turn into a little bit of an epidemic so far as Alexander Schill is concerned, falling on the first jump. The jump itself wasn't too bad distance-wise. It was well in excess of 55, 56 meters, closer to 57. But it's the landing that would prove to be his downfall on jump number 1. He just sank in and just couldn't really get up over the jump skis in order to ride that one out there, Zane.
Yeah, no, just not unable to get away, and I thought it looked like a pretty decent jump, but a little bit unfortunate there. As we see here on the replay, got a pretty good kick there. And just when he landed, kind of got, on that left ski and couldn't quite get back, back balanced and unable to make the ride out.
Yeah, Zane, do me a favor with those sheets of paper. Can you see if you can find Paul Duplon-Freiburg? So the list continues on with Damir Flaratov coming up next with the same ramp height of 1.65 meters high, and then after our first two competitors in Series 1, we'll go on to the remaining competitors in Series 1 with a new ramp height of 1 meter 80 or 6 foot high. All right there, so Alexander Schiel from Austria, getting up nice and wide on the other side of that Malibu Response TXI. Turns in, drives hard, stands up a little bit before the jump now. He lands the jump there, which is certainly a thing that he needs to do in order to score.
Yeah, you kind of saw him when he came through the wakes. Like there was like a roller or something right there. You see he turns in and the skis kind of bounce on him, so he lost his edge a little bit right there and then getting there and just slipping out on the ramp.
Slipped out he did, and that's going to be reflected in the jump distance that comes his way. So it looks like the judges have reassessed the conditions, and they agree along with our competitor that the conditions have provided an unfair disadvantage for him. So it's going to be a re-ride on jump number 2. So I'm not too sure whether the distance on number 2 is going to be protected or not, but a re-ride for rollers has been granted. A 46-meter jump on jump number 2 is protected, but I'm sure that he'll want to scrub that. I'm not too sure whether this is jump 3 or not, but I mean it is jump 2 re-ride and looking to try and exceed 46 meters. Nice glide out towards the right-hand side of the towboat, now waiting for the opportune moment. Better. And the conditions coming into the jump helped facilitate that. So that now is a jump that will be in excess of jump number 2, which recorded a 46-meter jump. What do you see here?
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it when it was live on the first jump. You could see the rollers. I couldn't tell, at full speed until we saw the replay, but there, water conditions were better into the ramp, so he was able to drive all the way through, keeping his edge through the ramp, got a pretty good kick, and that was a much better jump.
Right, you are 54.9 meters. 54.9 meters. And still, Daniel Dobringer is able to maintain his lead with a jump distance of a little over 58 meters.
All right, and we're bringing Alex Schiel back in for jump number 3. We saw 54.8 on jump number 2 on the re-ride, so looking to better that, trying to take the lead from your first skier of this event.
All right, so virtual battle between young and old. Alexander Schiel, age 22, against Daniel Dobringer, age 57. 35-year age difference. But who will prevail here? That is Alex Schiel. Alex Schiel, who jumped 54.8 meters, which isn't too far away from his PB of 59.4. But we will see what this distance yields in just a moment as he gets a good drive off the top of the jump, and it is a jump distance of 53.7. 53.7 meters, and that puts him in third place. And I believe that because it outstrips the distance of Atu Vata of 52.9 or 53.7, I beg your pardon, then that means that Alex Shearer's through to next round of the competition.
Yep, no, he punched his ticket in, Tony, so Atu's going to have to sit on the bank a little bit longer and watch and see if one of these skiers will jump a little less than he did to punch his ticket in, and his eyes will be on the water here for the next skier, which is
Damir Flaratov.
Yeah, Damir Flaratov. We saw Damir at under 21 Worlds in Canada last weekend, so good to have him back over to Europe and here skiing today. He quite missed out on the slalom final. Didn't quite ski as well as he would have liked to, but we saw him. He did well in the trick event and looking to excel here in the jump event.
So what distance does he need to make it through? It's quite simple. He needs to jump more than 53.7 meters. And actually, as far as my memory serves, he jumped, what was it, at the U21 World Championships, about a 55-meter jump.
I think that sounds about correct. I think it was 55.6, I believe, Tony. I'm not as good at remembering stats as you are, but definitely had a big one in the final round and was looking good.
So Damir Flaratov produced a jump in the mid-50s at the U21 World Championships. And let's see what he can do by way of replicating that kind of distance in order to be a presence and a force to be reckoned with in not only the men's jump final, but also in the overall competition. Here he comes. Turns in, drives hard. And just falling a little bit out the back on that jump there.
Yeah, not quite coming off the ramp like he wanted to there, Tony. Not going to be the distance he was looking for, but got over the ramp, got a scoring jump for his overall campaign. So we take a look here at the replay. Maybe we can see what happened to him at the bottom of the ramp. Yeah, just not quite getting the kick there, Tony. So leaving a little distance out there. So we'll bring him back in. That was still 51 meters, so not enough to get him into the final, but a good opening jump, and he'll make some adjustments and see if he can get a bigger one here on jump 2.
So Damir Flaratov, who ended off in the 5th spot in the U21 World Championships, which took place last week, he did jump 55 meters to make it through to the finals. And ultimately, in the finals, he jumped 56.9 meters. So he's coming off some pretty good form right now. So Damir Flaratov, his personal best jump distance is a 58.4 meters. Originally skiing out of the Sentosa Water Ski Club. And also skis in a variety of other places around the world, whether it be on the Bayou Desert in the middle of Monroe, Louisiana, or indeed Bennett's Water Ski School over in the Zachary in the same state of Louisiana. Here he comes.
That was a much better jump, Tony.
Much better jump there. He had enough room to readjust in the air and try and take that jump out to a bigger distance. And that jump and these conditions seem to be really, really favorable to a good portion of our jumpers today there, Zane.
Yeah, no, we've had a bunch of PBs earlier in this event, and Damir doing a lot better there through the bottom of the ramp and actually getting a pretty good kick, and that was a much further jump.
All right, so a little over 51 meters on jump number 1. Actually, 51 meters exactly on jump number 1. 54.8, I'm reading that correctly, 54.8.
So that'll punch his ticket into the final, and now on jump 3, he's going to try to see if he can better his seating and put out a big score for the last group of guys.
All right, so there are 8 more competitors to go in the jumping event in the men's Series 1 Elimination Series jump event. 8 more competitors to go, starting off with Francisco Calderola, who we see on the dock side. But we're going to have to wait a few moments while the ramp gets raised from 1.65 meters high to 1.80 meters. The difference between 5.5 and 6 foot high for those of you watching us from across the United States and across the parts of the world that recognize feet and inches more than the metric system. Here we go. Turns away, driving in. Beauty of a jump there. Nice floating towards the landing.
Yeah, it looked like he crushed just a little bit there, Tony, so I don't think that one was quite as far as the third one, or the second one, so we'll have to wait and see a distance, and we'll take a little break and raise the ramp up to the 180. So we see the replay here of Demir on jump number 3.
Yeah, good crouch off the turn and holding that left ski up off the second wake. He kind of took a bit of a shunt there on the lower body crush with that jump there, and it is going to be, 52.3 meters? 52.3 meters, which represents his second best jump. His best ultimately is 54.8, and when we come back, we will return to live and continue in action here at the 2025 Open European Championships. Coming to you live from Salmsade. There is your current jump leaderboard. The first 4 competitors you see have all punched their ticket through to the next round. That's Dobringer, Mazurkovic, Schiel, and Filaretov. All of those through. When we return, we'll bring on the remaining 8 skiers to see if they can't punch their ticket into the jump finals off the 1.80 meter ramp height. Stick around, more to come.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go! On your mark, get ready, set,
All right, then, welcome back to continuing and live coverage of this, the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships. Coming to you live from Salmsee, which is a little ways outside of Styreg and very, very closer to the industrial city that is Linz. All right, next competitor up, and the first of our remaining 8 competitors to go in the men's competition of the Elimination Round Series. It's going to be Francesco Calderola. So Francesco Calderola on a mission of redemption now. He missed out on being able to make it through into the men's slalom final via a freeway runoff for one remaining spot, Zane. So, I mean, how much does personal redemption factor into what he's about to do?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go out there and try to put out a big one. He knows he's got to go over 53.7 meters, so... the first goal is to get into the final tomorrow, and then, see how big of a one we can put out.
Well, he's certainly capable of doing it, no two ways about it, because his personal best is 62.8 meters. Skis out of Sperlonga, which is a little way south of the eternal city of Roma in Italy. And speaking of Italy, they will be hosting in a few weeks' time the IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships from the national training site in Rocchetto in Italy, with full and uninterrupted coverage being brought to you by TWBC.
Yeah, really looking forward to that, Tony. It's going to be great. Here the site is awesome. So right now the Italian on the water. This is jump number 1.
Here we go, Francisco Calderola. Let's see what he's got here. Turns, sets, leaving that right ski back a little bit off the turn and taking a really, really forceful shunt there on the ramp there. Moved a little bit in the air to try and get more distance out of that leap. Let's have a look and see how this jump was constructed on attempt number 1.
You see, he kicked the ramp really hard there, and got himself up in the air. Kind of got there a little early, Tony. So looking to try to make that turn a little slower, get into the bottom of the ramp a little bit later, and it's not quite enough to get in. So Otto Verta sitting on the bank watching. He had 53.7. So. He is the bubble score right now. And Francesco not quite able to get through on jump number 1.
53.3 on the opener as we look over to the starting dock and see Paul Duplan Freiburg jumping in this section of the competition in Series 1 because of his requested ramp height of 1.80 meters. All right, here we go, folks. Right here and now, Francisco Calderola lifting that left ski up and drifting a little bit behind the boat before he turns as he drives that right ski away from the boat and gets out towards that side of the towboat. Here he comes driving in. Better! A heck of a lot better. He is through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, that was much better into the bottom, Tony, and a much better kick. And yeah, I think that'll punch his ticket into the final. That was a much better jump.
Cha-ching. Francisco Calderola getting a lot more speed. Just got launched off the top of the jump. The jump distance I'm hearing being called right now, and it is a distance of 57.9 meters. That is enough.
Tony, what about our first skier of this competition on the 5-foot ramp and the 150 ramp, and still our leader?
Yeah, he's just absolutely bonkers. I mean, it defies belief. And he's still there at the lead. 58.4 meters from Daniel Dobringer. I remember competing against this guy in like the 1990s, and he was just absolutely just bonkers out there with the jumpers that he was throwing down back then. Now let's have a look and see what we've got. Francisco Calderola with 57.9. He's punched his ticket. He is through to the next round. Let's see how late dare he go. Oh, this is a late approach. He's going to struggle to make it on off the second wake. Oh, my word. Look at that. He connects with that jump, and the last two jumps of that set looked very, very tidy there for Francisco Calderola.
Yeah, that one looked like the best one of the three, Tony, and I thought he got a better turn and better approach into the bottom of the ramp, and looked like he got the air time to make a further distance. We'll have to wait and see what the official distance is, but you know, he's into the final. We'll see him ski tomorrow, and you know, good skiing out of the Italian skier.
Our new leader of 59.2 meters. 59.2 meters, or 194 feet. 59.2. So good solid effort there all the way throughout there for Francisco Calderola, and he was still a little bit early, still pushing, but still felt like he was pushing to get on. So he'll probably find that bringing the boat out maybe to +1 or +2 might actually help him out a little bit more.
Yeah, to help him get a little bit later. He also, you know, could kind of take his time a little bit more in his turn, get his skis around, and you know, wait for the boat to pick him up, and that could also be the same, you know, do the same. So, but good skiing out of him, got himself into the final, and now we'll sit here and see what Paul has for us.
Paul Duplan-Freiberg on the water at this time. His personal best is a 65.6 meter jump. He is the current Moomba Masters night jump champion. Has won jump titles at U17 and U21 level, and was also a U21 overall and tricks champion as well in a previous cycle. Paul Duplan-Freiberg. Let's see what he has, if he's got what it takes at this time. All right, we have on the water Paul Duplan-Freiberg, who has made it into the slalom final. He's made it into the tricks final, I believe.
He's made it into the slalom final as well, Tony.
Yeah, he did. I mentioned that. So here we go, coming in. Oh, hyper late off that turn. Look at him go. almost leaving that right ski behind him as he hit the jump.
Yeah, that was the latest cut I think we've seen so far this tournament, Tony, and slipping out on the ramp, and had a little bit more load than he can hang on to going off of there, but that was definitely the latest cut of the event.
Yep, so he definitely got some speed here. And he almost drove that shoulder into his left jump ski right there.
Yeah, no, he was working to get on there in 54 meters, so that'll put him into the final. Yeah. But, you can definitely tell he's got a lot more in the tank. Had a lot of speed. He did that one off pure speed. So congrats to get himself in the final. But, yeah, he's going to want to, make some adjustments and get a hold of one.
Yeah, can you imagine how far he's going to jump if he seriously gets a hold of one? He's certainly provided that level of pedigree this season, being the Moving Masters night jump champion against the night sky and the crowds that were assembled on both sides of the Yarra River in the middle of the Moomba Festival. All right, here we go. Paul Dupont-Freibourg coming in on jump number 2. Let's see if he can back this up just a smidge. And shunts that one too. Doesn't get everything out of that jump. He has been able to for the past 2 sets. And I don't know what he's signaling out to the boat. Asking probably for a little bit more beef out of it. I'm not too sure. Maybe a letter change.
Yeah, he backed it up, Tony, and definitely was a better spot, but still not able to get all the way through the bottom of the ramp. See him slip
just
out there.
Squashing on the jump there, and it's still a decent distance, 57.4 meters. So one last attempt. A quick reminder to you folks, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be informed as the next time we go live, and you'll also be a part of the live chat during each of our webcasts. All right, here we go, folks, coming in on jump number 3. Hear the roar of that engine from the Malibu TXI response. Here he comes. Oh, nice. Extending it into that jump there. Beauty of a flight. That is the kind of jump that he wants.
Yeah, that was a big one, Tony. Got a hold of that one. That was a good spot, and got all the way through the bottom of the ramp, and finally got a hold of one. Was doing a lot of it off of pure speed, and that time he got a good kick, and it should be a big jump.
This is going to be a huge jump. I think it might actually be enough to take the lead at this time. Oh, my word, if the distance coming through is any indication, this is an absolute whopper of a jump. The jump we've just witnessed is over 60 meters.
63.7, Tony.
63.7 meters. That is 209 feet. 63.7 meters. And he is going to be a threat in the overall. So a new leader is Paul Dupont-Freibourg with his jump that he opened up with 54 meters, which was enough to punch his ticket right from the get-go. Then followed up with 57.4 and ultimately ended up with with 63.7. So a good upward trajectory there for Paul Duplon-Freiburg. There we see Paul being congratulated by the French team, including their coach, Sébastien Cohn. And now our next competitor coming to us out of Ukraine, it is Stepan Shpak. So Stepan Shpak, his personal best jump distance from 2019 is 66.7 meters. 2 placements on the Open European Championships jump event in the course of his career, and trying to ski after a 3-year break. And within that 3 years, he changed nationalities to the one that he changed nationalities from where he was to Ukraine, and they've welcomed him with open arms. .4 kilometers an hour, 2 feet wide. Z setting on the 0 off. This guy means business. Going to take a 3/4 cut though. Turns, dries it in. Oh no, and he collapses out the front upon landing cartwheels over those jump skis. Hopefully the jump skis themselves are intact. He has the audacity to do breaststrokes. Come on.
Yeah, good that he's okay. That kind of looked like that could have been a sketchy landing there, Tony, so glad that he's swimming around, moving good, and looks like he's going to be able to strap the jump skis back on and go for jump number 2.
So just looking at this jump and leaving that right ski on the jump there, seriously. And it's hard to see from this angle how or why he got catapulted out the front of the jump skis. Up and over and comes into land, and everything looked peachy here, but he just pressed the inside edges of his jump skis, and that stopped him cold. Now we're not going to see too much from this angle, except how late he's going to hit the jump. Nothing to suggest that he was going to go out the front of the jump skis the way that he did. But he does have 2 more attempts to rectify the non-scoring situation that he's put himself in. Stepan Shpak. So the large and imposing figure of Stepan Shpak getting ready for the first of his 2 remaining jumps. And we'll see how things pale out for him, Zane.
Yeah, no, just not quite getting the landing gear down for jump 1, and got those skis back on, so we'll get him up behind the boat and see if we can get us a landing score for Stepan here in jump 2.
Those jump skis that he's wearing right now are D3 jump skis, but it looks like they've seen better days.
Yeah, I mean, they've probably been sitting in the garage a little bit. You said he took 3 years off, and I know he's been doing a lot of coaching, so it's good to see him out here back competing again, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolument. Bright sunshine, nice warm weather, temperatures well into the into the late 20s, early 30s. Might even be hitting 40 degrees if this continues there, Zane.
Yeah, it's hot over here in the sun, Tony. It has been a warm day. It's not a lot of wind and very still, and it's a gorgeous day here in Austria.
All right, here we go, folks. Right here and now. This is Stepan Špak. 57K, letter Z, 2 foot wide. Going for the full double cut now, deciding not to pursue the 3/4 cut mission anymore. Here he comes. Oh, this is late. He's going to have to push to make it on. Does he land? Does he ride it out? Yes, he does. Barely. So let's have a look. Let's try and break this down a little bit. He manages to get off the second wake into the jump and kind of rolling off the left foot and going out towards the back there in the process.
Yeah, it was a little bit early. It wasn't quite as late as he'd like to be, and kind of rushed his turn, so he ended up there a little bit early. It didn't work all the way through the bottom, but that'll push him into the final right there with 55.8. So, did what he needed to do today to get into the final. Now he's going to have one more jump to see if he can catapult himself to the top of the leaderboard.
55.8 it is, and he's got one last attempt to work with. We're in Series 1 men's jumping competition. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson. Looking forward to seeing what he can produce with the third and last jump. He has a personal best of 66.7 meters, so he's got that potential working for him. He took a bit of time out from competitive water ski action, a whole 3 years. He has rejoined the scene, feeling rejuvenated, feeling refreshed. And let's see if he can take that aspect and turn it into distance. Here he comes. Stepan Špak coming in, jump number 3. Nope.
Yeah, not going to be able to take the lead. Can he ride it out? There we go. He got him up off of the water and on top of his skis. So that'll be a good jump. And I don't think it was as far as jump number 2, Tony.
No, not quite. Just didn't really fully connect and fly in the right position off the ramp on jump number 2. Yeah, and he got slipped out a little bit as well, so he might actually have been early to compound everything else. 54.5 meters, 54.5 meters. The second best jump distance for Stepan Špak, and we now move on to another skier from Ukraine. It's Danilo Filchenko. So, Danilo Filchenko. All right, coming in, and this is the 2022 Jump World Games champion, and in 2021 and 2022 he was the European Jump champion and the U21 World's Jump champion as well. This is Danilo Filchenko. He has a personal best of 63.3 meters. set way back in 2019. Currently in the world in jump.
So we're going to need to see a PB here if he wants to take the lead, right, Tony?
Yeah, that's pretty much the end all and be all of that. That personal best jump there from Paul Duplon-Freiberg currently stands at 63.7 meters. And Daniela Filchenko with 63.3. So if that isn't motivation, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bunch of skiers earlier that had come out and got into that personal best territory. So it's definitely jumping well this afternoon. Let's see if Danielo can put one together and put himself at the top of the leaderboard.
4 more competitors take to the water after him. So the task indeed of making it through to the final may be relatively straightforward in terms of his capability. But in terms of taking the lead, a little bit more complicated with the letter X embedded into the zero off. Here he comes. Oh, look at that lift. Oh, look at that flight. Yeah.
That was a ripper of a jump, Tony. That was an awesome jump one. That seemed like it was over 60 meters and could be right up there close to the lead.
Yes, very, very close to the lead. I'll definitely over 60 meters, I can tell you that. Could have done with a little bit more speed and a little bit more carry on top of that that lift, and that would have probably put him closer to 70 meters. He's certainly a capable jumper of that. Just get that little bit of float on the end there and stuck the landing. The new leader. What is that distance?
63.9, Tony.
63.9. That puts him 0.2 of a meter ahead of our current lead competitor, Paul Duplon-Freiberg.
And that was a PB from that was PB personal best jump one, and it sounds like he's up in his letter here for jump number 2. So went from X to Y, so this will help him out here, get a little more distance for jump 2.
So he moved his letter to Y. Why? Because you gotta. Coming in. 57K, letter Y, 2 feet wide. So he'll be pushed to make it onto the ramp surface. Oh, this is late. This is late. And passing up on jump number 2. He certainly had the speed, but the timing wasn't quite there. And maybe that was something that he wasn't able to fully grasp after changing the letter from X to Y. Oh, and he was extremely close there. He was going to take that jump, but for a split-second decision that he made prior to hitting the ramp surface. So the former World Games men's jump champion, actually, when the history books are written, he will probably go down as the last World Games men's jump champion, unless they reinstitute the sport of tournament water skiing into the World Games program. The World Games, along with the IWWF, made the decision about a little over 12 months ago not to include tournament water skiing into the World Games program, instead replacing it with wake surfing and cable wakeboarding. And that competition will take place in Chengdu in about a week or so's time. But I'm sure that you'll agree that the action that you're seeing right now is definitely worthy of being World Games caliber spectacular. Here we go. This now is Danielo Filchenko. 63.9 meters is opening jump. It's a new PB. Pass on jump number 2. Still keeping the letter on Y. Let's see what he's got. He's late on this one too. He's going to struggle to make it on, but he unloads. He's in two minds as to whether that jump is actually further than his previous one, but his previously landed jump of 63.9 meters is a new personal best there for Danilo Filchenko.
All right, and that's even further, Tony. That's 64.6. So
64.6, wonderful.
Another PB there, and that's a huge leap, and he is your leader right now.
That's 212 feet there for those of you watching across the pond in the United States and other countries that continue to use the feet and inches, like maybe two other countries in the world. But in terms of metric, that jump is 64.7 meters. And he was even wondering whether that last jump would have been the furthest out of the three. But, well, his question was answered and looked fantastic there. Now, we now come down to our final four jumpers, and we're going to start off with Tim Tornquist.
All right, and we saw Tim earlier. He absolutely crushed it in the slalom event. He is your second to last seed, skiing really well as of late in the slalom event, and I've heard he's been jumping real good as well. So I was looking forward to getting him out of here in this jump event, and we'll see what he's got here as we take the boat down the lake, and then we'll get him set up for jump number one.
All right, our skier on the water at this time is Tim Tornquist, and we'll get the tail of the tape here in just a moment. In the meantime, here's what we know about him. He's made it through to the slalom final, the men's slalom final, not too long ago. And his personal best in the jump event is 65.4 meters, 65.4. Was in the U17 Worlds, was second in the slalom, and in the collegiate, in the 2021 Worlds, was third in slalom, and Junior Masters second, collegiate nationals champion as a member of the Louisiana Warhawks water ski team. So he's had a well-decorated career. But let's see if he can out-jump a personal best, which he set back last season of 65.4 meters. He also competed in Louisiana Night Jam as well this season. Here he comes. Tim Tornquist. Oh, didn't like the look and feel of that approach on the first attempt.
Yeah, not feeling super settled there for jump one, so electing to pass, and we'll take a look at the replay and see if we can see what happened to him. Yeah, he was just really early there, Tony, so electing to pass, and going to try to move it down a little bit, and we'll see. So he still knows that he's got to go more than 53.7 if he wants to punch his ticket into the final. And, right now we got Atu Virta sitting on the bubble, waiting to see if he's going to get in or if he's got to wait for a couple more skiers. But Tim passing on jump one, so we'll get him up, bring him back in jump number two, and see if we can get him in a little bit better spot and get him a good ride.
Excel spreadsheet based upon an initial rendering by Candido. It's all mine. All right, then. So we got Tim Tornquist.
All right, let's see if he can get on the ramp here for jump number 2. Tony looking good as he makes his turn out here, nice and wide on that Malibu boat. Looks like he's brought it down just a little bit, so trying to get it in the course a little bit better. Good kick off the top.
Nice effort there.
Yeah, that was a good-looking jump there for jump number 2 for Tim. Nice and safe-looking jump. Got over his skis, and yeah, that looks good. I think that'll put him into the final, so getting him into the dance tomorrow.
Great looking approach off the turn, keeping that line tight and just driving his way through the ramp. A little bit back as he hit the jump, though, which would have cost him a little bit of distance, but assured that he landed safely. It's 60.2. It's 60.2. And that'll be enough to send him through, no two ways about that.
Giving up just a little bit into the bottom of the ramp, so you see him kind of check up as he comes off and sits on his heels. So going to try to work a little bit better into the base and see if he can get it in and get a kick more and get him a few more meters out of that jump.
All right, another reminder for you good folks again to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be involved in the live chat as so many of our people who support these webcasts do on a consistent basis. They add their comments, they add their opinions, and it's been pretty spicy over the last few events. That much I can tell you. So get on it on the TWBC live chat. And here we go. This is Tim Tornquist, third and last looking jump there, and deciding to take a ride on the wild side there a little bit.
Yeah, he was much later on that one, Tony. You could kind of see when he turned, he didn't really like the look of it, and probably smart to pass there. He's into the final, so saving that one for tomorrow afternoon.
Looking at this one more time, this is Tim Tornquist, and when he engaged the switch, it kicked back at him pretty hard. Whenever you load the switch that soon and over a compressed amount of distance off the turn, it is going to bite back at you, and it is not going to take any prisoners.
Yeah, I mean, he hammered it out of the turn and got pulled out of position. That boat's really strong, and it pulled him a little bit out of position. So I'm electing to pass on that one, and we'll bring him in for, get him in for tomorrow, and we'll see what the last 3 skiers have in store for us. But Daniela Filchenko sitting on the leaderboard with a massive leap of 64.6. So that was a huge jump for Daniela, and a big score to chase for the next 3.
All right, and has Tim Tornquist decompresses and makes its way back to the starting dock area. We're now on to our last 3 competitors. We'll see Louis Duplan-Freiburg and Luca Rockenwald in a few minutes, but before those two, 4-time European champion, Malibu Open champion, second in the World Cup. A personal best of 69.7 meters. He is the one, the only Igor Morozov. Nice view of our officials, but I do have to ask them, are you entertained?
Yeah, no, we saw PJ there. He was looking all happy. Looks like he's having a good time. I don't know how you wouldn't be having a good time with this awesome jump event going on right now, Tony. These boys are going after it and putting out some huge leaps. We've seen a bunch of PBs from a bunch of the competitors today, so Sight's jumping really well. And I've been really excited to get these last 3 skiers on the water. Igor is such a strong jumper, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got for us for his 3 jumps.
A big old battle going on, worthy of the gladiators of old. Can just imagine how this would play out on an arena setting like the Colosseum in Rome. The battle of the titans between in water ski jumping. We see Igor Morozov out there on the water, and he'll be going up against the European champion Louis Duplan-Freiburg, and a constant threat on the World Championship level with a best jumper 231 feet, Luca Rockenwald as well. So you're watching some of the world's finest right here at the European Open Championships, starting off with Igor Morozov, ZE.
Yeah, and you can hear that boat screaming, Tony, when he loads up and pulls on it. So that double letter, first skier with the double letter. Nice turn there. Looks pretty good.
Look
and
at
that's
that.
a
Look
huge
at
jump,
that.
Tony.
Huge bomb on jump number 1. Does he land? He rides that one out.
Yeah, that was a wicked turn there, Tony. You could tell he got his skis around and got a really good drive into the bottom and huge kick. So great skiing, great jump 1 for Igor Morozov, and we'll have to see how far it is. Is it enough to challenge the lead from
And I
Daniil
tell you what,
Filchenko?
he's spent so many years chasing the 70-meter barrier, and he could well have eclipsed it with the first jump. Good lift, good drive off the top of the jump. Could that be over 70 meters? Not quite, though. It's 64.5, but it is a good jump to start with, and I do have to say he's through to the final.
Yeah, and I mean, he's 10 centimeters off of Daniil Filchenko, so, and that was only jump number 1, so going to be able to, kind of go back, make a few little adjustments and see if he can get a little bit more out of it. But yeah, Tony, that looked like if he could just get a couple more things together, we definitely might see a 70-meter jump today.
All right, there we see the distance indicators outside of the judges' hut, which forms part of the peninsula here, which divides the two lakes at the this facility outside of Styreg. Here he comes, jump number 2. He's looking for the gusto here. Oh, look at that. Good, solid effort there off the top of the jump. Comes into land, and it is an absolute corker of a jump. But it's still going to be there and thereabouts. I don't see much of anything there that would suggest that it's closer to 70 meters. And Igor Morozov deciding to ski in and just take the 2 jumps that were on offer to him. Decent lift, decent distance. Well in excess of 200 feet, no two ways about that. Looking at it from an alternate view, it is, what is it about?
65.3, Tony, so that was further. That'll take the lead. He knew he had the lead, and he said, I'll save the rest for tomorrow.
Yep, as they say, you can't win the championship in the elimination round, but you can certainly lose it. And Igor Morozov had no intention of being on the outside looking in for this final round party, which will take place tomorrow. But now we're down to our final 2 competitors. Our penultimate competitor is the defending European jump champion from last season. He also won the overall at the same time. It is going to be Louis Duplan-Freiburg. So, as Glenn Fry used to sing, the heat is on. Outside with the temperature and with the skiing out there on the water.
Yeah, it is. We are getting a little bit of both, Tony. The jump is on fire right now, though. Had a bunch of big jumps. We just saw somebody go over 65 meters with Igor Morozov. So 2 jumpers left. I'm expecting at least 1 more over that 65-meter mark. And we've had huge jumps all day. So it has been an exciting event to watch.
Including many personal bests, especially at the beginning of the men's Series 2 jumping.
Yeah, no, that first series was absolutely popping off. They just kept hitting PBs, and so that boat's dialed, and they've been switching the prop for jumps. So definitely the boys are liking it, and it's skiing really well.
Yep, they're using a 3-blade prop for the men's jump competition, whereas in the remaining other events, we take the boat out, we switch the prop to something like a 4-blade for the tricks and the slalom event, and it's resulted in some great performances along the way. As we see Louis Duplan-Freiburg get ready for his 3 jumps. His best jump distance, his personal best this year, is a 69.8 meter effort. Currently ranked number 3 in Europe for the jump event. Here he comes. This now is Louis Duplan-Freiburg. Deep turn. Oh, and getting a little bit twisted off the jump there. But he was pushing, and he was pushing hard enough, and I wouldn't even be bothered to take a look at the distance, because I know from that jump that it's well in excess of the distance that he needs to qualify for the men's jump final.
Yeah, no, he definitely went over that 53.7 meter mark that he needed to get in, and didn't quite get all of it. You see him kind of checking up there and not getting the full distance, but still a big jump. I'd say that's close to 60 meters, and definitely enough to get him into the final.
And the distance coming through is 63.1. .1 with his opening salvo. Yeah, he's pleased with that, but he's still got a lot left in the tank. As we see his coach, Sebastian Kahn, communicate to him, or at least try to, with the remaining 2 jumps at his disposal. We see our final jumper on dockside. We see the legendary Franz Oberleitner standing next to Luca Rockenwald. So Louis Duplan-Freiburg just trying to get a score out there that can keep him in contention for the overall competition. Here he comes, makes the turn, makes the drive, rises up over the jumpers, and that's a better effort. Certainly extends out more over the tips of his skis there at the top of the jump there, Zane.
Yeah, no, he looked like he worked better through the ramp and definitely got a further jump. We'll have to see if it's far enough to take the lead away from Igor Morozov. But we see him right here, nice turn here, driving into the bottom, gets a much better lift off the top. And, yeah, that was definitely further for sure, Tony.
Yep, that's pretty good. And Louis Duplan-Freiburg, who spends a good portion of the year training under the auspices of Jack Travers in Groveland in Central Florida, with 64.9 meters. 64.8 meters, I beg your pardon. 64.8.
So half a meter short of the lead. So going to need to make another little adjustment and see if he can get, a little bit more out of it. But that looked much stronger on jump 2. And, needs to get past that 55.3 that we just saw Igor Morozov hit on his his second and final jump.
So between the likes of Paul Duplan-Freiburg and Louis Duplan-Freiburg and Danilo Filchenko and Damir Filaretov, they all have markers going through to every single final that they're competing in. Slalom tricks and jumps, so they each have the ability to affect a change in the overall competition throughout the entirety of the final round series. Here we go. Another jump there, but still think he's left wanting.
Yeah, I don't think that was enough to take the lead there, Tony. Still a good jump, but I think he left a little bit out there and didn't quite get all of the jump out of it. So I'll have to wait and see what the distance is, but take a look here at the replay. Yeah, he got there a little bit earlier than he did on the other jumps, and kind of giving up a little bit of his edge coming into the bottom, and still solid jumping there out of the Frenchman, and we'll get to see him in tomorrow's final.
All right, just looking at this, and just take a look at this view.
This is a wicked shot, Tony. It'll make
Getting
this jump
pulled
look
into the
huge.
bottom right-hand corner there.
Oh, that's such a cool shot, Tony.
And you can see how much the skier flies out ahead of the boat upon landing. And that is, what is that? That is
63.2.
63.2. 63.2. He's already through to the next round, and now it comes down to Luca Rockenwald. Luca Rockenwald from the host nation, and on his home water, this being the Salmsee facility. So Luca Rockenwald, who has competed at the highest level, the Masters, the World Championships, University World Jump Champion of 2025, Water Ski Pro Tour Jump season bronze medalist, and runner-up in the European Championship in 2023. And he is the local skier here at Salmsee.
Yeah, nicknamed Dr. Jumps. I'm excited. I've been looking forward to watching him jump all day, Tony. He has been on fire the last couple seasons and looking super great. So really excited to watch these three jumps.
All right, age 24, and his personal best jump from last season, 70.5 meters. I think he performed that at the Mastercraft Pro towards the tail end of the season, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, no, he was on fire last season. At the end of the season, just absolutely booted one, and he's been skiing real well, and then he won under 21 University Worlds, and so he's been on fire, and I'm looking for him to continue that right now here in this jump event.
Here he comes, Luca Rockenwald. The distance that he's trying to chase down is that 66.2 meter jump, I believe.
I think it's 65.3, Tony. That's Igor Morozov is your leader.
Here he comes. Good speed. Not quite as much height as a couple of other jumpers, but he certainly has the speed to carry that one out.
Yeah, that was pretty close to the lead, Tony. He was excited with that one. That felt like a pretty good jump and a nice opening jump one, and we'll see how far the distance is. But yeah, he looks super, super strong here. He has such a great turn and gets the skis around, then really works through the bottom. You see a little bit of an upper body crush, but still got a good kick, good flight, and really going to be close to the lead.
Okay, so 65.3 meters.
And there you go. He knew it, Tony. He almost beat it by a full meter. So 66.2 meters on jump number one, and looking like he can go much further if he can get a couple of little adjustments here for jump two.
All right, let's see if he does make those adjustments. He's got two more jumps to come. And we've had a whole slew of photographers along the shore side here at Salmsee. I mean, it's remarkable. Must have had at least, did you count 20 separate photographers from all various entities, private photographers, media-related photography as well.
Yeah, and it looked like we had the Australian sports network here. Sorry, Austrian, my bad. Yeah, but they look like we had their sports networks here, and so it's been cool to have all of the media outlets out here as we see a little bit of a bobble there from Luca going out for his countercut.
Here he comes. Oh, and taking a late approach and almost going completely up the shore, but managing to put a little bit of a defensive edge to prevent that from happening. but he's got one more jump to attempt.
Yeah, and I kind of thought there, Tony, you know, like you said, you saw him kind of fall set that right ski down going out for his counter, and so something was a little off, and probably smart to pass there and, you know, just take a look at the ramp and then, you know, save himself for tomorrow's final. But he's got one more jump, and just things not feeling super great there and electing to pass, having to jump over that left-hand corner, and now we'll get him for one more jump.
All right, so Luca Ruckenwald now has the final jump of the men's series, the men's elimination series, the final action of the men's elimination round before we go into our final two series of tricks for the women, Series 2 and Series 1. That will take place in a few minutes, so we'll have a little bit of a break once we know the distance of Luca Ruckenwald. The break that we need facilitates extracting the boat from the water and changing the prop from a 3-blade to a 4-blade. So here we go, one last time in the men's elimination round series. This is the final jump. He's already done enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. Luca Ruckenwald. He joins Paul and Louis Duplon-Freiburg, Igor Morozov, Tim Tornquist, Daniela Filchenko, Stefan Schbach, Francisco Calderola, Alexander Shield, Demir Flaratov, Daniel Dobringer, and Vasily Mazukovic. Decent jump, but not as far. So we all land up at the dock, and we'll wait the distance to satisfy our curiosity. But I suspect that opening jump of 66.2 is his best jump and enough to. All right, so the distance coming through, it's 64.7, 64.7. So 64.7 meters, a pretty decent jump on its own, but unfortunately unable to exceed his own jump distance of 66.2. But he does have the lead going into the final, so he will be the last skier off the dock when these championships come to a conclusion tomorrow with the sixth and final. We'll have our slalom and our tricks final preceding the jumps, and Luca Ruckenwald assured himself of a finals placement and coming off the dock last. So. All right, here's our leaderboard. Luca Ruckenwald, your lead competitor, going into the final with a 66.2. Igor Morozov with 65.3. Louis Duplon-Freiburg with 64.9. Daniela Filchenko with 64.6. And Paul Duplon-Freiburg with 63.7, rounding off the top 5. And the list carries on all the way down to 54.9 meters for Demir Flaratov. Those are your top 12, and a big ups to everyone who did that, including Daniel Dobringer, who will be jumping on the 5-foot ramp height to start things off in the men's jump final.
Yeah, that was sick to see the first skier of the day go out and put out that huge 58.4 meter jump, and absolutely crushed it and sat on the leaderboard for a long time. So big shout out to him, and shout out to all the other competitors. Look forward to getting them out on the final tomorrow. And we'll hit a commercial break real quick, Tony, and then we'll be back with women's trick.
Yes, indeed. More continuing action here at the 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Selmsee, right outside of Linz, Austria. And when we return, we'll have the women's trick Series 2 and Series 1 to come up next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and that's large.
Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismus, wir waren auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt, der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. Yeah, have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
All right, looks like we've got our simulation pass in play for the Women's Tricks Series 2 and 1. We've got Ricardo Botas at the wheel. And our first competitor out in the Women's Trick Series 2 is Sofia Hosdevia, representing the white flag. We've got Aline Vang from Norway, Amber Butterfield from Great Britain, Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia, Jutta Menestrina of Finland, Katrina Hafner of Austria, Leona Benner also from Austria, and Perrine Saunier to round off the first of our two series to go. So here at this competition, and I don't think I've ever seen this many photographers all at the same time, except at a Premier League game. But they're all extremely welcome to be present here, taking pictures of a beautiful sport of tournament water skiing. All right, so our spectators are getting ready to be entertained with the women's series 2 and 1 trick event. Okay, so the boat making its way back to the dock to complete its simulation run. All right then, folks. Up and at 'em. We've got our first competitor on dockside right now. Wearing bib number 56, and is a white flag skier under the auspices of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation Europe and Africa region. It's going to be Sofia Hosdevia. It looks like Sofia has decided to go with toe tricks for the opening pass. With the toe strap already on her foot. And taking a dock start with that on. age 21. Her personal best performance is 68.90. Let's see how close she can get to that kind of mark. Looks like she's wrapping in for a toe 5 back. Toe tricks first. Here we go. Sofia Hosdevia. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Recovers well. Very well upright on the toe ski right there. Toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, and working away, increasing her pace towards the end and falling at around about the end of 20 seconds. So she probably won't lose too much as a result of that fall. But a good, solid opening pass effort for Sofia Hosdevia. Again, a few messages are coming through from all places across the world, from all kinds of people. Jonathan Travers plinted in with his chimed in with his little message, getting behind Louis Duplan-Fribourg as we see the instant replay from Sofia Hosdevia taking the fall towards the end. Others have chimed in as well. And for those of you that want to be a part of the conversation, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be permitted to participate in the live chat upon doing that. And you'll also be informed as the next time we go live, as we see Jeremy Scholl there with the tower cam. Yeah, he's there from dawn to dusk every single day. One of our holding it down for TWBC as Ricardo Botas, with his hat and his T-shirt, availing us of the of an opportunity there for him to tell us where he's from. All right, waiting on the boat to make its way into the tricking course. So we see Lisa Elgersen Vang from Norway about to go next. Okay, passing by the green buoy and getting ready to go. This is Sofia Hosdevia. Looks like she's going to start with the ski line back, gets that one to the front, wake 5 front, positional wake 5 front reverse, wake 5 back, recovers from there, ski line back to back to the front. Now positions herself for one of her back flips. There's one, there's two. Kind of running out of time here a little bit. She's getting very, very close to the time's expiration and pinging that rope towards the boat. So that's Sofia Hosdevia. Not a bad little performance there. So Sofia Hosdevia looking very, very good for the tricks that constituted the 2 22nd runs, including this backflip, and then goes in with the reverse. Nicely done too. Actually, performs a flip twist there and positional to the front, and tries the reverse, and unfortunately cases the wake in the process. So there you go. That is Sofia Hosdevia with almost two complete 22nd runs, as we now get ready for our next competitor, who should be Lisa Elkesum Vang, or Elise Elkesum Vang. Eline Elkesum Vang. Personal best of 33.40. Okay, in the tricking course right now, looks like she's going to attempt a wake line O for a first move. A little bit flat with that first one, but going into a step sequence uninterrupted from here on out. Foot in the back binding, surface back-to-backs, wake back-to-back. There's the wake O, positional to the back, wake front, wake back. Couple of side slides and completes her opening pass. We'll see if those tricks, some of those tricks get counted or not. That will form the basis for the point score that she'll ultimately receive. As we see on the starting dock our next competitor getting ready, Amber Butterfield of Great Britain. Going pretty deep here on in the step sequence. Wake line front, foot in the back, and then just motors on for the tricks that she has on the surface back to back, and goes in for the wake back to back almost as soon as she completes the second surface back to back. Positional to the front, rotates on the wake O. Although she may not have got too much in the way of air on some of these tricks, which is vital in order for them to score. Weight tricks must have air between the ski and the water in the entirety of its rotation. And Eline Elkesum Vang from Norway, our second skier on the water. We'll see what she has. Still waiting on a full pass total there for Sofia Hosdevia. There is Eline Elkesum Vang, toe wake back to back and toe front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front, couple of toe sides, toe wake back and toe wake front, almost missing the wake there. And repeating that trick just to make sure the judges didn't see it the first time around. And our skier, who wears bib number 69, making her way back to the dock. That is Eline Elkesum Vang. Standing off on both runs, so she should be pleased with that little performance. So returning to the dock after two complete passes, Eline Elkesum Vang, as Sofia Hosdevia scores a 64.40. $64.40 there for Sofia Hosdevia. And I don't suspect the trick score from Aline Elgezem-Vang is going to get anywhere close to that. So I would suggest that the lead is currently held by Sonia Hozdevia. 64-40 is the point score there for her. But have to give Aline Elgezem-Vang some props for being able to stand up all the way through the 2 22nd runs that she had planned. Good consistent skiing from our Norwegian athlete, Aline Elgezem-Vang. Next competitor up from Great Britain is going to be Amber Butterfield. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the water, with a personal best total of 4,080, the national champion from 2023, this is going to be Amber Butterfield. Trying to smoothly turn the toe 5 back as a first move. Toe wake back and toe wake front there, side, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe wrapping. Oh, and she manages to get the toe wrapping, but unfortunately in the process of trying to grab the line, she falls back on the ski and falling before the end of 20 seconds and not able to do the toe wake-o. But she should have a handy, tidy-looking point score after pass number 1. The ski has stopped its rotation towards the front, which means it's a partition spin and will be counted as a toe O rather than a toe 5 back. And it will also mean that that one or two of the positional 180 tricks down the line may not be counted in favor of awarding a toe back. So that initial toe back will be counted instead of that. But pulling on the rope and falling back, that is Amber Butterfield. So Amber is our third skier out. Just waiting on the score for our second competitor out. That is Aline Elgezem-Vang. Scenes around the dock area with a few of our skiers getting ready and getting psychologically focused upon the task at hand. Amber Butterfield still out on the water and getting ready for a second and final 22nd pass, which will consist of hand tricks. The only score that we've seen so far is from skier number 1, that is Sonia Hozdevia. Okay, and just a reminder that 10 skiers will actually make it out of this. So continuing to move on to determine the 8 skiers that will make it into the tricking final for the women's competition. Going through an early step sequence there. That is Amber Butterfield. Wake back to back, wake back to back, reverse, surface back to backs. Wake front, ski line back there, getting in rather deep there with a couple of side slides and some surface moves inside the wake. So Amber Butterfield will fall before the end of the run, but I'm sure that she'll be grateful for the points that will come her way as she swims into shore. Amber Butterfield of Great Britain. So we're pushing a new score coming out to 25:20, 2,520 for Lisa Elgazem-Vang, Aline Elgazem-Vang. First trick there which was the wake line O, I should say, looking very clean, looking very crisp. And goes straight into the step sequence before putting the foot in the back binding, which he does in one fell swoop there. Wake back to backs, just winding it on, just increasing her tempo here. And then attempts the ski line back, which he has trouble recovering from, but is still able to stay upright on the water with a side slide. The surface 5 back, and just having a trouble with a little bit with the handle pass and causing her to fall towards the end. So there we go. That is Amber Butterfield. We'll find out what her score is. It's probably going to be higher than Aline Elgazem-Vang, but not quite on the same level as Sofia Hosdevia. But in the meantime, as things resolve in that general direction, we've got our next skier on the water, Zuzana Orakova. Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. Good few people from Slovakia are tuning in and taking note of what's going on with our skier on the water, Zuzana Orakova, who has a personal best of 5,060 points. And trying right towards the very end with the ski line back and taking a fall. And that fall would have been around about the 20-second time limit anyway, so I don't think she would have lost an awful lot as a result of that. So looking through each of these tricks one at a time. So there we go, tries to do the ski line back, and I think that fall occurred at about 15 seconds into the run for Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. So good healthy crowd of people along the shore side, and a lot of them taking photographs of this event, and must be upwards of 20 or 30 people along the shore side doing exactly the same thing, with some high quality lenses to boot. So we've seen Sofia Hosdevia post a score of 64.40. Aline Vang with 65-20. Amber Butterfield, we're awaiting her score. But Zuzana Orazkova from Slovakia. Toe 5 back. Not bad at all, just trying to keep the pace under control. Oh, and going down at about 4 or 5 seconds. And going down there, so Zuzana Orazkova from Slovakia, unfortunately unable to come through with the goods on the second and final 20-second pass. She tried her best, and the toe 5 back looked fairly fluid enough. Always a big challenge keeping that trick flowing from one end of the course to the one end of the trick to the other. But unfortunately falling back there on the toe 5 front and losing that trick and the remaining ones that she has to complete the run with. So 33-20 for Amber Butterfield. 32-20, I beg your pardon. 32-20. So 32-20 for Amber Butterfield, which slots her into second place right now behind Sofia Hozdevia. So moving right along from Zuzana Orazkova from Slovakia, we move on to Jutta Menestrina from Finland. So Jutta Menestrina, the first time that we've seen her back in European Championship competition since the world since 2019 after COVID, and she says she's glad to be in Austria, where she got her first European medal in 2001. And that set the whole thing going as one of the world's best jumpers at that time. Jutta Menestrina tricking a little over 26 kilometers an hour. Wake back to back. Surface O into wrap. Wake-O, does she have anything else? Wake-O reverse, positional to the back. Wake 5 front. A couple of sides. No flips to speak of on pass number 1, but she was able to get everything that she wanted in. So we're going to take a look at the instant replay now. Okay, so working away from one trick to the next. Keeping a good tight rein upon that line. Oh, and she might have lost 1 or 2 tricks towards the end, including that surface O. All right. All right, so we see Zuzana Orazkova along the shore side there, just getting out of her tricking gear, and she'll look over her right shoulder and see that Jutta Menestrina is approaching the course right here and now. So same settings with boat speed and with 0 off. She hasn't had that much practice with the tricks to really experiment too deeply. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, reverse toe back, and surface toe back to back. So here she goes with the attempt at the toe 5 front. Toe wake O, nicely done, keeping it going. toe wake back and toe front and toe side. And she'll be pleased as a punch with that one. Fantastic skiing there from Jutta Menestrina, rolling back the years. Jutta Menestrina, who aside from snowboarding and mountain biking is involved in the officiating realm as well, and also running the Finnish Water Ski Federation to boot. So she's quite busy. So we're pushing a score for Zuzana Orakova with 2,140 points. 2,140 points. So going into reverse toe back and just keeping that toe foot close to the standing leg. That toe 5 front looked pretty sweet there. Toe wake back and a toe front, a couple of toe sides, and she knew that she was home around about that time, all the way through that pass. And she is absolutely beyond pleased with that effort there. As we look down the lake and see one or two of our competitors along the side there. Skier about to take to water is Katarina Hafner. Just waiting on the score for Jutta Menestrina. And she got some plenty of support along the way with our live chat as well. So well done to those people getting behind our skier from Finland. So now getting wrapped in for a first trick in the 22nd pass. It should be a toe 5 back. Getting in a little bit deep with that one, managing to fall towards the end of that pass. A pretty simple set of tricks by comparison to a lot of other skiers that we'll see later on in this competition, in the tricks event. Keeping a good firm control over that toe foot there as she rocks away towards the wake for the toe wake back-to-back. Doesn't risk a fall there with the toe wake back-to-back reverse, but she does go straight in with the toe wake back and the toe wake front. Reverse toe wake back though, which is a trick that we don't ordinarily see a lot of. Then goes with the toe into the wrap and unfortunately taking a rather common fall and going out the back. So a few more skiers are crowding around the starting dock. Perrine Saunier there, giving the information to our officials, and before her is Leona Berner of Austria. But another Austrian skier is on the water at this time. That is Katarina Hafner. Katarina Hafner, for her part, her personal best is 4,050 points. In the European Championships in the juniors, was third in jump and fourth overall, and in the junior worlds was in seventh jump, ninth in slalom, and sixth overall. So currently ranked in the top 30 in the tricks in Europe. This is Katarina Hafner. Working away, just winding in with the speed there with the wake 5 front, wake 5 positional, and then wake 5 front reverse, and just letting go there, unfortunately, and just trying to pile on the tricks, but getting a little bit ahead of herself with that positional to the back and into the reverse wake 5 front. So there we go. That is Katarina Hafner. So Katarina Hafner just trying her best there, including this this move here with the wake 5 front, and going down fairly hard there towards the end, and just wondering why that happened. So Jutta Menestrina, 3,800 points. Jutta Menestrina, 3,800 points. 3,800 points is good enough for second place right now, because Sofia Hozdevia is still out in the lead with 64.40. And if things go on the way that they're continuing right now, I would probably go so far as to say that that the Sofia's trick run of 64.40 might well have punched a ticket through to the final, but we won't know that for definite quite yet. It's still very much a numbers game as we see and get ready for our next competitor. This is Leona Berner, and she's electing to go with hand tricks on the first of 2 20-second runs. Leona Berner has a tricks personal best of 4,700 points. Let's see what she has here. A positional surface lino. Time starting when she performs the wake lino. Goes in through the step sequence to get things up and running. There's the wake back-to-back. She's over halfway through this run so far as time is concerned. There's the wake 5 front. She attempts the backflip, gets that one done, and that is the only one that's going to count there for her, because as she recovers, the time was at about 21 seconds, but she started the flip, at least from my standpoint, just before the 20 seconds of time has expired. So going through each of these tricks methodically, and rather unusually, she goes into a positional line, a positional O trick on the outside of the wake, and wrapping into a wake line O. Things didn't look all that bad on that particular run, and she got the majority of the tricks that she wanted to here, including a very, very high and very long backflip there, and she had the side slides at the end, but I suspect that they're going to be out of time. We're going to push on our latest score, Katarina Hafner, 2850, 2,850 points. 2,850 points, and Katarina Hafner, that should be enough to put her in about 4th place at this time. Working our way towards the conclusion of the Series 2 women's trickers, and this is going to be our final event in the Elimination Round Series, as we see some examples of the technology that we use here on TWBC to provide you with the very best coverage available. Here we go. This is Leona Berner. Looks like an attempt at a toe 7 front, making a meal out of that in the recovery phase. Toe 5 front. Oh, and going down, and at around about halfway through that run, at about 10.5 seconds into the run, that was Leona Berner. And had a hard time recovering there off the front with the toe 7 front, and added a couple of tricks here between that recovery and trying to do the toe 5 front. And hands and her arms are all over the show, just trying to overcorrect her balance, and just wasn't with it there on the pass number 2. We're going to get the score from her anyhow, as the judges tot up the points for the toe tricks on pass number 2, and add that to the hand tricks on pass number 1. All right, so we're on to our final competitor in Women's Series 2. That is going to be Perrine Saunier. Now, just in case you're wondering how many skiers we have in Women's Series 1, we have 11 in Series 1, and the amount of skiers that we will push into the Women's Trick Final are going to be 10 skiers. 10 skiers are going to be qualifying their scores through to the trick-in final. So with 11 skiers to go after this one in Series 1, it'll be we'll know pretty soon after the start of Women's Series 1 tricks. We'll know pretty soon after that who has the bump score that needs to be exceeded in order for that skier to make it through to the trick finals. Skier on the water, Perrine Saunier. Positional. Wake back to back. Wake 5 front. Going in for the reverse wake 5 front, and making sure she doesn't case the wake there. There's the Waco. A front and a back there before she goes in for the backflip. That's one. Here's the second, and I think she started that second one just before the end of time, so that second backflip could well end up being within time. And that's another 500 points, which she will gladly receive if it comes to that. So with the wake back-to-backs to get things up and running, she created quite a good tempo for herself, including that wake 5 front, and then for the wake 5 front reverse. That second one certainly looked a little cleaner than the first. Waco and wake front and wake back, some positional wake tricks. And then at about 17 seconds, she does the first of her flips. And then at about 19.5 seconds, she produces the flip reverse. Both of those well landed. And I'm not too sure if the side slides will be within the realm of 20 seconds, but she'll no doubt be happy regardless. Pushing up a point score, it is 32.50 for Leona Berner. $32.50 for Leona, which is marginally higher than the score produced by Amber Butterfield, who scored 32.20. And there you see the leaderboard, albeit briefly, with the trick scores that we've posted so far. All right, Perrine Saunier. Toe wake back to back and toe wake front. Reverse toe back and surface toe back to backs. Winding into the toe 5 front. Toe wake O here. She's got about 4 or 5 seconds remaining and falls just before the end of time at about 18 or so seconds. There we go. That is Perrine Saunier. But not a bad effort on the whole there for her. She was certainly winding on with some decent tricks. Looking at this view here, the toe wake O. Towards the end there, toe back and toe front, and unfortunately slipping out on the positional positional toe surface front. So that concludes Women's Series 2 Tricks Elimination Round. Alina Parkmenka will be our lead-off skier in Series 1, followed by Kirsi Wolfersberg, Ariana Sacco, Claudia Komentova, Petra Kucherova, Ines Anguno, Maria Popova, Alicia Bagnoli, Nicole Kuhn, Martina Gurin-Siri from Czechia, and Janina Meckler. Moving right along into Series 1 very, very quickly here for Elena Parkmenka. Personal best of 87.30. Wake 5 front to start off with, wake 5 back. Trying to stay nice and compact there, ski line back. Going from inside to out. There's the back flip. There's another back flip coming in. Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the front. At about 17 seconds now, and is going to do the mode back to back. She should get that in time. She initiated the start of that trick before she hit the top of the wake. So a good solid effort there on pass number 1, getting everything dialed in on that particular run. That is Elena Parkmenka, Open European champion in overall last season, 2nd in tricks and 3rd in jump. So she is a well-rounded overall competitor. Getting some good height and good accurate spins here, including that landing there for the flip to the back, and then goes for the flip twist to the front. And then this should be the last recorded trick that's within time. So we're pushing a new score coming through. Perrine Saunier with 38.50. So we're into the series of tricks that contains 11 skiers. 10 of those will advance through to the women's trick final. So still out in the lead is Sofia Hozdevia with 6,400 points, and looking increasingly likely that she may have done enough to make her way into the top 10 skiers that will constitute the final round participants in this Open European Championships. Coming to you live from Salmsee in Austria. Okay, toe 5 back to get things running. Toe 8 back to back's good recovery there with the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. About 10 seconds there, toe 8 go, toe 8 lino looking good there towards the end of time. And falling in at around about the 16.5 second, 17 second mark there for Elena Parkamenka. So the defending European overall champion from last season, getting the majority of the tricks that she wanted within time on both passes, but I'm sure that she would have liked to have stood up a little bit further beyond the fall that she produced as a result of the second and final 20-second pass on toe tricks. Beautifully spun, beautifully pulled with the toe wake O going from in to out. Getting height, getting the execution there, toe wake line back. And then I think she fell on this run on this trick, which was a toe wake line back to back. Didn't quite get the upward lift and the height necessary to fully complete the rotation. But I will probably suggest that she may have done enough to make it through to the final anyway. We'll wait for at least a couple more skiers to make their appearance out on the water in Series 1 Women's Tricks Elimination. As we now get ready for our next competitor from Switzerland, Kirsi Wolfersberg. All right, here comes Kirsi Wolfersberg. Getting wrapped in for a toe 5 back. Toe 5 back, looking fairly smooth in the process. Toe back to backs, toe 5 front. Skier that's short on stature, but pretty excellent where it comes to producing tricks. Toe wake back to back. She's at about 19 seconds now and I believe she started the toe wake front before the end of 20 seconds. So some good pace in there for her. One or two bobbles there that could have robbed her of a little bit more time to produce the tricks towards the end. But for much of that pass, Kirsi Wolfersberg was very much in control. Okay, so Kirsi Wolfersberg looking at her 22nd pass, her first one of two, going with the minimalist toe strap there, trying to reduce on the handle being rather cumbersome in its full length here. Toe wake back to back, toe side, and its reverse. Toe wake back and keeping the toe foot close to a standing leg. And around about the time that she did that, time was expiring at that moment. So she may not have gotten those tricks at the end within credited time. So we're pushing a score coming forward, Elena Parkamenka, with our new lead score of 7,100 points. 7,100 points. 10 skiers make it through to next round, and we have 11 on this list. So 7,000 points, even though it is the lead score, it's not quite certain yet whether that score has made it through to the final. So looks like it's a wake line O for Kirsi Wolfersberg. Going through a step sequence there in the middle of the wake. Wake back to back, winding it on, surface back to back. What has she got? Now she's going to go in for the back flip at about 14 seconds, and unfortunately going down there off that back flip. So that's going to dent her chances in respect to making it through to the women's trick final. That is Kirsi Wolfersberg. Kirsi Wolfersberg, who's involved in gymnastics and CrossFit and hiking and road biking, and enjoys spending time with her siblings, all 6 of them. So Kirsi Wolfersberg looking good for the most part, especially on the first 20-second run, and on the second one, just trying to keep that handle in nice and close. But as she works her way outside at this wake to position herself for the backflip, she kind of got out of sorts there, looking up and over the wake, and casing the top of the wake and getting thrown out towards the back. That is Kirsi Wolfersberg from Switzerland. Next competitor up from Italia, it's going to be Arianna Sacco. Right, Arianna Sacco, who has a personal best of 5,000 points even. Gold medalist at the ENA Championship in 2024 in the U21 category. This is Arianna Sacco. Oh, and going down there on that wake 5 front. That is going to be curtains there for her, and unfortunately unable to get a third the way down the run before taking a pretty vicious fall. So Arianna Sacco, we'll see if she can see if she decides to go with toe tricks or switches. Or continues on with handle tricks. She does have that option to repeat the opening pass. Goes into the wake shoulder heavy there and loses her axis as she pulls. And for Arianna Sacco, unable to get the that move completed. Kirsi Wolfersberg with 32.80. Now that is significant because there are skiers that have produced point scores of around that total, 82.50 and 32.50 and 32.30, as you can plainly see there. Newton Menestrina there in 4th place there. Still out in the lead and all but confirmed of a place in the final round is Sonia, who was our first skier out in the Series 2 women's competition. Okay, working our way down. This is the preliminary round, and this is the last of our preliminary round series events. We're in the women's tricks to determine who the top 10 women's trickers will be going into the final round. Because of our numbers of entrants, the organization capped the participants being in the women's trick final to 10 entrants, and also capped the amount of women's jump entrants to 8. As we see Ariana Sacco. Working her way through the tricks there, toe wake back to back, and not the reverse though, bulking out on that one, keeping the toe foot close. She knows that she can still have an impact here, but that's all to be determined by her ability to make it through the this pass, toe wake line back, front and back. So she manages to make it through the pass. Now the big question is how much of that second pass is going to be scored, along with what remnants of the first pass are there for her to be scored from pass number 1. So Ariana Sacco makes her way back to the shore. Her fate in regards to making it through to a trick final, albeit uncertain at this time. One skier that I do know has probably made it through, unconfirmed at this time, is Elena Parkamenka, whose score of 7,100 points is the lead total. So going through the end, Ariana Sacco with the toe foot close to a standing leg and keeping everything in that pass more under control. We'll see what she eventually ends up with as we get ready for Claudia Komentova from Czechia. Claudia Komentova, who's just returned to Europe, having made a trip over to Canada for the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Personal best performance 57.50, that from last season. Has won numerous events over the years. Claudia Komentova with toe tricks to start. Toe back to backs, toe 5 front. It's got to play this cautiously here. Toe wake good elevation. Toe wake back, toe front, reverse toe back to back, and bulking out of the reverse, but instead doing a positional toe wake front. And those tricks, a good portion of them, maybe one or two, maybe one trick towards the end might have been out of time. But performed that opening pass like she knew that what she was doing out there. Very, very controlled, very, very deliberate, methodical, and well within 20 seconds for much of this run. Going from one trick to the other, just making sure that she doesn't rush her turns and put herself in an untenable position going forwards. So that is Cloudy Komentova. Next skier about to take to the water, wearing bib number 5, is going to be Petra Kusarova from Czechia as well. So Elena Parkamenka already assured of a spot through to the 10 skier trick-in final. And also, I believe at this time, the second place competitor, who should be Sofia, should make it through to the next round of the competition. So Cloudy Komentova, send the boat speed up and getting everything lined up with the wake turns here. Asking for a change in boat speed to beef up the wakes there for the backflip. Here's its reverse. Twist to the back, to the front there. She attempts this one. Is that going to be in time? Not quite, I don't think, but she at least gets far enough to where she can attempt it and maybe have a shot of it being in time. Flip twist to the back. But some solid trick skiing there all the way through for Czechia's skier. That is Cloudy Komentova. The elevation appears to be great, with the majority of these flip turns that we're seeing here on the instant replay for Cloudy Komentova. And just casing the wake and under rotated that particular move. That is Cloudy Komentova of Czechia as she works her way back on shore. As we now continue on to another skier from Czechia. That next skier is Petra Kusarova. All right, Petra Kusarova from Czechia coming in on pass number 1 of 2. Let's see how she gets along here. Personal best of about 7,200 points. Ski line back to open things for her. Winding it up there to the 5 front, positional to the 5 front reverse, wake 5 back. 930 points for that free trick sequence as she goes in for the flips and the flip twists. And unfortunately, not getting much elevation there for the for that last flip trick. Although I would probably suspect that it's very, very close to time. She may. It's going to be a toss-up to determine whether she starts the trick before the end of 20 seconds or after, but because she fell, it's not going to make much odds anyway. Petra Kusarova keeping the handle very, very close to her body. Nicely done with the rotation there with the wake 5 back, a reverse. Petra Kusarova. The rotation looked pretty good, looked pretty solid. And then she edged backwards into the wake for a reverse version of that trick, and unfortunately so Claudia Komentova, 57.40. Okay, so continuing right along, Petra Kusarova on the water right now, trying to push a point score of over 3,950 points. That point score belonging to Perrine Saunier. Trying to keep you on track with the point scores and how it relates to the top 10 making it through to the women's trick final. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 in. Look at this, Petra Kusarova, trying to do a reverse turn to the back and getting set up for the toe wake back-to-back from outside to in. And that is Petra Kusarova of Czechia. As we work our way down to the remaining 6 skiers to go, to bear in mind that the 10 skiers make it through to the final. So with 6 skiers remaining, currently the top 4 have an inside track in terms of making it through to the trick and final. Right, continuing right along, our next competitor up is going to be Ines Anguano. Okay, so as we continue right along, we've got Ines Anguano getting ready for pass number 1 of 2. Toe tricks are going to be coming our way first. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 front, bulks out on the reverse and goes for the toe surface turns instead a little bit later. Oh, and goes down there on the toe 5 front, and it's disaster there for Ines Anguano. And that could well be a path to the finals for an unexpected athlete or two. So we're just waiting on the score for Petra Kusarova for the score there. And also see how that compares to the 39.50, the 3,950 point score that Perrine Saunier has put on the board as well. So that score 38.50 for Perrine Saunier. Could be significant going forwards there as we look at the starting dock and see a few more of your skiers. So Petra's through to the finals with 51.30. 51.30 there for Petra Kusarova. So provisionally through to the final, 51.30. So, including the skier that's currently on the water, Ines Anguano, we currently have 6 competitors remaining on this list. So, obviously, provisionally, the top 4 have guaranteed themselves a spot through to next round. That is Elena Parkmenka. The score from Sofia Hozdevia. She's through with a 64.40. Then we've got Claudia Komentova with 57.40, and that score that's recently come through with Petra Kusarova. So the bubble score currently stands right now of Perrine Saunier with a 38.50. All right, here we go. This is Ines Anguano getting ready for her second and final 20-second pass. Started out with the positional to the back and went into the wake back-to-back, and now she's going to go into the 540-degree spins. 3 trick sequence there. 500 there, 500 on the other side as well. Here comes the flip twister back to front. Oh, she had to work hard to recover there and almost skiing up the shoreline there as she threw in a spin or two with the Surface 360s. That is the performance for Ina Fungono. Now it's going to be very, very tight. I mean, she fell early on the toe tricks, are granted, but the tricks that she produced there might have clawed back enough of the deficit there to maybe get above the score of Perrine Saunier with 38.50. So looking at Ines Anguano with flips and almost running up the bank there, and if you need your grass watering, here's a good way of doing it. Oh my word! How close was he to the shoreline there before she threw in those side slides? Wow! Enith Anguano returning to the dock. I think she probably feels that she was a little bit close to the shore side herself. We're waiting on the score for Ines Anguano to stay up to date with our provisional positionings, and next skier to take to the water is Maria Popova. Maria Popova from Ukraine, personal best of 6,650 points. Surface back-to-backs for Maria Popova. There's the wake 5 front, goes straight into the back flips. Here she goes in for backflip number 2. A twist to the back flip, twist to the front. Here's no, she goes in for the front flip. And here she goes in for the front flip reverse, and coming up a little bit short on the landing. That 800-point move costing her right at the very end. But a good, solid effort so far for Maria Popova from Ukraine. We've already had some great performances from her so far in across the years in the European Junior Championships, in tricks, in jump, and in overall wins there. A 4-time winner in the U17s. Maria Popova, her personal best of 6,650 points, and would need something like that to be immediately through to the next round of the competition, but she'll take anything above 38.60 right now, or 38.50. So driving in and beautifully executed front flip, and she tried to do the same here. But didn't get the hand on the outer hand on the handle quite in time. And wasn't able to ride out that move. As isn't that a cute little picture, huh? Couple of our trick skiers are being escorted back to the dock by some of our smaller water ski fans. As we look inside the belly of the beast, as it were, with Vince at the helm of the webcast in computers, and keeping an eye on everything going on there. There's Jeremy on the tower cam. Good work, Jeremy. And there is our drone camera being piloted by Connor Pesic. Watching you, watching us, watching you. On the starting dock, we've got Alicia Bagnoli. Here we go, Maria Popova, age 15. So she's still got a couple of seasons of eligibility left in the juniors. Attempted the toe 7 front, but bulked out there and is now struggling to stay on top of the water. What's she got here? This is disastrous here for Maria Popova. She experienced a little bit of nerves coming into this competition, and I'm not too sure why. She just stood up all the way through on, almost all the way through on pass number 1. Ines Anguno with 44.10. 44.10 for Ines Anguno, which puts her through to the next round of the competition provisionally. And I do say provisionally, folks, because we do have that 30-minute review period of time available to the trick skiers and their representatives to look at the sheets to see if any errors in timing or credit would come into play. But Maria Popova starting with 2 O's, because that was a break in the rotation for the 720-degree turn, and tried her best to stay up, which she eventually did, but toe wake line back and toe front, and I think the upset was slowly starting to sink in here, including the toe wake O. She was trying to receive some instructions from the boat on what to do next in this kind of situation, and unfortunately Maria Popova may have run out of time there. So, next skier to take to the water in her first event of the season, this is Alicia Bagnoli. Now, the reason why this is her first event of the season is in the off-season training for this one, she hurt her back in doing some weight training, and it affected her to the degree where she wasn't able to compete for several months in the slalom or the tricks event. Toe 7 front, nicely done. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse. Oh, and going down on the toe 8 back to back reverse. That toe 8 back to back reverse there for Alicia Bagnoli, proving to be her downfall on pass number 1. And I don't know whether that is emotional upset or just physical. Or upset as a physical manifestation of what she's suffering with her back or something like that. But the tricks at the beginning didn't look too bad, including that attempt there of the toe wake back-to-back reverse. But now she's going to be wholly dependent upon the tricks with the second and final 20-second pass, as she's consoled by a better Gali. So wearing bib number 44, this is Alicia Bagnoli. She's spent several months trying to recuperate from the injured back, and some of the emotions that have come into play as a result of that may have just boiled to the surface right there and there for Alicia Bagnoli. But in true grit and determination, she's going to continue on anyway, on to the second and final 20-second pass. We await the score for Maria Popovic. Maria Popova, I should say. we'll have a clearer idea as who's made it through to the next round of the competition with Maria Popova's score coming up very, very soon. All right, getting ready for a second and final 20-second pass. This is Alice Bagnoli. Alice Bagnoli, the former European champion in tricks and in overall. So looking for some kind of performance that she could be proud of between now and the end. Position to the back, surface back to back. Doing a modified version of a standard trick run there with the wake 5 back. Here she goes with the backflips. Up she goes. Oh, nicely done there with the first backflip. There's the second. A twist to the back, flip twist to the front. Look at her go, flip twist to the back. Look at this, folks. And she manages to do all of that and still had a few seconds left before she dropped the handle. But I tell you what, her first tournament appearance this season, and she might just have done enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. It's going to depend on how her score stacks up against Perrine Saulnier's total of a little over 3,800 points. So a skier who has a personal best of 75.10 won't get anywhere close to that, I wouldn't imagine. But she'll take whatever she can get. And almost went down there with the wake 5 back and was just able to keep things going and keep everything going, steered in the right direction. Has been receiving physical therapy help from the Italian National Olympic Committee facilities located in Rome, and also complements that with some physical therapy closer to her hometown of Milano. So Alice Bagnoli walking rather gingerly here, and Maria Popova, 43.70, 4,370 from Maria Popova. That's good enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. 43.70 for Maria Popova. So let's see how she stacks up. Maria Popova currently in 6th place right now. We take 10 through to the next round. So Nikki Kuhn right now getting ready to go with a pass number 1 of 2. Representing Austria and has a personal best of 69.90. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front. Just trying to play things cautiously here. Knows that the cup mark is fairly low, so she just needs to just make her way through these passes, slow and steady. And that's the toe wake lino, and that was performed somewhere between 18 and 19 seconds into that pass. So she should get that one within time, and I think even that first pass by itself, and much of the tricks that she performed there should be enough to see her through to the next round. But she's still got the second and final pass to come. So Nikki Kuhn doing a grand job here with the opening pass. including the toe wake lino towards the end, turning a little bit late there, and maybe the judges will see the toe foot in the water as being something they would mark her down on. So we're looking out towards the dock and seeing Martina from Czechia getting ready to go. Alice has a score of 35-70, which isn't enough to put her through to the final, but it does create an avenue for Perrine Saunier to make it through with her score of 38-50. So the next lowest score to come, and it now is the bubble score of 3,800 points, courtesy of Jutta Menestrina. Nikki Kuhn from Austria coming in. 16-time national champion, U21 European champion in 2021. Bronze medalist at the European Championships in 2022 and 2023. Currently works in the legal department at VKB Bank, which is just down the road from here. Wake 5 front, position wake 5 front, Waco out. Deciding to bulk on that wake 5 front. Oh, and going down early. Wow, and that could potentially put Jutta Menestrina into the tricking final if that point score is not in excess of 3,800 points. So twisting more with her upper body than with the lower half, which put her off axis on one or two of these tricks, and just not getting the height and opening up way too soon, coming into the landing on that 500-point backflip, one of a few backflips that she had scheduled up on that run. So Nikki Kuhn back on the shoreline and not best pleased with what she produced out there, unfortunately. So with Nikki Kuhn, we're now down to our penultimate skier coming to us from Czechia. It's Martina Gereznevri. Martina Gereznevri from Czechia on the water right now. Oh, and the boat are slowing down for some reason. I'm not too sure why. Maybe the zero off didn't engage properly coming into the course on that run. We'll get we'll see if we could get confirmation of what prevented that run from. Okay, so as I suspected, zero off failed to engage for Martina Gereznevri of Czechia, who has a personal best of 8,060 points. So looks like we've got a point score, and Nikki Kuhn has just snuck into the finals with 3860, 3,860 points. 3,860 points, which is just 60 points higher than Jutta Menestrina at this time. So with 2 skiers to go, including our skier out on the water, Martina Garensari. The 8 skiers that have made it through to the final so far provisionally are Nikki Kuhn, Maria Popova, Ines Anguino, Petra Kusarova, Claudia Komentova, Elena Parkmenka, and Sofia. They're all through to the next round of the competition. And also I believe that Perrine Saunier has made it through as well. Going through these tricks there one at a time. Martina Garensari of Czechia up and over and going for the flip twister back to front. So she got the majority of her flips in and decided to start the 20 seconds a timer comparatively late compared to a lot of our other skiers in this competition. Maybe taking a little bit of time out to get the speed absolutely right. Ski line back as an opening trick there, making sure that the line is out completely out of the water in the rotation. That's part of the specific rules for that type of trick. Up and over with the back flip there, and she drives on in for its reverse. Then she positions herself up there for the back to front flip. And I think that this 4th one is the one in which she fell. Actually, she fell on the fifth attempted one, the Mo back. Unfortunately, coming up short on that one, but she did the majority of the flips that she wanted to. Martina Garensari of the Czech Republic, or Czechia as it's known these days. So 2 skiers to go, 8 that have made it through so far. Sofia Hozdevia, she's through with 64.40 points. Perrine Saunier with a current point score of 38.50. That's currently from Series 2, the only 2 from Series 2 thus far. Then Elena Parkmenka with 7,100 points. She is our current leader. Claudia Komentova with 57.40 points. Petra Kusarova, also from Czechia, with 51.30. Ines Anguino from France with a trick score of 44.80. Maria Popova with 43.70. And Nikki Kuhn, she's made it through with 38.60. Winding it on here, getting some good elevation here. Toe wake line back, working her way to the toe wake back to back and toe wake front. Knew what she had to do, just trick the kind of passes that were easy to produce. Nothing flashy, nothing too exciting, nothing risky. And Martina Garensari equal to that task and then some. Martina Garensari. Getting through those 2 20-second passes. Now we'll go out on a limb and say that she's probably tricked enough to make it through to the final. So looking at these tricks, including those toe wake line tricks, just being very deliberate here, including the omission of the toe wake back-to-back reverse, which she would ordinarily put at that point in the run after producing the toe wake, the original toe wake back-to-back. And we're now coming into our very last competitor in the Elimination Round Series. Skier who comes to us from Germany. U21 world champion in overall, European champion in trick and overall, US Open champion in trick and overall as well, with a personal best of 10,470. Skier on the water right now is Janina Meckler. Getting set in for a toe 7 front. Toe 7 front, nicely done. Good bit of bounce there on that particular move. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in. Toe wake O, good elevation there. Toe wake line O, nicely done. Toe wake line back to the front and to the back. Toe wake line back to back. Toe wake front. She might have had a little bit of time to throw in a side slide or two, but she has a great degree of self-awareness that comes with the experience of being a champion at this level. So knowing that 20 seconds was around about the time of the toe wake line back-to-back and the toe wake front that comes afterwards, so she didn't see the need of putting in an extra side slide just for the sake of it. But there we go, some great skiing there from Janina Meckler as we look and see the toe wake lino, and then just winds it on for the toe wake lino, the toe wake line back, then front and back, and then goes in for the toe wake line back to back, and goes in for the toe wake front. And then around about that time should see the expiration of the 20 seconds of time. Beautiful shot there showing us the dynamicism of the tricks event from that high vantage point. And Martina Garenseri from Czechia has made it through to the trick finals as well with that score that just popped up on your screen. So 69.50 there for Martina Garenseri, 69.50, which puts her in second place right now and guarantees her a spot through to next round of the competition. Not only that, but she will be among our final skiers to hit the water in the women's trick final, given that her current ranking is currently in second place with one skier to go, so she would at the very least be third from last off the dock. So Janina Meckler, our very last skier of the Elimination Round Series, and this is the last pass of her performance. We will await to see what her score is before we terminate the broadcast. There's the wake 5 front reverse, ski line back, and now goes in for the back flips. No, goes in for the front flips first. There's one front flip. There's a flips from each side, flip twist back to front, flip twist front. Look at this, Mo back to back and throws some tricks on the outside of the wake. 2 stand-up runs there. What would you expect there from the multiple-time European champion? That is Janina Meckler. 2 stand-up runs. Great performance there from Janina Meckler. Looking to try and get her confidence, get her groove back in an effort to to be on form for the upcoming World Water Ski Championships, which will be taking place in about 3 weeks' time. And those championships being brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, live from Rocchetto in Italy. But we just witnessed the last competitor in the Elimination Round Series with the 2 20-second passes belonging to Janina Meckler. And given how clean those tricks are, it shouldn't take too long from our officials to effectively judge the identity of the tricks, review them to make sure that the tricks were clean and were performed accurately and within sequence, and then also check those tricks towards the end against the 20-second clock. Wake 5 front as the opener. Position, wake 5 front. Then goes in for the ski line back, and then she is off to the races here. Front flip to start. Boom. Then goes in for the back flip. Nails that one shot, and then goes in for the reverse back flip. 500 points apiece for each of these tricks. Very vital to the ultimate point score that she'll put forward. Flip twist to the front. Flip twist to the back. There we go. That's a beautifully executed mobe towards the end, and she knew that she had the points necessary to advance. Only needed a score of anything more than 4,800 points to do just that. 4,800 points is the current total, courtesy of Jutta Menestrina. And we're still waiting on the score for Janina Meckler, and if it is what we suspect it to be, which is certainly anything above 3,800 points, I beg your pardon, 3,800 points, then she will be a part of the women's trick final. So, just waiting on that information to come through. Janina Meckler there just getting dried off and getting ready to receive the total from those 2 20-second runs. I'm sure her husband is watching in from wherever he happens to be, probably on the eastern seaboard, where the time there right now is about nearly midday, as a matter of fact. Nearly 6 o'clock here in Central European Daylight Time. So exactly a 6-hour time difference. So just waiting on just one last piece of information. The score for Janina Meckler. She knows she's probably got enough to go through to the next round anyway, but she will just be curious enough to see the score and see how things stack up there for her. And then we've got that information to hand right now. Here's the new score. Here's the last score, 93.30, 9,330 points for Janina Meckler. And we'll no doubt get the pink sheets out, the scoring sheets from each of our officials, and they will be inspected within the next 30 minutes once they are released. So Janina Meckler with a 93.30 is your current leader after round one. The elimination round series is complete with those skiers you see are listed. Elena Parkmenko with her score of 7,100 points. Martina Jerensary from the Czech Republic or Czechia with her score of 68.50 or so. Sofia Hozdevia with her point score of 6,400 points. Claudia Komentova with about 57.40. Petra Kusarova with 51.30. Ines Anguano with 44.10. Maria Popova with 43.70. Nikki Kuhn with 38.60. Perrine Saunier with 38.50. And those 10 names I mentioned are all through to the women's stricken final, and Yuta Menestrina on the outside looking in with 3,800 points. So that concludes today's coverage of the Elimination Round Series. Tomorrow we will go into the final rounds of competition, and we're going to start off pretty early with the first of our finals. You can check up on the schedule by going to the live results page on the IWSF site. We're going to start off with the women's slalom final at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, followed by the men's slalom final. Then it's women's tricks, men's jump, men's jump, with the prize giving ceremony at around about 6 p.m. My name is Tony Lyford, and on behalf of everyone here who has a stake in the successful execution of this 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships, and on behalf of the crew here at TWBC, it is, until tomorrow, ciao for now.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.